Heads up, I know looking at that runtime may make you anxious, but this isn't some unscripted rant. It's 5 hours of straight information with only about 5% of the airtime dedicated to jokes or personal thoughts to objectively degrade the material. Skip to this timecode if you just want to hear me talk about the guns, and you can pretend it's just like 5 tier list videos crammed into one. Otherwise, feel free to enjoy the rest of the content. Hey folks, I'm Professor Mem, and I have something to confess. Battlefield 5 was my first Battlefield game ever. Unless you count the classic Star Wars Battlefront games, I was playing those bad boys from pretty much the beginning of my gaming career. That aside, I seem to have jumped in at a weird point in the series, the end of an era and a game that not everyone was very happy about. Of course, from there I branched out, went back and discovered how much I love and respect Battlefield 1, played the Bad Company 2 and Battlefield 4 campaigns, tried to play BF4 multiplayer but always found that it didn't quite scratch the same itch as 1 and 5. That's a completely personal opinion that has nothing to do with the game's quality. Loving that game is valid. So, with most of my experience being with these two old-timey, relatively similar games, when Battlefield 2042 came out, what little expectations I had were probably very different from everybody else's. And unlike a lot of people, when I played it for the first time, I found a lot to be pleasantly surprised about. I'm not gonna kid anyone, I can't tell you what this game feels like as a completely fresh experience because, by this point, I have a few hundred hours in 2042, and I know the game came out multiple years ago. But being that I have played Battlefield 5 the most, booting up 2042 can feel like a big change. In this video, I want to talk about the feeling of playing 2042, even playing it for the first time, and how I continue to feel about this game as someone who's used to all the nuances of the last generation of the Frostbite engine. I'm also going to dedicate a very significant amount of time to explaining the gear in this game, since the weapons and gadgets are the building blocks of the interactions of any battlefield. Plus, it's the region that I specialize in most. And I hope I'll be bringing plenty of useful information to you whether you play the game or not, because God knows this game's stats won't do that themselves. First, let's address the release. I don't mean to spend this video talking about the release experience, but it's worth mentioning. A lot of people gave up hope at the sorry state of Battlefield 2042's initial release. They seemed to determine that between the bugs and the new stuff they didn't like as a matter of opinion, the game was objectively irredeemable. And well, to be honest, there were a few cringe elements, like when the operators gloated at the end of the game. They've removed that now, by the way. If that's still your main impression of this game, it makes you look hopelessly out of touch. Because it's been years since I've even had to think about those voice lines, they're a tiny relic of the game's past. As someone who's played the game this whole time, the experience has been broadly good much longer than it has been bad. Yes, I held on to hope, playing, taking breaks, checking back, and yes, sometimes you had to wait a bit while the more technical aspects were being worked on. This was treated as an unprecedented travesty, but the vocal Battlefield fanbase seems to have always sported a pair of thickly rose-tinted glasses. The Battlefield series hasn't had a clean release since, what, Bad Company 2? I knew DICE were going to clean this game up, and in the grand scheme of things, they got it up to snuff in a timely manner, and since then have continued to more or less improve on the game with each new edition. And that's all I have to say about that. Now we can get to the real video, because my true intention with this project is to give those people who don't like or have never played this game as much information as possible about how this game feels and what's going on under the hood, so that they can at least see why myself and others think this game is fun. And if possible, I'd like to bring other people around on it. It's also for the people already playing, so they can understand the game better, or hear a potentially new perspective on it. Talking about the changes and what feels different, 64 versus 64 was a big selling point, and I thought, that sounds fun, I wonder how this will affect map size. Oh my lord, the maps are gigantic! When you see how far you have to travel to get to an objective sometimes, it might make you feel dread, but this game has introduced a whole host of movement mechanics, as well as allowing for vehicles to be called in on the spot. One of the most ubiquitous movement mechanics is the traversal sprint, or double tapping the sprint button. Running fast was such a hit that they invented running fast too. You cover ground more quickly, but your post-sprint delay before you can fire or use equipment is a bit longer. Does seem kind of Call of Duty of them though. Additionally, the parachuting is much more robust in this game, though less realistic than 5. You can deploy it quickly, far more frequently, steer it at high speeds, there's no damage penalty for opening it close to the ground, and you can even cut and redeploy it at will. That does seem kind of Call of Duty of them though. No crouch running? Aw, how am I supposed to get up behind enemies now? Don't worry, this problem gets solved later. In addition to the planes and tanks I'm used to, there's the recon vehicle that's basically a souped-up version of the cars with MGs seen in the previous two games. And helicopters also make their return from BF4. Helicopters, eh? I wonder how many people will actually use them. I mean, seems like they would be easier to shoot down than airplanes. Guys, I think helicopters are more oppressive than airplanes. However, we all know that people use those vehicles to kill farm, not to get around. There are civilian vehicles on multiple maps if you really would rather not walk, but I kind of see them as a last resort. It may seem to take a while to get places, but the sheer size of the maps has never left me feeling so free and safe from camping tanks, snipers, and MGs. Wish the same could be said for helicopters, don't worry, we'll get to it. People simply can't lock down the map, and usually aren't rewarded much for staying in one vantage point, at least not when they're in my lobbies. For that reason, I really don't mind traveling on foot. There always seems to be a long flank you can take, and anywhere you go seems like it gives you the opportunity to try to ambush somebody. I only lament that 2042 lacks the fairly robust melee system seen in Battlefield 1 and 5 that would often be a cornerstone of my flanks, instead having melee weapons that can only do a basic attack or play their unique takedown animations. I like the hammer because it's funny, even though its takedown animation is really unsafe because of how long it is. Battlefield 2042 has done something a little odd with the class system. Class seems to be more of a kludge added on top of, what are these, specialists? Seems kind of Call of Duty of them. Okay, but seriously, this is where I draw the line with you people and your complaining. There was a lot of stuff that you were right about, but bringing back the class system was not one of those things. We used to be able to equip any gadget, any grenade on any specialist with their own unique gadget and traits. Do you understand what you took from me when your complaints removed my ability to have a rocket launcher on Sundance? I think all classes should be able to fight tanks, and I don't know if this is gonna cut it. I'm sorry, I should probably explain the situation there. When the game launched, it almost completely did away with traditional classes, instead opting to have specialists with their own dedicated gadget and passive. There were some that fit class stereotypes, like Falk, who has a healing gun that's basically a 6-shot version of Doc's stim pistol from R6S minus the overheal, or Angel, who can give ammo and call down resupply crates, but anybody could use any weapon, ditto for a gadget slot. All options to whoever wanted them, plus no class-exclusive grenades. However, this decision was reviled in the name of not letting things change. Despite the fact that all of the utility from the class system was there, some folks were not happy. Picking a specialist basically just meant picking your second gadget slot. I don't really see the harm in that. As I understand it, the reason is because Battlefield players like being the faceless soldier, a nobody. Older games' soldiers were absolutely teeming with personality, but factions were homogenous, and I guess it's okay when the personality trait is saying fuck a lot. I know that was pretty condescending, but I get it, and it's not the same. Anyhow, in one update they overlaid a class system onto the specialist system. The specialists were still there, but now they were confined to little boxes. Thank God they all still got to use the whole gun arsenal. But their gadget and grenade choice became class dependent, which was a pretty big bummer to me and one of my favorite playstyles. To somewhat counter any downsides though, all specialists in the same class got a predetermined permanent gadget slot, increasing the number of gadgets overall. For Assault, it's a single med pen, which facilitates a quick heal to full, just like the single medkit each non-medic player got in BFV. It is in fact very reminiscent of the med pens that had been introduced to a certain other shooter series by that time. A series named Call. But players heal to full over time in this game with a pretty forgiving delay. However, the point generally seems to be making Assault more aggressive, which tracks. Engineer's Gadget is the repair tool. Works just the same as the blowtorch or repair tool of previous games. Heals friendly vehicles, damages enemy vehicles, can be used from inside some passenger seats, and it's even able to do damage to players. It's pretty slimy when players use them from the passenger seats of gunships as in the Super Hind and Condor, and the Cav Brawler since it allows those vehicles to constantly have an auto heal. But it usually results in the player getting a lot of points from assists and constantly being in repair range of a vehicle, because God knows when you're on the ground vehicles usually don't wait for you even if you want to repair them. Although, thankfully, the heal is quite a bit slower from inside the passenger seat, and there is an overheat mechanic on the repair tool, in exchange for it being faster for burst repair/damage. Support's gadget is the defibrillator, able to revive any downed teammate quickly. This game kept BFV's ability to revive squad mates though slowly regardless of class, but made it a compromise between the Battlefield 5 and previous styles of Battlefield reviving. You can hold your interact button over a downed friendly and it doesn't force you into an animation, but it makes you stay near the player you're aiding while channeling the revive. But you can also use it like the defib in previous games or the syringe in BF1, equipping it and charging it up, although it forces you to move slower while doing so. You can revive before the charge up is finished, but your patient will revive with a partially depleted health bar. And when doing a squad revive with any class other than support, you're forced to endure the large channel time but always revive friendlies with partial health. I think this is a fair and logical way to set up the risk-reward of a revive. While I'm on the topic of revives, the player down state in this game can be very long, and your radius for being notified of a nearby medic is quite large, likely a product of how big the maps are, how spread out the team can be, and how fast a medic can reach you even from a significant distance. Recon's gadget is an insertion beacon. Not too exciting, just like a spawn beacon. It allows you or your squad mates to deploy from an area of your choosing, but only has a limited number of spawns before it seemingly self-destructs. Now, each class also got a weapon proficiency, which is a passive that gives often very minor performance buffs with a specific weapon class, but it feels like a forced nod to the old nature of class-specific weapon types, and they kind of feel like an unnecessary advantage to people who would use them, while not being enough to dissuade me from the amazing freedom of gun choice. To go over them quickly, Assault has 3 extra magazines for any assault rifle, Engineer has increased accuracy with LMGs while crouched or prone, Support has faster draw time for SMGs, and Recon has immediate and constant steady scope on sniper rifles, whatever that means, and also gets a faster draw and holster speed on secondary weapons. Nice! No love for the Marksman Rifles or tactical weapons though, I guess. So, let's talk about what's available to your specialist on the basis of class, starting with grenades. Similar to Battlefield 5, there is a canon of universal grenades, but some that are more exclusive. There are 5 all-class grenades: the frag grenade, which does what you'd expect. It's a timed fuse anti-personnel explosive that can't be cooked. I hate waiting for the explosion to go off, so sometimes I engineer my own solution. The incendiary grenade, which detonates on contact with the ground and has pretty strong flames, but they don't linger very long on a player after they leave the AoE. And for some reason the flames are always flat, so they'll float above the ground rather than spreading across the terrain realistically. The spring grenade, which is like a frag grenade except it jumps up like a bouncing Betty before going off. Okay. Like, it's not an AP mine or anything, it's a time-delayed explosive, and even though it's visually based off of an impact grenade, it jumps up like a little firework using propellant from God knows where. Odd enough, this grenade dealt continuous damage after hitting this guy as if it were stuck to him, and he died before it went off. I guess because it was grinding on him? The smoke grenade, of which you get 2, always a convenient tool for medics, or for obscuring yourself from an enemy you can't quite fight back against at the moment, and the mini grenade. These are like weaker frag grenades, but I guess the advantage is that you get 3 of them? I don't know, even if this makes them spammable, the combination of a delay, low damage, and small radius is just the opposite of what I'm looking for in my tools. At least when resupplying via ammo crates and such, you get 2 at a time. There's that glitch again. For the non-universal grenades, you have the concussion grenade, with some flashbang mixed in there as well. It has only a slight delay and a pretty good area of effect. 2 are carried, and it's available to all but the engineer class. On top of causing disorientation, it also prevents ADSing, giving you a more concrete advantage than just visual disruption. The EMP grenade, available to all classes except Assault, is very similar to the concussion grenade, carrying 2 and detonating quickly. It has a pretty small impact against players, but temporarily disables certain vehicle systems and enemy gear, even able to destroy some placed gadgets or equipment. The throwing knife, only available to Assault and Recon, is similar to the throwing knives in 5. 3 are carried at a time. The throw command can be held down to ready the knife for a faster release, and the knives themselves can actually be retrieved in this game. Additionally, you get 1 knife back when picking up ammo from fallen enemies, so it's pretty hard to run out. They are an instant kill for a pretty decent range at least, but I'm not sure if it stays that way regardless of distance. Also, they fly uncannily straight for the first about 25 meters, so you don't even have to worry about drop if your target is close. Lastly, the anti-tank grenade, which only Engineer can use, detonates on contact with enemy vehicles and deals pretty significant damage to them. How much, though? Yes, it's kind of a shoehorn to bring up the issue now, but Battlefield 2042 doesn't incorporate damage into its scoring and does not have damage numbers on by default, returning to the standard of the days before Battlefield 1 and 5. As someone who plays a lot of those 2 games, I've really come to appreciate how they give you scores specifically on how much damage you did to an enemy, with only a 20-point bonus for dealing the final blow, serving to naturally reward players based on their contribution to a kill, but more importantly, in doing so showing what is basically a damage numbers system that lets me know more easily how many more shots I need to land, and what kind of damage range I'm in for my weapon. That's why I find it imperative to enable damage numbers in this game, a feature I picked up far later than I should have. It's available in the display options under the HUD General section. While you're there, you might as well enable the setting to throw grenades instantly with middle mouse button or whatever your grenade button is, rather than the default where it just equips your grenade and you have to press the fire button to throw it. It's a big help for not being a slow dumbass with your smoke grenades. Anyway, I actually only enabled this pretty recently as of writing the video, so I learned most of my knowledge of gun damage through research and lots of experience. But pretty much this whole time, I've been taking vehicle damage on vibes alone. There are two fantastic sources for getting the lowdown on vehicle damage, which are Marzipan Dan's BF2042 shared damage number sheet, which shares damage numbers with explosive gadgets and vehicle armaments, and Specialist Toombly's AP damage document, which gives the numbers for armor-piercing ammo of infantry weapons. Together they form a pretty complete archive and will be linked below. To confirm the values were up to date, I did the research myself, in the field. Each damage number I give you for damage against vehicles is specifically against the main battle tank M1A5 or T28, since those are common and on the upper end of armor protection. Specifically, any explosive gadget's damage numbers will be with a square hit to the side armor plating. It's nowhere near comprehensive, but at least it's a consistent standard. Anyhow, the anti-tank grenade does 17 damage in that scenario, so it seems like a mix between the AT bundle from Battlefield 5 and the light anti-tank grenade from Battlefield 1. And is visually inspired by the latter, or in general is just to be some sort of futurized potato masher grenade. If you watched a video I did a while ago about the gadgets and grenades of Battlefield 5, you'll know that I prefer utility grenades to direct anti-personnel ones, and part of that is because I just don't like the delay. I would rather have a lesser effect or a debuff on demand than a more lethal effect that depends on a lot more luck to work. It's about consistency, so I prefer stuff like the EMP and concussion grenades over the frag, spring, and mini grenades. If I actually want a damage-dealing zoning tool, I'll take Incendiary, which seems to be a pretty popular pick in this game. But overall, smoke grenades reign supreme for me, especially on support specialists. Sometimes I'll take throwing knives if I want to meme, and I always have anti-tank on engineer. There are 20 selectable gadgets in 2042, and only 3 of them aren't exclusives, so let's get those out of the way now. The smoke grenade launcher on Assault and Support isn't quite the same as previous games, since instead of one plume it creates 3 linearly placed ones which create somewhat of a wall of smoke. Usually this would seem like a great tool for anyone wanting to go heavy on medic plays, but unfortunately, the support gadget slot has a lot of stuff that's better for team play. And this ends up being more of a self-preservation tool, unless you're really committed to revives above all else for helping your team. The M18 Claymore in the Assault, Support, and Recon kits is a Claymore. I'm sure you're familiar enough with modern combat games to understand how it works. Walk in the lasers and it blows up in that direction, though apparently if you're moving slow enough it doesn't detonate, although I wouldn't know exactly what that means. In fact, my game has rarely been impacted by Claymores at all. Lastly, perhaps the most important multi-class gadget, the C5 explosive. Yes, I know the name is dumb, let's just ignore it. It's available on all classes but support, and it does 38 tank damage per charge, and 2 can be carried at a time, which is pretty saddening to me, because I can remember a time not too long ago when you could carry 3. This means that if you did your due diligence and were able to get close enough for a tank for long enough to stick all 3 charges onto them, it would kill every tank or almost every tank with those 3, being the perfect example of a stealth kill against a tank. While due to certain factors that I was all too happy to exploit, this could lead to tanks dying without warning and without any recourse, although one could argue they should stop camping back near their spawn if they don't want someone to take advantage of how still they're sitting. It felt like a needed reprieve from just how much of a pain in the ass anti-vehicle infantry combat can be in this game. There are several factors that make tanks, other armored vehicles, and helicopters extremely pesky to fight in this game as a mere ground trooper, but my biggest target is tanks. Pretty much all armored vehicles except maybe the Tor tank destroyer move well faster than infantry, meaning if they just want to leave, they can. Or even just move far enough to put you into the appropriate range of their weapons, whereas in 5 if you were ballsy enough and a tank made what should be a punishable gameplay mistake of letting you get right up next to them, you could more easily stay in their dead zone, where weapons had a hard time even reaching. But in 2042, even lighter vehicles have powerful weapons, including barrage explosives and incendiaries that make termination of close-range threats easy without requiring careful aim. Add on to that, vehicles regenerate health naturally after a fairly short delay. Many of them have options for fast-acting emergency repair systems, thermal smoke packages which block lock-on, active protection systems which can literally auto-shoot down enemy projectiles, and detection pulses which just spot any enemy near them. Don't even get me started on helicopters. They have gratuitous armor protection against most damage sources, and their readily available lock-on negating flares let them act with a great level of impunity since the most effective AA measures require a lock-on. And with unlimited ammo and health regeneration, there's nothing to naturally force vehicles back from the fight, unlike in BFV where resupply stations also made for consistent options for infantry to either trap or sabotage. You know how annoying it is when all your effort is ruined by a plane who had to put in none of the positioning effort that you have to in order to get kills? Well, imagine you didn't have the reassurance that the plane's strafing run can't last forever. Rather than depending on their flight angles and limited timing, helicopters can provide all of the annoyances of an unanswerable infantry farming barrage for as long as it takes until you're dead. Hooray! Plus, an easily forgotten but important factor, there are no anti-vehicle emplacements on the map like AA guns, tow missiles, or field guns. All this is to say, this game feels almost hostile to the idea of vehicle counterplay from the little guys, at least not without a concerted effort of multiple players at once. It's a shame because in BFV there was a lot of fun and a bit of a skill-based element in it, where you could literally hit a combo and take out most or all of a tank's health, and in 2042 the most any one player can do is one rocket plus an anti-tank grenade at a time. And since there are no map resupply stations and a startlingly low density of player-placed ammo crates, good luck ever getting your gadget ammo or grenades back after you've used them on a roving tank hunt. Anyhow, I guess that's just a really long way of saying, I miss when I could do something that gave me back the feeling of control, took away my powerlessness, because this game sorely needs it. Even the game's dedicated anti-vehicle class simply can't get the damage out quickly or consistently enough, thanks to the aforementioned factors. But that all just really applies if you're a weirdo like me who likes going after enemy tanks. If you stick with the pack, then you're better off against vehicles, but so many tanks and helicopters are kill farmers who choose to stay at a safe distance or make hit-and runs because they wouldn't dare to subject themselves to mob violence. The skinny on the C5 is powerful damage, good for some stuff, including sticking it to all manner of unexpected surfaces for shenanigans, but not enough to kill many tanks. What the heck are you gonna do after you detonate it? Editing room update. Something I didn't know when I wrote this video is that C5 actually deals a chunk more damage to the rear of most armored vehicles, which I never would have guessed. I supposed that it was like an AT mine, and since you already have to apply it from point blank, that it did the same damage no matter where you put it. That's how I assumed it worked in previous games, pretty sure that is how it works. Like, 2 won't kill the Tiger, but 3 will no matter where you put it. But yeah, pretty much any tank, transport, IFV can be killed in 2C5. You just have to do a weird ritual of placing it on them cheeks. So yeah, if you're a bitch boy like me who can't kill in 2C5 and cries about it in a video for 10 minutes straight, the solution is to literally just get good. As for the exclusive things that each class gets, Assault has the IBA armor plate, which you use on yourself for a flat non-rechargeable 20 health given to your specialist. While it may seem like a small difference, it throws off the damage model and presumed shots to kill for almost all weapons, so it winds up being pretty tricky a lot of the time. And you spawn with 2, so you can replace your first one if it breaks. I've heard that headshots bypass the armor, and having it active also lessens the potency of certain damage types like shotgun pellets. Which makes sense, but I've also been told the contrary, specifically that it is not bypassed by headshots. Maybe it was one way earlier and now it's changed, but whatever. The only other Assault exclusive gadget is the SPH explosive launcher, a bloop tube firing a sticky grenade which detonates a set time after landing. Basically one step down from an impact fuse in the practical sense, but one step up in the funny factor, as sticking someone with a delayed death sentence is always supreme, giving your opponent just enough time to realize that their fate is sealed no matter what they do. I remember that the defining characteristic of this weapon was that it held 2 shots per grenade case. Somehow. Despite having 1 barrel, it was basically a sticky nade double-barrel shotgun, and regardless of how little sense it made, that was fun. You had 2 of these 2-shot canisters, but now you get 2 single-shot sticky grenades. Given the small spread and the fact that the SPH isn't as interesting anymore, especially with only half the shots, I usually just keep the C5 on Assault. Engineer has a whole suite of anti-tank gadgets all to themselves, starting with the most boring, the anti-tank mine. It is undoubtedly effective, as even a single mine will do 95 damage to a main battle tank driving over it, and you spawn with 3. In a nice hybrid system, they snap into position when placed nearby, but are otherwise thrown and affected by physics. While it now stands as perhaps the only way for infantry to instant KO a tank on their own, this isn't exactly what I had in mind. It's far too passive and conditional, predicated on the idea that a vehicle might go over this one specific spot. Perfectly fine if that's your vibe, but to me it just doesn't compare to having a direct method of attack at the most important moment, coming face to face with a tank. For that, we have the recoilless M5. As the first anti-tank launcher, this is pretty much the standard that the game set, and honestly it's a pretty likable choice. These days it has a max of 4 ammo carried, which is very nice, and would seem pretty empowering if not for previously stated gripes. With that high reserve, this launcher in many ways makes itself out as the bazooka of this game, as it does 27 damage against an MBT, the lowest of the anti-tank shoulder launchers but still quite respectable, and it has a fast projectile, a very fast projectile actually, since this is a recoilless rifle, not a rocket launcher. It's basically firing one big explosive packed bullet. It is also extremely precise, with accurate range markings in the optic. You can ping any location for distance if you press your ping button twice. Otherwise, the launcher has a built-in display that you can see while not aiming, which shows distance and the projectile travel time in milliseconds based on where the center of the reticle is. Using this, you can very reliably engage stationary armor from a distance of up to 500 meters. Or just generally snipe whatever else you feel like. It's great. It's also capable of locking onto vehicles designated by other players through SOFLAM or tracking dart, and will be automatically guided to them, although you should still lead a bit because this thing flies fast and the lock-on can only course correct so much. For the dedicated anti-air option, Engineer has the FXM-33AA missile. It's capable of locking onto aircraft independently, which sounds like a godsend to a mobile infantryman that's spent the last few games relying on either very careful aim for burst damage against aircraft, or easier tracking but less damaging and still manually aimed machine guns. It should be noted though, the launcher cannot fire without that missile lock, and is incapable of locking onto ground vehicles on its own. However, the FXM can lock onto ground vehicles painted by SOFLAM. It does 65 damage to attack helicopters and 24 to MBTs, 3 can be carried at a time. Since it's usually only capable of assailing aircraft, which will most of the time be able to divert it with flare countermeasures, this is my least used anti-vehicle launcher. But it is the only consistent way to both lock onto and fire a warhead at an aircraft yourself. The equivalent of that weapon for ground vehicles is the FGM-148 Javelin. As per my description of the last gadget, you might guess that I find this utility to be much better. In certain situations, it can be better than the M5 recoilless, because it takes away the need to aim and lead precisely. It can follow around corners, even launching at an upward angle which will help it clear some obstacles, and especially because it deals a whole 44 damage. That's huge! It's the highest of any shoulder launcher, but the trade-offs are that of course it takes time to lock on. It doesn't have the immediacy of any other AT launcher, and it's susceptible to being diverted if something breaks the lock, plus only 3 are carried. Still, 44 damage. To sprinkle an extra bonus on top, apparently when targeting a vehicle designated by another player's SOFLAM, that 44 damage on an MBT turns into 60. I really don't get why they made this thing so much better than it needs to be, but yeah, the downsides don't seem to be all that bad since tank lock-on countermeasures aren't as common, and even if they are deployed, they don't last that long. It's somehow not my favorite, probably because I know good old analog aiming, while fallible, is consistent. Plus, you know, dumbfire works on non-tank things. Now, an item to break up the massive pile of ordnance, we have something that's quite the opposite, an explosive ordnance disposal or EOD bot. This little friend-shaped contraption is a remote-controlled blowtorch on wheels. May seem a little redundant, but having this bloke go stick his neck out sounds a lot better than doing it yourself. It's also slightly less conspicuous than a human, and sometimes tends to go unnoticed for a little bit. As the HUD tells us, he can even go up to about 18 miles per hour, a very fast little friend. But be warned, he is hopelessly dependent, and requires you to direct his every move, so make sure you're in a good and safe area before you take control of him. It's a bit frustrating though, controllability is horrible, and he gets stuck on the dumbest of things. He presumably has the ability to defuse mines and such as well, but I wouldn't know, since I usually only use the EOD bot for memes. Infrequently because it's not really as useful as a launcher, and when it deploys it's mostly for the same thing, anti-tank, only to get blown away by the person jumping out of the tank since the young man has no real defense abilities aside from his torch. Can kill people, very funny, but not effective. As a sort of compromise between the recoilless rifle and javelin, we have the Predator SRAW. It has the lowest ammo, with only 2 carried, but it is a user-guided rocket changing course based on where you're aiming, allowing the assurance of human input, but also the range and lack of worry about your target, you know, moving. It's not quite like a tow missile which will go directly to wherever you aim even if it has already passed that point, but it's more of a directional suggestion. Perhaps the missile just doesn't have the turning radius, but at least when you're not trying to make it to a complete 180, it's pretty dang accurate. It does the exact same damage as the M5 recoilless from what I can tell, which comes with a pretty big drawback that you get 2 fewer shots, but in the end it seems justified given just how much control you have over this rocket. Lastly, the RPG-7V2, which is perhaps my favorite launcher. If the M5 recoilless is like the bazooka of this game, then the RPG is the Piat. 3 are carried and it does 35 damage to the side of an MBT, generally doing about 25% more damage than the M5 against ground vehicles. However, this is the definitive dumbfire launcher. It flies pretty straight for the first 50 meters, but loses elevation past that, and with its slower travel time, it must be compensated for. It's also pretty solid for anti-personnel use at closer range, with good splash damage and radius. Like I said, Piat coded. Moving on to supports-specific gadgets, there's nothing too exciting, but good tools for just helping out your team. And also, all of them regenerate, as these should of course, but no other gadgets in this slot do, so it's worth mentioning. The tactical tackle box, also known as the ammo crate, functions as expected. Throw it down, a radius appears on the ground, and if you enter that radius, you get primary and secondary ammunition, 1 gadget, and 1 grenade restored. Once used, it goes on a cooldown for about 15 seconds, which seems to be universal across all ammo crates. I don't think you can benefit from multiple in the same area, or at least you can't throw out your own crate to refresh the cooldown. Sad. The medical crate functions exactly the same way, just for health pools rather than ammo pools. It has a narrower but very important utility, and has a faster use cooldown than the ammo crate, about 9 seconds. Both take 16 seconds before the gadget itself is regenerated and you can throw it again. As a more mobile version of the crates, support has the pouches. Ammo pouches give ammunition for primary and secondary weapons alone, but 3 can be carried at a time, and they can be locked onto and thrown to players, thrown on the ground to be picked up, or applied to yourself directly by holding the gadget slot button. A more on-demand version of the ammo box is great for getting support score when your teammates just won't stay in one place or come to your boxes. Plus, it can be more useful to you personally. They take about 12 seconds to regenerate, and only 1 is regened at a time. They don't stack based on when you use them, so if you use all 3 at once, it can take an unexpectedly long time for you to get more ammo in stock. Medical pouches work in the exact same way, just for healing. These pouches were not in the game for the first few seasons, and I was ecstatic when I found they had been added. The ammo pouches are basically half of Angel's gadget, and the medical pouch is a worse version of Falk's. And while that means they're a bit weak comparatively, it's a utility that I wanted to see across more than just one specialist at a time. I wanted to be able to use both. And now I can. Recon's exclusive gadgets are all focused on target acquisition in some way or another. The TUGS, or TUGS, is a spotting device that must be placed on a permitted surface, but detects players in a radius who are not crouched or prone. It's pretty low profile from a visual, audio, and HUD perspective. Only 1 is carried, but it's persistent, even after death of the player that placed it. Let's compare this to a similar gadget, the prox sensor. The prox sensor also spots enemy players, but is almost like a grenade in the way that it can be thrown, and 2 are carried. However, its radius is smaller, it flashes lights and makes more noise, and is temporary, self-destructing after 13 seconds. It seems the difference is that the prox sensors are best for scouting out a place you think enemies may be, while the TUGS is best for fortifying and providing intelligence to the place you already are. Classic offensive versus defensive typing. The TUGS seems best to me though, but it's not as if I really use it. Instead, my recon gadget of choice is the SOFLAM, one of the best team support gadgets of all time. The SOFLAM acts as a spotting scope, automatically putting a spot on enemies in its sight, featuring 2 different zoom levels, but it also designates enemy vehicles for targeting by smart munitions. This automatically gives a lock-on to all players on your team, allowing their smart launchers to fire upon the target instantly, allowing some ordnance to track it which couldn't on its own, and buffing the damage of the javelin. It also very clearly shows the position of the vehicle which may not itself be apparent behind cover. It's an amazing utility, dishing out a free status effect that can help your team greatly, but you need to rely on them to do the hard work of actually dealing the damage. Sadly, the SOFLAM does not seem to allow smart rockets to bypass flares. As a wacky, meme-worthy alternative to this though, the tracer dart gun features as a gadget, sadly not as a sidearm as in Bad Company 2. It carries 4 ammo and provides an instant lock-on to whatever you shoot with it. This doesn't just mean vehicles, it can also be players or even terrain. The projectile is fairly fast and has surprisingly little drop. It's very precise even in hipfire as well. Its lock-on lasts 16 seconds, twice as long as that of the SOFLAM. Yet with all these upsides, it never seems like more than a meme, because it cannot beat the infinite, on-demand, extreme range tracking that the SOFLAM offers. If you ask me, it's absolutely bananas that an aircraft negates the tracking when using flares. So in sum, as far as gadgets go, the modern touches really do bring a level of convenience and choice. You know, since I can now target vehicles more effectively and use grenades to apply debuffs rather than damage. But now, I'd also like to overview what each specialist brings to the table and what I think of playing them. Let's go right to left for, no particular reason. So as I said before, your choice of specialist is basically just your choice of second gadget, as each specialist has their own. But each one also has a passive trait, some more impactful than others. So on this side we have 4 recon specialists, and the rightmost is Blasco. Blasco's gadget is the X6 infiltration device. It's a big placeable item that basically creates a stealth field, tampering with minimap of any enemies within and preventing friendlies from being spotted while under its protection. It also seems to keep allied vehicles safe from lock-on, and it highlights any enemy vehicles near it. It has a pretty wide radius of 20 meters, so it can be fairly effective with all of these things together. Paired with the tugs, this creates the ultimate recon zone. While it would be pretty sensible to set it up in a defending objective, it could also be pretty annoying to enemies if you find a safe place to put it whilst assailing an objective. Also, the great thing about specialist gadgets is that they're all rechargeable. The X6 has a long cooldown but starts recharging as soon as you place it. Blasco's trait, Ambush Expert, is described as cannot trigger motion-based gadgets and disrupts turret targeting. So I assume that means she doesn't set off claymores and is possibly safe from being spotted by tugs, plus enemy turrets start tweaking when they try to shoot at her. Overall not too interesting because of the passive nature of what she brings to the table, but pretty good for flanking and team play, though I think there are better specialists for both of those roles. But man, placing down a tugs and an X6 when you've got an SMG in your hand? Ooh, let 'em come baby, come get some. If you pull this combination you can really give yourself the edge in a head-on fight. Pike's gadget is the EMG-X scanner, which is a gadget you activate and it temporarily makes you able to see enemy outlines through walls, sending out pulses to show their exact locations and spot them briefly. But it also reveals where you are to enemies, and the range is super short. So short that it's not really valuable for general intel as much as it is for situations when you're already in combat or anticipating combat very soon. Because even if you didn't reveal yourself by using this gadget, by the time you're close enough for enemies for this gadget to work, they already know you're there. After your time is depleted or you preemptively terminate the effect, it goes into cooldown. And then Pike's trait, Eagle-Eyed, applies automatic spotting to enemies that you damage, kind of like that one trait from BFV. But the thing is, it's a lot less useful in this game, because unlike Battlefield 5 and like games before 5, you can spot with a button, the same button you use to ping. Just like in BF1, you are heavily encouraged to just push the dang button. It's easy and it helps the team. Anyone you're already at the phase of shooting at has probably given you the chance to ping them already. Or if the engagement is so fast that you don't have a chance to ping, then either you or them are going to be dead anyway, so it doesn't matter that much. These factors might explain why I don't really see a lot of people playing Pike. Ah, now this is the first specialist I like to play, cause Rao is a little shit to all the people I have beef with, tankers and pilots. His gadget is the Cyber Warfare Suite, a super gamey sci-fi wireless hacking interface that you basically point at almost anything enemy, and it can do something for you. You have to maintain line of sight and hold down the fire button until the hack goes off, but you can use it on emplaced gadgets to temporarily disable or break them. It has a fast activation time against infantry, and it causes some HUD disruption while spotting them and sending out a pulse to spot anyone near them, being pretty useful for exposing their friends behind cover. It creates outlines around the player through any visual obstruction for a brief time, and the hack can even be activated through smoke, making it one of the few ways to invalidate it as visual cover. That functionality is a pretty easy on-demand debuff that you can throw onto your enemies before some engagements. With a long activation time, it can even interfere with vehicles. It messes with their HUDs and sets all parts critical, including the engine, which severely limits their movement and turret rotation for a time before automatically recovering, but it does not disable any weapon systems, non-guns, nor secondary abilities. Rao's trait, Acquisition, is basically the inverse of Pike's, causing anyone who damages him to become spotted, complete with an outline through visible cover, at least briefly. While this isn't the most useful for CQC, what it is pretty good for is when you get poked at from medium range or longer, at ranges when your death isn't exactly assured just because someone got the drop on you. In these situations it can be a big help, basically acting as the furthest extension of a hit indicator, although it will notify your attacker when they hit you that their position has been revealed. So Rao basically has a very easy way to apply a debuff, which means he has a great team support utility, while having a passive that serves as a nice little personal defense measure. Pretty much the exact same can be said about the next specialist. Casper the Friendly Ghillie Suit is your average sniper's favorite pick. He seems to be pretty common, and a lot of that is just the looks, but his passive may also help. But first, Casper's gadget is the OP-V Recon Drone, a controllable drone which can fly in a range a few hundred meters away from where you are. Like the EOD bot, you deploy it, then your player character is stuck sitting still with a gaming laptop while you do the dirty work through your robotic unpaid intern. The camera of the drone acts a lot like the SOFLAM, just without the laser designation. It's a self-propelled spotting scope, though with a seemingly shorter spotting range. Just point yourself in the direction of the enemies and they will be spotted and relayed to your team's minimap automatically. You can also hold the aim button to zoom in and activate an infrared camera, possibly allowing you to see enemies that were previously indiscernible. This infrared mode seems pretty weak to me since I fondly remember a time when zooming in actually allowed you to target tanks and gadgets to fire an EMP. These EMPs would often destroy gadgets and they would disable the weapon systems on vehicles. With the drone being so hard to notice and hard to hit, it was often a nice way of keeping enemy armor humble. Even though that sadly isn't present anymore, I must admit that even infrared on its own is pretty great, since it makes it practically impossible not to see people you could be spotting, and the drone has unparalleled intel abilities, able to easily go unspotted outdoors and spot hordes of enemies. It's an easy way to earn intel ribbons for extra XP. Monitor a firefight and you will likely give your team an edge while raking in assists when the enemies you spot are downed. You can even exit the control interface and leave the drone as basically a still camera, and it will continue spotting enemies at the center of its view, but that will make it much more vulnerable to being seen and taken out. The only limits are the range and the fact that you're left defenseless and clueless while using it. Well, almost clueless. Casper actually has a pretty strong defense against being caught off guard while piloting the drone. His trait is movement sensor, and if you've noticed these radar pulse looking things at the bottom of the screen, that's part of it. They slowly pulse blue if no enemies are nearby, but pulse red if a hostile is in its sensor radius, with pulses getting more frequent the closer the threat is, not only being useful for letting you know when to hop out of controlling the drone, but also for if you're a camping belly-crawling sniper and somebody is sneaking up on you. Or just, in general, it's good to know when you're in the danger zone. Many people use Casper because he's the military fantasy sniper, and I like him because his gadget is textbook team support on the widest scale possible. Able to provide support over a large area and thus to many allies, while not even endangering yourself nearly as much as with the spotting scopes of yesteryear. Moving on to support specialists, first up is Angel, most concerned with ammunition supply. Angel's gadget is the loadout crate, which has a primary function that is pretty much a better alternative to the ammo pouches. With a max of 3 charges, you can throw it at friendlies to give them ammo for their primary and secondary, or you can hold the select button to give yourself ammo, but it's on a faster recharge of about 10 seconds. It used to be back in the day that throwing this thing at a friendly would also supply an IBA armor plate to them, which was immensely satisfying for a team support role, but also maddeningly annoying because of how many players were running around armored up. As much as I missed being able to provide such a big help for my team, it was simply too strong of a utility for how easy it was to apply in unlimited numbers. However, with this gadget you can also press right click or whatever the equivalent is on console to select a nearby area for a loadout crate drop. It operates kind of like the resupply requisition in Battlefield 5, where you have to wait for it to drop from the sky, and when you interact with it, it completely refills everything in your loadout, including gadgets, but it also lets you switch out any items as available to your class, guns, gadgets, or grenades. After using it, it goes on a significant cooldown before you can use it again, and eventually the crate disappears, but it can always be called down again. This is good for coordinated tank hunts with your squad, as otherwise most incommunicado teammates will be long gone by the time you drop that crate, or won't be thinking about how they could use it, and you have to press interact on the crate in order to resupply. You can't just get by with proximity. You really should keep an eye out though, and when you're Angel, you should drop these things even when you don't need it, as there are no map-based resupplies in this game, and people can get damn thirsty for a refill on their gadgets. As a support class, Angel can revive any friendly, and all support specialist traits affect their revives. For example, Angel's is Trauma Specialist. What that name is supposed to allude to, I'm not really sure, because what the trait does is resupply ammo to whoever you revive as if you had used your gadget on them, but without depleting your charges. Able to pack in the functionality of both ammo pouches and ammo crate, Angel is a real one. And when equipped with a healing gadget like the medical pouches, he becomes a well-rounded giver of all things your team needs to keep fighting. However, it's arguable that another specialist has a better take on this role. Valk's role is quintessentially the perfect medic. With her gadget being the S21 Surette pistol, it is a far superior version of the medical pouches, not only able to do the usual soft lock onto friendlies, but able to fire a healing Surette across long distances because it's, you know, a gun, while also having a capacity of 6 rapidly deployed shots, and 6 more in reserve for a total of 4 times the healing potential of the pouches. These Surettes also start recharging upon any reload, always restoring the reserve ammo to 6, so you don't have to wait for them one at a time. Not only can this be a huge boost in team fights, but it also gives you a lot of leeway in your own fights, with so much healing to pump into yourself, allowing Falk to be ironically extremely self-sufficient in case you feel like betraying your supportive duty and going lone wolf. The pistol also does like 20 damage to enemies, at least up close, but that's negligible.
Well, so I'm gonna stay up off and see if I can clear the point.
And just like pouches, you don't necessarily need to hit anyone for them to do their job. The Surrettes linger to be picked up when walked over. Falk's trait, Combat Surgeon, is also the perfect medic trait, making revives and defibrillator charges much faster. It forces you to charge all the way for a full health revive, but that charge is very short. When equipped with the ammo trait, Falk is likely a better credit to the team than Angel, since while she would be able to provide both, healing and revives are generally more in demand than ammo, and she would lean heavier into providing just that. The last support specialist is a bit of an oddball, a fellow whose item set might fit better in the category of defense than support. It's series character Kimball Irish Graves. Irish's gadget is the fortification system, allowing him to deploy either cover or a projectile shoot-down system to defend against grenades and warheads. Not gonna lie, this has always sounded boring as fuck to me. The barricades seem fine, maybe a little useful from time to time, but they can always be destroyed by certain munitions, and the quote-unquote trophy system is just a hamper on everyone's fun when it's functional, but is often inconsequential because it's meant for infantry defense, a case in which you're far more likely to be dealing with bullets than explosives. Irish's trait is Cash Point, which replenishes gadget ammo on revived friendlies, which is great, another way to resupply those often unobtainium pieces of kit. Except, it's far from being as useful as the other support revives. It requires someone who does need their gadget ammo refilled to die, and then be feasible to be revived, and many times people probably won't even have any gadgets that need refilling. It's just so situational. I'd say they did Irish dirty, but I have no real attachment to this character, even after playing the BF4 campaign. Now we're in the Engineer class, the specialists who get all the best anti-vehicle gear. And the first on our list, Crawford, is perhaps the best of them all. His gadget is the Mounted Vulcan, a deployable and placed minigun with a forward shield. It starts off with a wide spread that narrows as you fire. It can be picked up and will recharge if destroyed, meaning you're not committed to being stationary with it, and you really should take advantage of that. Crawford players are at their most embarrassing when they sit with one gun for too long, televising their position because this thing makes a lot of noise and its tracers are big. They can be attacked from behind, fired upon with explosives, or even shot through the slits in the shield. But if you keep vigilant and moving, that's when the Vulcan is at its best. You pop it out for some extreme firepower when the situation calls for it, then pack up before anyone catches onto your setup. Well, maybe it's not quite right to call it extreme firepower, as it deals quite low damage to infantry per bullet, relying on landing many shots, but most importantly to me, it damages helicopters rather effectively. The reason I like this gadget is because it provides easy to hit, no lock-on required surface-to-air damage more effectively and without all the strings that come attached with AP rounds. Crawford will always have a mild anti-air deterrent for the dedicated players, which pairs greatly with his trait, Deep Pockets, which will allow him to make the most out of gadgets as anti-tank options. Crawford gets 1 extra ammunition of any explosive launcher that he carries, meaning he can have 5 M5 recoilless shots or 4 RPG rockets. This right here is Coom material. It makes me ecstatic. In a game that does its best to hamstring your anti-vehicle options, Crawford is the hero I needed. Liz has her own special anti-tank utility, not quite as versatile as Crawford, but she's special in her own right. The reason I say she's not as versatile is because she's not allowed to equip any explosive launchers to her selectable gadget slot, and this is because they don't want you doubling up, since Liz's specialist gadget is the G84 TGM, giving this game one last explosive launcher, and a TV missile at that. You can only have a max of 2 charges at a time, but it does about the same damage as the M5, doing 27 to the side of an MBT, but since it is steerable it can get to targets that you can't even reach through line of sight. It is a bit hard to control, and only has a maximum range of 450 meters traveled before it detonates in the air, but it is probably the safest launcher for the user, and has a more user-determined hit probability. You can trigger a sort of afterburner effect to increase the rocket's speed, but make it less controllable, but it can be useful to make sure you get your target before it escapes. The other great thing about it is that, since this is a specialist gadget, ammo regenerates. Slowly, but it regenerates nonetheless. Liz's trait, Armor Hunter, helps with the aspect of finding targets that aren't in your line of sight. When you have the TGM equipped, you see outlines of enemy vehicles through walls if those vehicles have been hacked or have taken damage from your team, so you know where vulnerable targets are more reliably. She's a good choice, but without having any more than 2 rockets at a time, she doesn't have the sort of burst capability I value so much with Crawford and his absurd amount of launcher ammo. Boris is the most boring engineer specialist, because his gadget is the SG-365 sentry gun. He throws it down and it independently targets enemies and vehicles, and his passive, Sentry Operator, buffs the sentry when you're near it. However, aside from this being very passive, the damage is also incredibly pitiful, and sentries are very easy to deal with in my experience. Apparently the sentries prioritize targeting vehicles most of the time, so doing damage to vehicles may seem like a good thing, but that just sounds like it's asking for trouble. Vehicle and infantry alike would have plenty of opportunities to notice and wreck this thing after it starts shooting at them. Even in conjunction with real players helping out in the firefight, it just seems so inconsequential. I've never really wanted to use this guy in a match, but I know there are plenty of people who do. They must see something in this dude, even if their sentries end up giving the player away more often than they get a kill on me. Moving on to the last category, our 4 assault class specialists, first is Zane, with the XM370A, a 5-round airburst grenade launcher that can be adjusted for range to determine when the projectiles detonate. They are automatically calibrated for the distance of the surface that you're aiming at when you enter ADS, but the range can be manually set at any time. The idea is to have an explosive detonate just past cover, or in the air rather than rolling around on the ground. Auto-loading and with a 5-round capacity, you can pump out a lot of grenades at once, but they don't really do a ton of damage and have a small explosion radius. This is reasonable as it's a spam-fire direct explosive weapon, but to me most of the utility you get out of this is no better than you would get out of a gun. It's used for infantry confrontations, but its damage isn't super reliable, and it leaves you vulnerable to close-range attacks while running out of ammo quickly. At least that's how it seems to me, but people in this game and Battlefield in general have a problem where they don't move when they should. You have to land multiple detonations to kill people, but that won't stop you from succeeding. Zane's trait is called Perseverance, but really that's a pretty sanitized way of describing what's going on here. A better trait name would probably be Sadism. It starts immediate regeneration of your health after you get a kill, rather than having to wait a while in safety. This can allow you to chain together kills with aggression, and honestly seems pretty powerful, especially for helping you survive uneven fights. When you trigger the effect, it saturates and sharpens the image of your screen. I'm sure the intent was to give a clear though unobstructive indication that you've activated your healing factor, but between the visuals and the sound, I can't help but think of stuff like the stim from Fallout. Is Zane literally being juiced for getting a kill? It's either that or I have to resort to a different grisly explanation that I often come to for health on kill effects in video games. The guy's just a freak who gets a kick out of it. McKay's gadget is the grapple hook, usually a very fun staple in video games, but it's not doing anything too crazy here. It has a pretty short feeling range of 20 meters, and isn't usually useful for physics utilization or pulling off tricks. It just straightforwardly brings you to where you shoot it. Mostly good for getting on top of stuff. However, it doesn't mind if you shoot a moving target. The interaction with vehicles is probably the most interesting. It is capable of damaging enemies, but it does only 50 damage and it's on a cooldown after each use, so probably not worth it unless you're a funny fellow who can pull it off. McKay's trait is Nimble, which allows him to move faster than other specialists in ADS, which is a perk admired by certain players, perhaps a bit sweaty, but it's not something I care too much for. It allows you to be more aggressive since you can maintain readiness by moving around cover while aiming more easily, and it makes you less vulnerable to people taking advantage of the fact that you move much slower when you're in ADS. For one thing, get good, and for another, I like things being consistent. It does also make you move faster on zipline, which is nice for not being such a sitting duck. All in all, he's not too exciting for me, since there's a better movement specialist we'll be talking about soon. Big Man Dozer's gadget is the SOB-8 Ballistic Shield. Perhaps the logic in the naming is that you are indeed a son of a bitch if you use this thing. Okay, while it is a bit scummy, it's not at all terrible like it would be in more of a CQC-focused game. It is frustrating when you personally run up against an opponent who can just put a nearly impenetrable barrier between you and himself, but the use cases are pretty strictly closer ranged, and equipping the shield slows your turning control. It's actually quite interesting when the shield is factored into team play and not just personal use, as it can be used as a vanguard for armed friendlies when you're entering a room, or draw attention toward you and away from your teammates like you're literally a tank class in an RPG. It's similar to such shields in other games, where it really can't be shot through, and it leaves the legs exposed while standing upright, but covers you completely from one angle when crouched. It also is the only melee weapon in this game to one-hit kill without an execution animation, making it quite capable for rushing down targets. Dozer's trait is Blast Resistance, which reduces the damage he takes from all explosives. His resistance to explosive damage is pretty nuts, able to survive a direct hit from the SPH explosive launcher without assistance. Your skill with explosives cannot bypass this. He will resist the one-hit kill. And most bonkers of all is that this puts a severe damper on one of the only ways to attack around Dozer's ballistic shield. While the shield can reflect bullets and you won't die outright from blocking even a tank shell, it doesn't provide full frontal protection against explosives. An RPG launched directly at its face will still deal damage to Dozer, but only about 50-something. Like I said, nuts. In my opinion though, if one of those cocky jerks holds their shield up long enough for you to be able to land one, you should go for it anyway. Teach them that they're not invulnerable. Also, shout out to C5 for being one of the only effective ways to deal with this guy while also being funny as shit. Finally, it's time to talk about Sundance. Sundance's gadget is alright, I guess. The scatter grenade is like a frag grenade except it breaks into 4 separate smaller charges, and overall it's not very interesting, but is really chaotic in small spaces. I remember a time you could also toggle it to smart grenade and it would automatically lock onto and fly toward nearby enemy vehicles, which is a functionality I miss so dearly. However, that's not the thing that makes Sundance the best. That would be her passive trait, Wingsuit. The wingsuit substitutes the surprisingly maneuverable parachute with an infinitely more maneuverable flying squirrel cosplay. The wingsuit can be opened much earlier than the parachute, allowing you to glide off sloped surfaces provided they are steep enough. You can steer, move at incredible speed, gain momentum, utilize physics by jumping out of a moving helicopter for the ability to fly damn near across the map, and even fly between 2 equal heights if they're close enough, allowing for a fast and reliable way to move from shipping container to shipping container or rooftop to rooftop. But the wingsuit is by far the best when you stand atop a tall structure and just take the plunge. You can survey the landscape, looking for the perfect insertion point, then make it several hundred meters away with great speed and in much lower profile than if you were using a parachute. Sometimes you're seen, but often you're not. This is the greatest tool for flanks and getting right up behind enemies. It allows you unexpected ingress to certain objectives. This is one of the reasons that Kaleidoscope is one of my favorite maps. Each team gets a spawn point on top of skyscrapers on opposite sides of the map, and while some people are preoccupied with sniping from one to the other or airdropping vehicles here, in which case I question those people's understanding of this game, this is enough height to make it to pretty much anywhere ground level across the whole area, or on top of the building in the middle, which is a nice closer to ground vantage point of its own. It's like being able to spawn anywhere you want. 2042's verticality is amazing, especially if you like to take advantage of the fact that not enough gamers look up. The problem is, this verticality isn't always present, and there are some maps you may never even get the chance to use your wingsuit, such as Hourglass, Spearhead, or most of Renewal. Exposure is probably the next best map, with Breakaway, Orbital, and Manifest coming in behind that. Sundance is unambiguously my favorite specialist, and any of these maps are a treat for me. I know, you can hand me my most annoying person in the server award. I'll wear it with pride. The sheer positioning possibilities help Sundance get use out of even the worst weapons. The wingsuit is much more fun than any vehicle to me. It helps perpetuate my favorite playstyles, and I understand that it might seem cheap or frustrating when you get killed by someone who literally fell from the sky and wasn't there a second ago, but unlike helicopters or tanks, everyone has access to the same specialists at any time. It's technically equal rather than lopsided. I can't help the fact that if you have a mind for it, this specialist can be used in magical ways. But it could have been even better, and once upon a time it was. To speak more on that subject, I've brought in our resident Battlefield 2042 hater Asiago Mateo. Mateo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor, and fuck you, EA. 2042 used to be fun, and Battlefield 5 never got finished. So, you see, kiddos, I'm going to take a walk down memory lane here. I'm going to show you what the good old days were like, and what you're missing out on. Long ago, 3 years past, Battlefield 2042 was just recently released in a closed beta state. One thing became clear when I started my time there. There were goofy bugs, an excess of bots, a menu theme that sounded like a bandsaw that was about to come loose and cause a workplace injury. Extremely open maps, and next to no elevator authority on the jets. Did I mention the cringy-ass voice lines?
That was something, right? Hey, I've already had 5 cups of coffee.
Enjoy these moments when they come.
That's it? I'm ready for round 2.
Ooh, sorry. I mean, I am as shocked as you.
And a surprising removal of the requisition and fortification resupply system from Battlefield 5. Yeah, well, none of this made me want to play the game. Why am I turning into the Joker? However, despite being a dumpster fire, I found the formula for steady dopamine supplies. Enter the extremely controversial specialist system, all of which having abilities unique to their character. There are a bunch, like Angel, who is the only effective way besides redeploying to get heavy ammo for a launcher. I can't believe we traded this for this.
Yeah, Angel does it again.
Angel, shut up. I will let Webster McKay passively aggressively bully you. Don't have time for this. If you do not shut the fuck up. Anyways, there are lots of specialists, but I only care about 2 of them, and how their claws have been removed. Basically been neutered. We got Sundance and we got McKay. Sundance being a wingsuit lady who could wingsuit sweaty streamers.
Taking fire!
What the?
Helicopters. And melt tanks between her gadgets and M5 recoilless, usually not even having to touch the ground to do it. Dunking on the non-believers was what gave me a crazy sense of interest, and with Webster, I could bully every other individual with his Canadian passive-aggressive tone. And also the grappling hook, which will attach to everything in range, even moving objects. Now, even if you didn't use these 2 characters, all specialists have access to infinite parachute deploys and ziplines for vertical travel, giving you a height advantage for air movement and repositioning. With the maps being as big as they are, this playstyle is effectively meta if you want to succeed. However, half a year after release, the player base started declining, and the users who still were there started complaining. The upper management became desperate, so they listened to the complaints. And the main theme that stood out from the others was the Battlefield Boomers, a section of the fanbase that tend to worship Battlefield 4 more than any other game in the franchise. A group of people who genuinely think the last real Battlefield released in 2013. And you know, they probably have like a bipod knife and a Xbox 360 copy of Battlefield 4 framed on the wall, as well as playing Battlefield Friends on repeat non-stop in the living room. Now, their solution to the problem of 2042's flow was simply fuck up all the classes so that they're more like Battlefield 4. Big surprise. Also, get rid of the cringy voice lines. You know what, actually, I agree with that. Shut the fuck up, Angel.
Don't be sad. This is just how it works out sometimes.
Anyways, EA changed the class system entirely and deleted some abilities that the specialists had. Most importantly, they made the M5 recoilless launcher to be exclusive to the support class. In short, wingsuit girl and zipline guy have nothing better than C4 for firepower. And sure, I can use the M5 and have an extra ammo piece as Andrew Tate here, but the wingsuit thing took skill. And don't tell me they removed it because it was too OP, because there is a woman with a remote controlled missile that can one-shot aircraft and people. In the big scheme of things, I'm just a hater. The game isn't that bad, but it isn't that good either. Being able to swap gun attachments on the fly is cool, and the portal maps are fun as well, but they fit merely as a novelty. The only thing my heart desires is for the Eastern Front and Normandy invasions to be added to Battlefield 5. They did me dirty there, and I want my game to get finished. That is all. Back to you, Professor.
Thank you for joining us, Mateo. And I'd make a comment about you using up our censorship budget, but I certainly haven't been holding back this video either. So, overall, with the totality of gadgets and specialists in Battlefield 2042, this game provides a lot of moments and experiences quite unlike anything else I've personally encountered in Battlefield before. But to me, it never seems like it gets in the way of the overall Battlefield feeling. As for my typical class setups, for Assault I'm always Sundance with C5 explosives so I have the chance to damage some tanks, and I only take the SPH explosive launcher when I want to meme. Then primarily use smoke grenades for if I get caught flanking, but sometimes switch to throwing knives, also for memes. On Engineer I'm usually Crawford, taking my favorite launcher, the RPG-7, but I occasionally swap it for the M5, Javelin, or Predator. Otherwise, if I'm playing Liz, I use C5 or the EOD bot. Either way, I always have the AT grenade. Support, I'm pretty reliably Falk with the ammo crate and smoke grenades and just get massive team support. And on Recon I split my time evenly between Casper and Rao with the EMP grenade for tanks and SOFLAN, but I've been dipping my toes into using the tugs. As for primary and secondary weapon, I never have a set-in-stone loadout based on class. Speaking of which... Finally, the good stuff. Let's talk about guns. The gunplay feels snappier but less smooth than previous titles. Time to kill feels a bit faster and everything seems to have a longer range than their BFV counterparts. In Battlefield 1 and 5, the baseline for automatic weapons was that it would take 4 shots to kill at max damage, but would quickly fall off, and many guns had near identical damage models. In 2042, the baseline seems to be 5 shots to kill, but damage curves tend to be a lot more varied, and the fire rates are generally much faster on average. In addition to this, recoil feels the most controllable I've ever experienced across the board for Battlefield games, and muzzle velocity on everything is higher. This was probably done to promote usability of guns across the long ranges in 2042, and it generally makes shots easier to hit in close range too, leading to a fast practical TTK despite the lower max damage. I love this gunplay, how good I am at it. I don't know if it's easy or if I just click with it, but something about it makes it feel leagues more relaxed than BF1. Some of the reloads in this game are certainly better than others. I don't want to comment too much on graphics because I don't really care. It's far more important that the game is fun. But this game can at times feel ugly compared to the gritty immersiveness of BF1 or the living color of BFV. Reloading while aiming down sights? I like it. Seems kind of Call of Duty of them though. Look, I'm sorry, I actually wrote a lot of these jokes a long time ago, and now some of these features are popping up everywhere. At least grant me that COD was one of the first to bring it to mass appeal. Now, one of the selling points of this game is the on-the-fly attachment change system. Something that I think a certain percentage of players aren't even using to its full potential. Like what they say about Omni Movement, I think the Weapon Plus customization system is something that the series should never go back from. But even before considering that, I, used to the comparatively paltry customization that is presets in BF1 and optics only plus specializations in BF5, am completely spoiled by the very reality that there are 4 axes of modification. Hold on, I need how many kills to get this attachment? Somebody get the Trade Federation on the phone because I'm gonna need a lot of bots. At least you unlock a basic reflex sight after only 5 kills, since it's practically a straight upgrade from irons. I don't know about you, but I think there is a lot of fun and variety. And making me wait and grind against real players in order to add variety to my weapons seems like a waste of time, especially because grinding is restrictive and could burn me out on the weapon before I even get to the desired reward. I don't have enough time on my hands to do it the old-fashioned way. My tip for grinding attachments is to play Conquest solo co-op on Redacted, as kills against bots count towards attachments, and also progress challenges to unlock new weapons as well. I use Falk with the ammo crate to make sure I never run out of bullets and can heal on demand. On that setup, it's a lot easier to get a lot of bots in one place for the slaughter. I often can manage over 200 easy on Conquest Redacted. And I want to preface, while you will see lots of footage of me killing bots, that's because bots populate servers that aren't full with real people. And while there are some matches that are practically all real players, sometimes the opposite is true if you're in a 128 player match, and you only get 32 to start the match with. In those cases, it's really fun to pick out the chaff from the wheat, so to speak. Because with experience, it's really easy to tell bots from players at a distance just based on behavior, and hunting for players among the enemies is fun. But the bots themselves, well, you'll see me getting a lot of kills on them because it's just easy. Finally, all of those people who say, "You play against bots, bro," are vindicated. But I just want you to know, these are real matches and it's not my choice that they're full of bots. Anyway, once we skip to the good part after the grinding, what kind of attachments do we have? Lots of sight options. I am so being spoiled with how many options there are. You can get high magnifications on pretty much everything. I like it. This is great even if there are some repetitive ones. 8 times? 10 times? 12 times? Oh, Lord have mercy, because I sure won't. Let's see. Weapon lights? No. Lasers? Good for some situations, but I prefer ADS most of the time. Ah, bipods. Bipods, very nice. Long barrel! Higher muzzle velocity on lower fire rate? So, just a straight upgrade on 2 fronts? Multi-purpose ammo selection, different types affecting damage, recoil, and ranged performance, higher and lower capacities. Now this is really something. One of my favorite things about the weapons in this game is how the barrel length and ammo type attachments can be used to completely change a weapon on the fly. I'm partial to high power and long barrel for good strength with controllable fire rates and a long range that they can be useful in. All of that is so excellent on its own, but throw into the mix that you can take 3 of each option into battle and swap them out at will, with the only delay being an empty reload when you switch ammo types. Depending on how vast the weapon's options are, you can completely change the role of your gun in a matter of seconds. The adaptability is pretty useful for making sure you're never stuck with one niche. Your weapon choices are inherently less risky when you aren't locked into your gun always functioning the same every time. And this is especially true with the guns that have the widest range and most consequential attachments. Some have more options than others, but hosting this system of weapon attachments and quick switching alone is amazing. It means almost any weapon can be tuned to your playstyle, without veering into the oftentimes uncomfortable territory of gunsmith visuals. So, that being said, let's look at these weapons. All of them. I'm not making tier lists for this game, but obviously I can't help myself. So I'll give a little time to each gun. Well, actually a lot more than a little time. Because not to even mention attachment talk, almost every gun has a different damage model that needs to be fleshed out. Often multiple damage models with the different ammo types. So yeah, I'm gonna spend a lot of time on the guns. It's the one region that I understand and care about most in this series, and any opinions I provide will be from the perspective of a Conquest player. This also serves a purpose for the quote-unquote review, since this is how I will be describing the ways in which I think the gunplay of this game feels so dang good. I'll explain some stats, their place in the gunplay ecosystem, if I like them, and talk about some attachment setups, and surprisingly enough, I will be sprinkling in my opinions, even if I provide enough information for this to serve as a guide. Some things to get out of the way beforehand. I know the real names for a lot of these weapons, and while in some cases it will pain me to use their in-game pseudonym, I'm gonna try to do it anyway so that people who aren't as gun knowledgeable don't get confused. And I won't be railing on some gun design or realism errors too much, since that's content for a whole other video I have planned where I'll talk about all of these weapons in a different context. Also, I won't be talking about Battlefield Portal, but all Vault weapons are gonna get their spotlight. And one last thing before I get started, I want to give a huge shout out to my #1 outside info source, Sorrow's Weapon Scribbles, a Google sheet that basically acts as the stat repository for many of the gun's most important statistics. I'll have the latest version as of posting linked in the description. G57. At its concept, the Glock is this game's equivalent of the guns that I call pocket pistols from the last two Battlefield games, the fast-firing, low-damage, close-range option. However, in a modern setting, it's not enough to just have it fire at 450 RPM and kill in 4 shots out to about 10 meters. Instead, this is a machine pistol that can fire in 3-round bursts, but has a maximum damage of 24. Any sidearm that takes more than 4 shots to kill at max damage is pretty foreign to me based on the BF games I usually play. In fact, that kind of damage model is usually reserved for the fastest firing fully automatic weapons, but here they make it the default. Of course, the burst allows for a higher volume of fire than any other sidearm I'm used to, plus a magazine unequivocally larger. With the default 17+1 rounds, there is an option for semi-automatic fire at 450 rounds per minute, which may not be as bad as it sounds because the range damage isn't so bad on this thing. Damage models in 2042 have flat, distinctive steps, rather than a curve, having hard boundaries for doing specific amounts of damage. For the G57 there are only 3 steps. It does 24 damage per shot until 30 meters, then 22 damage until 40 meters, so a 5-shot kill either way. Then it does 18 damage beyond that, 6 shots to kill. Even though the damage is low, a differential of only 1 shot is pretty good, and either way the gun can kill in as few as 2 bursts, but good luck hitting burst fire at longer range, because the side-to-side recoil is pretty nuts. It is as a sidearm should be, having mild advantages for close range only. Just that concept updated for the game's setting. One might have to wonder though, if it kills in 5 shots either way, why have the distinction between 24 and 22 damage? And to answer that question, we'll have to delve into attachments. Yay! Customization for sidearms! There are 4 axes of customization in 2042. Top rail, barrel, underbarrel, and magazine. Most of the sidearms in the game have a suppressor attachment available, and on their own I'm not really a fan of suppressors in 2042. Their biggest advantages, independent of any other factors, is that they hide your signature from showing up on the minimap of enemy players as a dot when you're firing, so long as those enemies are at least 30 meters away, while also reducing your muzzle flash and obviously quieting your shot, making you harder to detect through good old analog means like using your eyes and ears. However, these advantages come at a pretty hefty price depending on what you prioritize in your guns. For me, I believe that 3 aspects that should constantly be in a triangle of balance are damage, fire rate, and how easy it is to hit the shot. What this sidearm suppressor, called the GAR-45, trades for the aforementioned benefits is that it has a 10% damage reduction, the biggest reduction any suppressor is allowed to have. In a game where the damage scales are often calibrated to have max damage that is just barely enough to get the job done in X amount of shots, and with the understanding that the smaller your damage gets, the more impact only a few points of damage can have, a 10% reduction is a hard pill to swallow when most of your guns have a max damage of less than 25. I simply do not like sacrificing damage for a very subjectively useful and situational upside that has little to do with the performance of the gun itself. Thankfully for the G57 though, it's a lightly impacted example. It can still just barely kill in as few as 5 shots for the first 29 meters, but loses its ability to do so from 30 to 39 meters, due to this aforementioned step in the damage model, perhaps helping to explain its existence. So it falls into a 6-shot kill for that range, but then thereafter is a 7-shot kill, also making the differential larger. However, since its bullets to kill remains unaffected in the relatively short range that you would most commonly use the G57 in, this pretty significant range nerf is usually a non-factor, at least with your most common ammo. While the G57 has a great showing for magazine extensions, able to get 27-round long magazines, and 35-round drums in its default close combat ammunition, and those are great for a weapon of this nature, it also has the ability to equip a standard length magazine of subsonic ammunition. The main point of subsonic ammunition is to be a bit weaker than standard ammo in exchange for increasing the effectiveness of suppressors and showing no bullet tracer, although that second one does mean you sometimes have to work harder to tell where your bullet is going. To use the relevant example for how subsonics increase the effectiveness of suppressors is that when used with the light suppressor as seen on this gun, the range in which people actually see your firing signature on the minimap is cut down from 30 to 15 meters. Often that means that in order to get maximum stealth bonuses, you need to tackle a damage reduction on 2 fronts, both from the ammunition and suppressor. However, seemingly because of differences in ammo types, oddness of damage steps, and patches throughout the years, subsonic ammunition can sometimes feel like more of a rework of the damage rather than a weakening, and a prime example is right here with the Glock. The ammo type does not affect reload time. Both ammo types have the same muzzle velocity of 355 meters per second, despite the fact that literally based on the name this one is supposed to be slower, and the fire rate doesn't change. While the range for doing 24 damage is reduced to only 19 meters, the range for doing 22 damage is extended to run from 20 to 74 meters. Its 5-shot kill range is almost twice as long when you just use subsonic without the suppressor. It's the best damage model, though you're stuck with the default capacity and lowest reserve ammo. However, with the suppressor equipped, it becomes the weakest damage model with a 5-shot kill range a third shorter than the close combat ammo. This seems a little backward, and it's good to have sources tell you these things because that's a pretty big power increase without the suppressor. And I never could have known through this game's lackluster stats, but hey, at least the devs did something really cool by having subsonic ammo sound different than other magazine types, both when suppressed and not suppressed. Fun fact about all of these magazines though, the empty reload is actually faster than the partial reload, and while we're on the topic of reload times in magazines, extended magazines are almost always a favorable trade. For example here, the drum has more than twice as much ammo as the default mag, but a reload only about 18% longer. God, this section is going on a long time. There are just so many angles to cover when it comes to the guns in this game, especially explaining mechanics for the first time, and this is the first gun, so... We didn't even finish talking about barrel attachments. We just started and had to go on a tangent about a whole different customization set. Truth be told, the others aren't quite as complicated. These are the 4 compensators and muzzle brakes found in the game. They're found on pretty much all guns and give pretty standard stat trade-offs. The tactical compensator increases all accuracy and even reduces hipfire radius and the spread increase, all by 8%, while increasing all recoil, the general recoil multiplier and the first shot recoil multiplier also by 8%. The Warhawk compensator does the complete inverse, increasing recoil control stats while decreasing accuracy stats by 8% each. Generally, I don't find accuracy to be too much of an issue, and usually don't want to go out of my way to increase recoil. If I'm going for an accuracy build on most guns, there's another barrel attachment I prefer, so I almost never touch the tactical comp. The Warhawk comp, on the other hand, is one that I keep on almost everything, usually on the starting kit for pistols and other close-range guns, and as an option for all other guns when I'm going for close-range fighting. As an added little bonus, the Warhawk compensator has one of the bonuses usually only found on suppressors, where it dampens the muzzle flash. The muzzle brakes are even simpler. The RCOM tactical muzzle brake increases vertical recoil by 10% and reduces horizontal recoil by 10%, making point of aim rise faster but more predictably. And the Champion muzzle brake doing the opposite, increasing horizontal recoil by 10% and decreasing vertical recoil by 10%, making your side-to-side muzzle movement more erratic, though causing less rise. From a pure numbers perspective, vertical recoil is almost always a much higher value than horizontal recoil. 10% is a more noticeable difference to that higher number, and I know it's all relative, but to me the fact that both values exchange exactly 10% means that the champion muzzle brake is much more sensible, and it often finds its way onto my weapons, even as the default, as it's a personally favorable trait over the factory barrel option, so it just replaces that role. Of course, you may notice that at least the Warhawk compensator is quite obstructive to use with iron sights, so thank God there are at least a few options for optics. The Fusion Hollow and the DD Hollow are extremely similar, with the only differences being that the DD Hollow fucking sucks. It's lower profile, meaning it has less clearance over the compensator, making for poorer visibility. But more importantly, its reticle is a big stupid triangle. It's much larger than the dot for the Fusion Hollow, and it creates the assumption in my mind that I should be aiming with the tip of the triangle as my brain has been trained to do, with sharp angles in the middle of my sight picture like a chevron or a post. At least there's a very good alternative close at hand. Sights like these make up the backbone of close-range sidearm use, because sidearms have a tendency to be very obstructive with iron sights, and this is quite seriously just a better version. Clearer, more precise, with less movement. Lastly, let's talk about the underbarrel attachments. There's not a lot of them, and typically this is all you will see on a sidearm. Both of these attachments can be toggled on and off at will. The first is a flashlight, which has no direct stat effects at all. It literally just lights things up for you, and allegedly blinds your enemies, except it doesn't really matter that much. And this thing is one of the biggest ways to televise where you are. It's quite useless in my opinion, and I've never had a reason to use it. If it ever shows up on the plus menu for my gun, that means there are less than 4 options for the underbarrel of that gun. On the other hand, the LS1 laser sight reduces hipfire spread by a whole 22%, whilst creating a much less noticeable indicator of your presence. This is an obvious always-on pick for sidearms, as well as a primary option on most submachine guns, and a good backup for most other automatic weapons. There are pretty limited setups with the G57, especially because the Fusion Hollow and the laser sight are the only real picks for their slots, and you can probably infer what my other choices are based on how much I mansplained in this section. Warhawk and drum mag for the best close-range efficacy, with the extended mag for backup since it also provides the highest total ammo pool, and the subsonics with the champion if for whatever reason I want to push my range. On the face of it, the Glock just seems like an aggressive short ranger, but with a minimum damage no lower than many guns that you would assume to pack more of a punch, it can be a bit versatile in semi-auto. MP28. Not content with even having the slightest appearance of normalcy, BF2042 throws this at you as your second ever sidearm. Clearly we're pushing some boundaries for what counts as a secondary. Given its carbine nature and pretty low starting capacity of 10+1, it starts to become clear that this is a precision sidearm. Sounds odd, but it definitely won't be the last. With a higher muzzle velocity of 420 meters per second, it does a max damage of 28 until 30 meters, and almost all sidearms in this game have a 2 times damage multiplier on headshots, so that means it can kill in as few as 2. I expected something similar to the 4-shot sidearms of the last game to pop up somewhere, but I certainly wasn't expecting it to look like this. And because it's the future and everything is souped up in this game, not only does it fire at up to 505 rounds per minute, higher than the semi-auto fire rate of the G57, but after the initial 30 meter max damage range it does 24 damage to 75 meters, then 22 damage to 150 meters, then 18 after that. So killing in 4 shots to 30 meters, then 5 to 150 meters. Basically further than anyone would ever think to use this thing. With the same barrel attachments as the Glock, save for the fact that the statistically same suppressor is visually different and called the Spooky Suppressor, or Spook Y Suppressor? And why would you make me say that? Which means that from 75 meters and beyond, the bullets to kill is increased by 1. As usual, the Champion and Warhawk are good choices, but I also have the Tactical Compensator as a less used option to emphasize the precision nature. As for magazines, the options are incredibly similar to the G57, with an extended stick mag bringing the capacity up to 15, and a drum of 25 rounds. Pretty needed honestly, because a 10-round magazine is peanuts in this game. I keep all of these lined up from highest to lowest capacity on my plus menu. Even though there is a subsonic magazine, it is an inarguable damage downgrade, decreasing the range of the 5-shot damage zones, but still the same 4-shot to kill to 30 meters. It also has a lower velocity, 355 meters per second like the G57 in case you care. It's about as useless as the suppressor, and I must again specify that the empty reload is faster than the tactical reload on all of these. In fact, that's a pattern on almost all sidearms. Weird. But this gun has its own pretty forgettable reload gimmick, where the first reload will use a spare mag housed in the foregrip if applicable. No extra magazine is kept if you're using the drum. One of the most notable features is the greater range of optics provided, including some magnified ones, which your average BF1 BFV player would be quite unfamiliar with. For starters, the default sight is not irons, but rather a small reflex, and the PP1 Hollow has a ring around the red dot. Obstructive if you ask me, but it might be helpful for some other people. There's also the XDR Hollow, which I will just call the red dot sight. It has a big border but wide lens, and rather than using it here, I think the Fusion is just fine for low magnification. It usually is a great safe pick even among these other options that aren't as bad as the DD. There's also the TV 2x, which, remarkably, has a 2x magnification as opposed to the other's 1 1/4. It's like a mini ACOG and is my default optic. And the Shan 2.5x, the highest magnification, though with a rounded sight point sub-ideal for precision. At least it's small. I keep it in backup for longer ranges. With these clear and magnified sight options, sidearms in this game can be so much more than they were in the previous games. Just keep in mind that the MP28 very noticeably pulls to the right with repeat firing, but it does have less recoil in semi-auto than even the G57, so there's that. This gun, while a tad weak and high recoiling compared to primaries, is versatile, a sidearm with range, but fast for close quarters. I mean, the damage model isn't all that far off from the M1A1 carbine. I know all of these comparisons might be annoying, but when you get some perspective on just how much everything is punched up because of the faster gunplay and huge maps, it seems pretty insightful, and I pretty much never feel that the balance is broken despite it. M44. Nice. Good to know that even in the future we get big bore, big barrel, big dong, big irons. Not only does this gun adhere to the revolver tradition of killing in 2 body shots, meaning it can kill in 1 headshot in this game, but its range for that damage is huge. It deals 60 damage to 99 meters, then does 35 damage from 100 meters on. And it has a muzzle velocity of 480 meters per second, the highest yet. The thing is though, it's really slow. The somewhat bizarre choice was made to have this gun be either only used in single action for some reason, or physically incapable of operating in double action, despite the fact that it's clearly based on a double action design, leading to a mere 61 RPM. Is the combination of a swing-out cylinder and single action only something that's even seen in revolver design, especially in the 21st century? Let me know in the comments if you're aware of any examples. It also has a super wide hipfire, pretty ridiculous for a secondary. And sadly, this is one of the 2 non-vault sidearms that cannot mount under barrel attachments, so no laser sight. However, what it can do is equip a 4x scope. This is pretty intense for a sidearm, it even shows scope glare when you aim at people with it. With a high damage, low speed, and wide hipfire, this thing really is just a pocket sniper rifle. It is that exact weapon role but reduced to being a sidearm. I keep the 4x scope as a primary optic, since if I'm going to use this thing it's not going to be at close range. It's not aggressive enough for that. Plus it looks kinda funny. They couldn't have picked a slightly subtler scope to use on the sidearm. Aside from the optics, this gun is barely customizable, with the only other option being that it can change its ammo out for armor-piercing rounds. That sounds pretty intense, but it's actually kinda underwhelming. Armor-piercing ammo generally does great ruin to a balanced damage model in exchange for, presumably ignoring body armor, but more relevantly, the ability to damage vehicles. I know an anti-armor 44 Magnum sounds ridiculous, but just bear with me. This is the only sidearm with AP rounds. Of note is that alternative ammo types often change the model for cartridges, as is easily seen here. I measured the damage on these by shooting into the back of a main battle tank from point-blank range, checking my results against Specialist Toombly's AP damage document, and that'll be the standard anytime AP rounds are mentioned. It does vary based on distance and where you hit. So for the M44, that's 2.25 damage per hit. In exchange for this, its 2-shot 60 damage zone is only 19 meters, and you only get 12 total AP rounds, as opposed to the admittedly also small 24 high-power rounds. This honestly feels pretty worthless most of the time. AP rounds in general making this kind of trade-off, I mean. You're never able to do more than a bit of chip damage, and you mostly only use it if you're really dedicated to the cause or a tank is very low. And every time you change ammo type or magazine size you have to reload. If you're trying to score a desperately wounded tank, a lot of the time it will be taken from you before you can even switch ammo, or taken by something that actually does enough damage to push it over the kill threshold faster. However, maybe on some faster reloading guns with more ammo it's less of a pain to go out of your way to do it. And in this case, it's the only other ammo type, so I thought I might as well have it on deck. The last detail about this gun is something I discussed in my dynamic reloads video, but the M44 uses a realistic method for retaining the amount of unspent ammo when you perform a tactical reload, sliding the heavy unfired rounds out of the cylinder before using the ejector to remove the light and blown out cases. This makes the reload very long, 4 seconds for up to 5 rounds replenished. So it's safe to say this gun has quite a bit going against it, and pretty much just that damage model and range going for it. It's kind of a meme gun because of the way a later secondary handily outclasses it for most practical roles, but no other sidearm comes close to its one-hit headshot capabilities. PF51. At this point it may be time to accept that this game isn't going to give us normal sidearms. I'll stop acting surprised or else I'm going to get annoying really fast. The PF51 is fully automatic with 50-round magazines. It fires at 900 RPM and you are not allowed to switch it to semi-automatic. However, it has probably the lowest damage model of the game, with a maximum damage of 15. You know that's the minimum for most assault rifles and machine guns in Battlefield 5? It's incredible, this gun takes at least 7 shots to kill, and falls off pretty quickly after that. And what's more? It makes sense. I mean, why not play around with these concepts? Make a sidearm that's basically an SMG with a drum magazine but give it bee-sting damage and bad handling. To get straight to the point, there's two 50-round magazine options, one standard and one subsonic. They both have the same muzzle velocity of 420 meters per second and the same fire rate. The standard kills in 7 shots to 10 meters and 8 shots to 75 meters, but subsonics kill in 7 shots to 20 meters and 8 shots to 50 meters, meaning its max damage zone is twice as long, but its 8-shot zone falls off sooner. Thanks to this, I'm not going to let you believe that standard should be your standard. Subsonics often have lower reserve ammo than their default ammo counterparts, but thankfully that's not the case here. Subsonic ammunition is without contest equal to or better than the standard ammo in the first 50 meters. And honestly, if you're using this thing beyond 50 meters, there's probably something wrong with you. As a last little advantage, the PF51 has a 2x headshot multiplier, like most sidearms, whereas on all SMGs this value is 1.55 times. So headshots are more valuable if you can land them. Now, even with that amazing damage model, there are a few obstacles to work around with this thing. Its reload times are longer than any SMG, and some of the longest of any sidearm, while being one of only 2 sidearms whose empty reload is actually longer than the tactical reload. It has high recoil for its damage, as all sidearms inevitably must, and it has wide hipfire for a weapon like this. That's ultimately a good thing, so this gun doesn't end up just being a sidearm Type 2A. But this is a gun which I'm most happy to have the laser sight on. For other attachments, the PF51 has the same standard sidearm barrel options as the G57 and MP28, with the recoil alterations being perhaps most consequential. I go for the same choices as usual. The suppressor increases shots to kill by 1 for any range in case for some reason you wanted to use it. For sights, it's got the fusion and the red dot, pretty good choices, but there's also the K8 Hollow. A funky sight in many ways, it has a surprisingly busy reticle for being a base magnification sight, while having this obstructive bit in the window, but most noticeably it's extremely low profile. In this case it's even overlapping with the sight, causing it to be a pretty crowded picture, and also making for way too much movement on recoil, not recommended for this weapon. There's also another new sight, the 8R Hollow. It's got the ring around the reticle like the PP1, but it's slightly magnified, with a 1.5 times zoom. It's nice to keep the option on hand, but really this thing isn't made for range. The best choice seems to be the most open and clear sight, so you can best tell where and how exactly you're spraying. Overall, its TTK is not quite the fastest of this class, but the ones that are faster require much more careful aim. This is probably the most aggressive sidearm with the most consistent damage output, just gatekept to close range. NVK P125. The second 4-shot to kill sidearm in this game, the P125 is meant to be more powerful than the MP28, but doesn't end up feeling quite as versatile due to its limited attachments. While it has the same 4-shot kill range of 29 meters with 28 damage, it only has a single lesser damage zone, dealing 22 damage for any other range. While this only makes it better than the MP28 damage-wise past 150 meters, it just feels so nice to have a gun with such a low damage differential. Plus, the P125 has the best muzzle velocity of any sidearm, at 615 meters per second. 615 is crazy. It's unreasonably good if you're used to the last 2 games like I am. Although, since that minimum is only 22 damage, it immediately drops to 6 shots to kill past 30 meters if you equip the suppressor. Another reskin just called the NVK Shh, although it makes more sense than the other one, since it's custom made to match the aesthetic. While I'm mostly comparing it to the MP28, and that makes sense since it has such similar damage and also fires at 505 RPM in semi-auto, it is also by technicality a machine pistol, since it can fire in a 2-round burst. That burst is a little buggy though. It seems to be the intention, and it seems to be most of the time, that the time between bursts is quite long, honestly making for a slower shot output over just semi-auto, but still being sensible for close range so that you only have to line up 2 trigger pulls. But sometimes there seems to be very little time between bursts, making it more like the M1912 P16 experimental, but it reverts quickly, and I really don't know what to think about that. Overall, both semi-auto and burst are about equally useful, and for the burst specifically, I won't deny it works well for close range even if it's slow, because it does away with the mouse spamming I would have done in semi-auto. But I would give that up in a heartbeat, because this gun would have been absolutely perfect as a slower, 3-shot max damage pistol without the burst fire mechanic. Why are you so afraid to let Sidearms have a 3-shot kill? Seeing how this game tackles that would have been much more interesting to me than the burst. Why is it only the M1911? Okay, I'm getting a little ahead of myself, let's just live with it for now. A 14-round default magazine is not bad, and the upgrade to 20 rounds is about all you'd ever need. The reloads per capacity are faster than the MP28, and all magazine options have more total ammo as well. The subsonics are another straight downgrade like the MP28, dropping the 4-shot kill zone to 19 meters, and adding another lower damage zone, dropping to 6 shots at 150 meters. Although quite unintuitively, those projectiles are still flying at 615 meters per second. Aside from the aforementioned suppressor, the only other barrel attachment is the Warhawk, which I keep as default cause even if it's long-range capable, it's still a sidearm. Sight options are all unmagnified. The default is actually a Fusion Hollow with a special reticle. You also have the regular Fusion, DD, K8, and Red Dot. The Red Dot casts a pretty dumb profile in comparison to the sleek holographic sights, but it pulls you in really close above the weapon, with a wide optic window and little visible jostling. It's specifically good on this gun. The most reasonable combination is what you'd expect, the extended mag with laser sight, Warhawk, and Red Dot. It's true of shot with recoil similar to the MP28, just not pulling to the right, but without those magnified optics it really doesn't feel as precise. Honestly, the more I use it, the more I warm up to that 2-round burst as almost a revolver alternative in close range. Super 500. The most singular of all sidearms, it may not seem like a big deal to you Battlefield 4 and maybe even Battlefield Hardline players, but it's damn cool to have a shotgun for this slot. It's a little weak and with a capacity not much better than a double barrel, but it's something. A single shot to kill weapon, no matter how many strings are attached, is still single shot to kill. Think of the Martini Henry or Obrez pistol of Battlefield 1, held back by so many factors yet beloved for their enhanced ability to kill with one hit. The Super 500 may be laden with a maximum capacity of 3 shells, a total of only 12 shells per ammo type, the slowest shotgun reload per shell, a 75 rounds per minute fire rate, and a spread that's wider than the whole Red Dot optic window at 11 meters, but it has a max damage of 198 spread across 11 pellets, and that makes it a ride or die meme sidearm. The ultimate risk and reward weapon for this class, it is an unmatched answer to very close range threats that can punish you heavily if you don't succeed with the first shot. While starting at 18 damage per pellet for the first 9 meters, across intervals of 5 to 10 meters the damage decreases by a point or 2. By 30 meters it deals 10 damage per pellet for a total of 110 damage, although there's no way you're hitting more than like 2 pellets at that range. But it holds that damage until 100 meters where it drops to 88 total damage. I don't know why they even bothered. There are a couple of other ammo types to take note of though. First of all, flechettes, whose projectiles can penetrate players, unlike buckshot, but in exchange the damage is theoretically lower, although this ends up being a lot like subsonic ammunition where it's on a case-by-case basis. It is in fact much weaker on the Super 500, and with a much simpler damage scheme than buckshot. Still with 11 projectiles, but dealing 11 per flechette or a total of 132 damage to 14 meters, then 10 total from 15 to 49 meters, and 66 total from 50 meters on. The idea seems to be that it trades individual target damage for better effectiveness against tightly packed enemies. But I really don't encounter people lined up like that often enough to make this a practical choice. There's also a slug option, and boy do I have some things to say about slugs in this game, but I'm going to save it for much later, when the conversation is more shotgun heavy in general. Dealing 75 damage to 30 meters and 60 damage to 50 meters, this thing can 2-shot out to a pretty alright range, but the damage drops thereafter, killing in 3 shots to 75 meters, then 4 shots to 150 meters. All I have to say for now is that this is a damage model very similar to the next gun, which is much faster firing and with much more consistent ammo. And it's pretty outrageous that on a weapon with only 3 shells that reload so slowly, you need to land no less than 2 shots. There's not even a headshot damage multiplier, meaning you can't get around it through skill. None of the shotgun ammo types deal increased headshot damage, nor do they affect fire rate. And on the Super 500 they all have a muzzle velocity of 400 meters per second. So it's pretty clear that you'll want to run this thing with number 1 buckshot. But with no other options, the flechettes and slugs can live in your plus menu in case you're feeling a little quirky. With no barrel or underbarrel attachments, the only other axis of customization is the sights, with the Fusion, K8, Red Dot, and slightly magnified 8R. As usual, Fusion and Red Dot are better than K8, but between those two it's a matter of choice. And the 8R seems pretty useless because the spread is basically wider than your sight picture will ever be. However, it might have some purpose to exist if you need to use slugs, because you need the range. But if you have a short-range primary, I've got no idea why you'd even equip the Super 500. And even then, them slugs are only any quote-unquote good out to about 50 meters. In other words, it is a fun far extreme for a sidearm, with an alternative ammo for in case you want a tiny magazine, low velocity, super slow, non-headshotting, literally no upsides to trade for that version of the Desert Eagle. And I'm not getting ahead of myself anymore, because it's time to talk about the BFP-50. The wonderful thing about modern technology is that we have well-known monstrous semi-automatic handguns that are culturally perceived in such a way that game devs see it appropriate to put an auto-loading pistol in a role traditionally held by the video game revolver, allowing for expansion of one of my favorite weapon archetypes. I think back to the revolvers of Battlefield 1 and 5. The crux for the balance of those guns was that, yes, it was powerful to have a gun that could fire fast and kill in 2 shots, but they had limited loaded ammo, slow reloads, and most importantly, they were awful at range. That's what makes it fit into the role of sidearm. Despite its 2 strongest points, it can't contend with a primary. Battlefield 2042 says, well, what if it didn't have those downsides? Any of them. Well, if you were to make a sidearm that could kill in as few as 2 shots, give it an RPM in the 200s, an 8-round capacity, a fast reload, a high muzzle velocity, magnified optics, and a long-range damage model, would it still even be a sidearm? If the M44 is a pocket sniper rifle, then the Desert Eagle is a pocket DMR. Except instead of being a cute nickname useful for classification, it's painfully close to the truth. This is the first gun I've talked about and the only sidearm in this game, which utilizes Battlefield 2042's system of power category and ammo types, a direct scale of basically small to big ammo. It's much more fleshed out in the first SMG entry, but for now you can see the basic premise. You start with high power rounds in the BFP-50, and you can unlock close combat rounds. The lower power the round, the more you can fit into a magazine and the less recoil you have. They also get faster fire rates and reloads. However, more powerful rounds have a longer range damage model, sometimes even having a higher max damage, as well as a higher muzzle velocity, which I'm pretty sure the game doesn't even tell you. Also, for freaks like me who enjoy slower fire rates, that creates another subjective upside for high power, but that mostly applies to fully automatics. The specifics may vary from gun to gun. On the BFP-50, the results seem pretty one-sided, at least to me. High power is able to kill in 2 shots out to 50 meters, 3 shots to 100 meters, then 4 after that, with a fire rate of 245 RPM, muzzle velocity of 610 just barely slower than the P125, and a 7-round magazine. Close combat gets only 1 extra round in the magazine and a faster 300 RPM fire rate, but a lower 520 meters per second muzzle velocity, and can only kill in 2 shots out to 40 meters. With the damage dropping quickly from 3 shots to 4 past 50 meters, then from 4 to 5 past 75 meters. Being that high power can kill in 3 shots or less for twice as far, and only needs 4 shots to finish the job at most, I choose high power. It's an especially easy choice when the optics provide longer ranged options similar to the M44, with the TV 2x being my default as an all-rounder, but many times I end up switching to the 4x scope for maximum reach, especially when using close-range primaries. The scope does look silly because aside from it being so large, it also has to be mounted so far forward, but I like how it reminds me of a 45 long slide with laser sighting. I mean, there is no other contender for the most versatile and safe sidearm. Between 3-shotting to a range adequate for almost all threats and 2-shotting at close range with tight hipfire and a fire rate this high, it doesn't have many weaknesses. It almost has the fastest optimal TTK of sidearms. Heck, with close combat it does have the fastest of all sidearms. A fire rate this fast and it even kills in 1 headshot, though only out to 19 meters. Aside from the Super 500 with no multiplier, this is the only sidearm to have a headshot multiplier lower than 2x, at 1.6x instead, and both ammo types deal 75 damage to 19 meters, making for 120 headshot damage. So it can even defeat an IBA armor plate like the M44, but the rest of their 2-shot range is a 60 damage zone, making for only 96 on a headshot. Some last things to mention. It's got no muzzle attachments, typical 2 underbarrels, so yeah, just the laser sight, and it's got a higher capacity and faster reload than any other 2-shot sidearm. Its recoil behavior is also just bonkers. It may jump up sharply, but it self-resets very well by the time it's ready to fire again. If you spam the trigger, you won't get the kind of rise you see on other guns. The upsides just keep coming, but that's about all I can think of for now. If you're using a gimmick primary and need a reliable pistol to be your second primary, this is the pick. L9CZ. Okay, this is finally a normal sidearm. A seemingly standard pistol, but even that's a bit of a stretch because it's the Laugo alien. So how does this game do a quote-unquote normal pistol? As for attachments, they're a little bare. For sights, there's the Fusion Hollow, and then the BOA 5 Hollow, which is like the same thing but smaller, and is only found on this gun. The choice to have the optics mounted onto the slide absolutely destroys me, but that's a subject for another project. If you know, you know. The barrel has typical options except for the Warhawk, so instead I rock the muzzle brake, then the usual suspects on underbarrel. You could probably predict that it's a 4-shot to kill, a 15-round magazine with the option to upgrade to 20, killing in 4 shots to 30 meters like the rest, then 5 shots to 50 meters, 6 shots to 75 meters. So it has the weakest damage range so far of the 4 shots, and the least minimum damage. Rather than those 4 BTK zones translating to 4 damage zones, there's actually an, in my opinion, excessive 7 steps. For example, it does 28 damage from 0 to 9 meters, then 25 from 10 to 29 meters, meaning that unlike the others which can at least still kill in 4 shots under 30 meters with a suppressor, if you equip the suppressor to the L9CZ, it can only do that under 10 meters, and such steps are repeated down the line, giving the L9 more chances and places to be weak with a suppressor. There's also a subsonic magazine which is pretty forgettable. Between the damage, muzzle velocity, capacity, and reload times, there's literally no difference in subsonic ammo aside from having a lower reserve, so just pick based on which firing sound you like best, I guess. Not that it matters because you'll choose the extended magazine over either of the default capacity ones any day. With the aforementioned damage, the lowest muzzle velocity in its niche at 355 meters per second, and with a fire rate that's actually what you would expect from a 4-shot to kill sidearm, 450 rounds per minute rather than the boosted 505 of the MP28 and P125, and having a bit more recoil than either of them regardless, this gun is in dire-ass need of something to make it more interesting. The closest it comes is in its ammo availability, with good-sized magazines with fast reloads and high reserve ammo. But when you call attention to the magazines, then you realize they didn't even change the model for the extended one. Jeez. I finally got a normal sidearm in this game, and I see that the price of normalcy is a lack of personality. Curiously enough, the feeling of firing it feels more relaxed than the MP28 or P125. Perhaps it's something in the recoil animation, but it doesn't matter much if I don't really have occasion to pick this thing in the first place. It's easily the most forgettable non-vault weapon they've added to the game. Speaking of which... M1911. With the M1911 we see the first of the vault weapons. These are pretty normal since they're essentially guns taken from Battlefield Portal's Battlefield 3 or Bad Company 2, with statistical and recoil animation tweaks to more closely fit the rest of the 2042 weapons roster. These select guns are accessible during non-Portal gameplay, and because of that they were eventually adapted to use the same system of weapon modifications. Or I should say, the same-ish system. Ironically, the system for modifying your weapons feels aftermarket, with a far more limited pool of attachments, and the sidearms easily got shafted the worst. They offer 0 alternative optics at all, which I find very sad, and only one of them has a single underbarrel attachment and it's not the 1911. This is a bit odd because I remember it used to have a weapon light before getting the quote-unquote upgraded system, meaning they straight up removed some functionality. The light is basically useless, but less is still less. The gun only has one barrel attachment, the light suppressor. Not too useful, especially because it wreaks absolute havoc on this damage model and its very purpose. Like, this is seriously one of the absolute worst weapons to suppress. And a magazine extension that increases the mag size from 7 to 17 without visually changing at all. Which is pretty bizarre considering the M1911 has a single stack magazine and this sort of extension would make it no hyperbole over twice as long. Longer than the magazine of the M1911 extended. That principle doesn't change with modern technology. Most of the Portal weapons' magazine extensions work like this. They have a greater capacity and may even show the image of a larger magazine on the icon, but the model itself is unchanged, presumably because they hadn't planned for models or animations for such a thing since they weren't in the original game. The M1911 has one of the most drastic magazine extensions on display, almost 2.5 times bigger than the default. As part of the tacked-on customization system, it seems that it was sought to balance the capacity of the M1911, which is extremely low in comparison to any similar gun. In real gameplay, I think the assumption is that you would naturally use the 17-round magazine only, so long as you have it unlocked. The M1911 does keep its traditional series trait of being one of, and in this case the only 3-shot to kill max damage sidearm, but a 7+1 round capacity is tied for the lowest detachable magazine and sidearm with the high-power Desert Eagle magazine, and it doesn't have its benefit of great range. For God's sake, the reserve ammo is the same as it too, which is horrible on this gun. Really, the extended magazine brings it much more to what its true place should be. A hard-hitting but slower option than something like the L9CZ, it doesn't especially have great range just because of its higher initial damage. While it maintains its 3 shots to kill out to 39 meters, it skips right over 4 shots to kill and downs an enemy with 5 shots in the next 10 meters, then 6 after that. Compared to the previous 2 versions of this gun, as in Battlefield 1 and 5, it fires 20% faster at 360 RPM, and has a much longer max damage range, while keeping with the tradition of falling off really badly after that range. Compared to the other options in this game, it seemingly fits in its own slot for people who want a middle ground between the BFP and MP28/NVKP125/L9CZ. Hey, why do we need so many guns in the same archetype? But it's far too poor for range, being completely out of its depth at 40 meters and further, no good sights, and seriously one of the very slowest muzzle velocities in this game, 260 meters per second. The only things slower are shotgun slugs through heavy suppressors and the explosive bolt on the crossbow. The lack of optics also combines with the strong and sluggish recoil to make aimed repetition firing a chore with that slide and sight movement. MP412 Rex. If you thought weapon modification was scant on the last gun, just wait till you see this. When it comes to attachments, yet again, despite being the big stick, revolvers get the short end of the stick. The Rex gets nothing. Nothing at all, not even bad attachments. You must take it as is or leave it. Despite that, I did take it. Especially because, for a period of time before the Deagle was introduced, this was the definitive fast 2-shot sidearm. Though its range and ultimate damage were worse than the M44, it felt a lot more like the revolvers I was used to in Battlefield 1, though predictably stronger. Firing at 270 rounds per minute, it actually sits between the speeds of the close combat and high power ammunition for the BFP. Compared to that high power ammo, it has the same 2-shot range of 49 meters, but can only 3-shot out to 74 meters instead of 99, and they both have 4-shot minimum damages, although the Rex has a proper headshot damage multiplier of 2 times, meaning it can actually score a one-hit headshot for over twice as long as the BFP-50. It reloads faster than either M44 reload, and slower than either Desert Eagle reload, and has the same muzzle velocity as the close combat rounds of the Deagle, which, just a reminder, is a very respectable 520 meters per second, and 40 meters per second higher than the M44. In other words, buff the M44. It's supposed to be the longest range sidearm, you jerks. The base stats make the MP412 Rex look like a close side grade to the high-power Desert Eagle, with slightly higher fire rate and a bit worse damage. Those seem like even trades, but then consider that the Rex has less ammo and a longer reload, slower muzzle velocity, and no attachments at all. The sights especially are the biggest letdown, since it means that you get no help with range the way you do with the other 2 shots. In fact, the sights are basically a rectangle that you need to place the target at the middle of. This also means that despite its one-hit headshot range, the Rex couldn't hit those shots nearly as well as the M44, leaving the M44 untouchable in that domain. Also, since its max damage is 50, it's the only sidearm whose one-hit headshot cannot defeat the IBA armor plate. A small detail, but interesting. This also of course means that it's the only one of the 3 that wouldn't be able to 2-shot an armored enemy with body shots. The Rex is my kind of gun, but it's almost entirely overshadowed by the BFP-50 now. M93R, another burst-fire machine pistol, but a for-real one this time, as in it's closer to the Glock than the P125. Although, to say that almost feels like slander to the G57's name, because the M93R is such a downgrade. Most importantly, the damage model is much weaker, killing in 5 shots only until 15 meters rather than 40, and whereas the Glock drops down to a 6-shot kill and stays that way, the M93R reaches much lower, taking as many as 9 shots to kill by 75 meters. The only areas in which the Beretta has the Glock beat is in its higher 400 meters per second muzzle velocity and faster reload times. Otherwise, they have the same semi-auto RPM, the same burst fire RPM. The Beretta has much more muzzle rise and burst, no underbarrel attachments, and of course no sight options. It has the disastrously harmful suppressor, but does also get access to the Warhawk compensator, which would be nice except for the fact that it really seriously obstructs the iron sights and we have no optics to correct for that. Also, the 2 magazine options, standard with 20-round magazines and close combat extended with 27-round magazines, actually have no ballistic differences at all. It's not a close combat extended magazine, it's just an extended magazine. I don't know why they did this, any of this. First time in my life I've ever wanted anything to be more Glock-like, but the M93R can't even contend in this state. At least the previous 2 Vault guns offered something unique. This isn't just a rehash, but a downgrade. MP443. As the only Vault sidearm with an underbarrel attachment, I want you to guess what it is. Is it option A, useful, or it's option B, it's the light? I'm not sure what made this gun worthy of the weapon light, but my only guess is that it sits as the bookend of an already overplayed trope, the 4-shot to kill pistols. It actually has the shortest 4-shot kill range, at only 19 meters. 14 if using the suppressor, because like the L9CZ it has an unnecessary feeling 7 damage steps. Anyhow, normally it then kills in 5 shots from 20 to 74 meters, then 6 to 99 meters and 7 after. As expected, it fires at 450 RPM. Being that it has no sight options, it seems even less noteworthy than the L9CZ, but for a few points. It has a 17-round magazine by default, but also an extended magazine of a very impressive 27 rounds, the highest for the 4-shot capable, with the only sidearms with higher capacities being the G57 and PF51. It also has the second highest muzzle velocity of its niche behind the NVK P125, at 480 meters per second, which feels wrong because that's 60 meters per second faster than the MP28, which fires the same cartridge, and is most definitely the better suited precision weapon of the two. I guess it's justified because this gun was supposed to fire over pressure 9mm ammunition, but honestly I'm more concerned with the stats angle than the realism angle. But that's just me obsessing over a minor difference in a particular stat that matters more to me than it should again. Anyhow, due to what seems to be a somewhat high recoil stat as well as the obstructive cycling animation that you're forced to endure, because there's no option other than iron sights, firing this thing while aimed is pretty visually cacophonous. It feels about as bad as the M1911 even though that gun is more powerful. In fact, the recoil is almost imperceptibly lighter, only about 10% less by my reckoning. And that is far, far worse than any of the other 4-shot sidearms, despite the fact that they're all more powerful. This may lead you to want to use the Warhawk compensator, as it's also available on this gun, but then of course it's extremely obstructive because you're using iron sights. Do you see how nice it would have been? How many problems would have been fixed by just adding the Fusion Hollow sight to the Vault sidearms? The MP443 is pretty securely the worst of the 4-shot sidearms, and is incredibly forgettable. PBX-45. Alright, primary weapons. There is so much to unpack. So, for pretty much all primary weapon categories in this game, the first gun is the most modular, presumably because they wanted to come on strong with the overhauled attachment system from launch. What this means in practice is that the PBX-45 is packed to the gills with the most consequential modifications, and with 4 different ammo types across 5 total magazines, it's hard to know where to start regarding damage and fire rate. What I can say is that even despite this being a middling to high fire rate SMG, and in this game that means it has a faster fire rate than any default Battlefield 5 submachine gun that can kill in as few as 4 shots, it seems to have less per shot recoil than any of those guns. And even the weakest ammo type for the PBX is like one of those damage models with slower damage fall off. Regarding single shots with full auto weapons, I want to mention that even on submachine guns, this game really makes it feel worth going for, which is pretty rare. Usually in games it feels like your options are spray and pray or don't even try. But because generally muzzle velocity is so high, damage ranges can be long, and recoil per shot is often so low because it's balanced around high automatic fire rates, switching to semi-auto feels like it's supposed to. You're shaping your strategy around longer range and nailing the enemy with accurate, easily controlled single fire. And not just that, but this game also feels like it naturally rewards player-controlled burst firing, or what often amounts to what I call tap bursting, with a few automatic shots at a time very easy to keep on target. This especially applies to high fire rate weapons that might be hard to control otherwise. Before we get to the meat and potatoes of the PBX-45's customization, let's talk about all the stuff other than ammo types. The choice of underbarrel attachments has greatly expanded to include grips, like the Cobra grip and LWG grip, the former of which increases ADS and hipfire accuracy by 10% while stationary, while decreasing each by 10% while moving. The latter does just the opposite, so the Cobra essentially makes standing still even more reliable at the cost of making movement accuracy even worse, whereas the LCW brings both values closer together, since moving accuracy is always going to be lower than static accuracy anyway. This basically means you'll see less difference between the static and moving states. I'm really not a fan of making this kind of trade-off, since I like retaining the accuracy boost of standing still, but I sure as hell don't want to make my performance worse while moving, since you should always be moving in a firefight to avoid being an easy target. So I really don't stick with either of them at all, and even if I do, I'll take the LCW, but only because there are no better options. There's also the BCG Light Grip and Rattlesnake Light Grip. The BCG increases aimed accuracy by 5% at all times, while decreasing hipfire accuracy also by 5%. And this is something I'll usually take as a default or close secondary pick for the underbarrel on my primaries, mostly to make sure that my shots will walk out slower in sustained fire. Sacrificing that much hipfire isn't a big deal in a long-ranged game. The Rattlesnake does the opposite, as you probably guessed, and that's such a measly upside that I wouldn't trade for even the most minuscule hit to the all-important accuracy. Especially because the laser sight is over 4 times as effective with basically no downside. And rest assured, the laser sight is here, and it's great for SMGs. There's another weird type of laser sight that we see here though. The STNR and MGL laser sights increase hipfire accuracy, but only while moving. So basically it's default when stationary, but doesn't expand as much when moving. But for the STNR it's 10% and the MGL it's 15%. And it goes without saying that's still a lesser bonus than the standard LS1 either way. The other stat they tout though is recoil control. They each reduce recoil by 5%, but that only applies to hipfire? Is that even how recoil works? I'm so confused. Okay, confusion aside, that means it's basically nothing. A tiny reduction in the place it matters least. These lasers are also a lot bigger and more noticeable than the LS1, and why the MGL is statistically a straight upgrade from the other one I have no idea. Anyway, I never use these. I find them too personally baffling. Let's move on to sight options. A lot more stuff here too. While plenty of unmagnified sights remain to choose from, we predictably see a wider assortment of ranged optics, but this includes some familiar faces, like the TV 2x, Shan 2.5x, and the Raven 4x, which, might I say, looks absolutely sexy on most primaries, especially when paired with something that lengthens upon the barrel. For fashion, I wish I could justify keeping it on, but the truth is that on many primaries that have it, including this one, there is an option that easily outmatches it. The Ghost Hybrid optic also has a 4x magnification, but can be toggled to 1.5x, while lacking the Raven's scope glare and also having a reticle that I find easier to use. I'm not much a fan of these rings around the point of aim. Such rings are also found on the two 1.5x optics, which I honestly never mentally differentiate. A 3x optic, a 3.5x optic, and another hybrid optic, the Maul, which also uses a 1.5x backup but combines it with a 3x primary. While it's compelling in the way that it delivers a 2-in-1 like the Ghost Hybrid, with a smaller magnification difference it's less dynamic, plus I find it to be generally visually annoying. Lastly, there is a non-magnified thermal sight, showing a monochrome image that lights up players and vehicles brightly so long as they're not in smoke. With primary weapons, I usually try to apportion my choice of sights based on the available magnification spread, with consideration toward the gun's practical range. For example, I keep the 2.5x on the PBX-45 by default, since I usually prepare for mid-range fighting and I feel I can handle the recoil with that level of zoom, with the red dot for close quarters and the hybrid for longer range. I don't always keep my favorite optic for a gun in the first slot, cause, you know, fuck it, you can always change it as soon as you spawn, and that sometimes goes for other slots too. So just know that the default on my plus menu doesn't always show my favorite configuration. Okay, on to barrel attachments now. In addition to the 4 compensators and muzzle brakes, we have 2 suppressors. One is a bit better than the sidearm suppressor, and the other is much better. The first, the 6KU suppressor, applies a 0.92 damage multiplier rather than a 0.9 multiplier, making it less painful but still quite dramatic. Second is the wrapped suppressor, which reduces muzzle velocity by 15%. That's it. I cannot emphasize enough, I think this is the only light suppressor that makes sense, and it's the only suppressor attachment that doesn't reduce damage. At least if you're working with close range, 15% muzzle velocity is not that big of a deal if you think the suppressed bonus sounds nice. Keep in mind, these are both lesser penalties than the sidearm suppressor for doing literally the same thing. Even though I don't often wish to bother with suppressors on their own, the wrapped suppressor sometimes shows up as my third pick if there's a lack of interesting options. In my mind, it's like a why the hell not, where I'd otherwise be forced to take a hit to a stat I like, and instead I can throw this out in short range for a small drawback traded for a weird situational buff. I definitely don't have to resort to that here though, because the PBX also has one of my absolute favorite modifications: Extended Barrel. Equipping this increases your muzzle velocity by 15%, but also decreases your fire rate by 15%, give or take. Long barrel is presented as a fairly even trade-off, and from a statistical perspective, sure, it is. But personally, I like the way slow automatic fire feels, always have, and in this game, I count anything 650 RPM or lower as being on the slower side. Under 600, even better. I like the feeling of understanding where each of my shots is going, and it's often easier to predict and direct a slower fire rate, so it ends up being more versatile across a longer range, which is a hallmark for my favorite automatic guns in the Battlefield series. So when I see that this attachment trades lower RPM for a higher muzzle velocity, making it easier to hit shots, especially validating single shots, and generally making ranged play even better, I'm all in. There isn't a single weapon which has access to the long barrel attachment on which I don't have it somewhere in the plus menu, and it's often the default. It's a classic trait of close range aggression for versatility, except you can apply it at will to already existing weapons. To talk about how the long barrel affects the fire rate of the PBX-45 specifically though, we'll have to get into ammo types, because each one is going to be different, and there are a total of 4 different fire rates that this one gun can have. Here, we finally see the big 3 on display: Close Combat, Standard, and High Power. One of my absolute favorite parts of the weapon customization is this 3-tiered slope of ammo selection, because it perfectly reorients any given gun on the balanced triangle I talked about earlier, without touching anything external that makes it feel arbitrary balancing-wise. Just the opposite of why I have beef with suppressors. I'll be collectively referring to these ammo types as the Big 3 to make things easier. The heavier duty a round is, the less you can fit in a magazine the same size, and the longer it will take to reload per round. Stronger rounds have a higher velocity but increased recoil while decreasing fire rate. I don't know if the ratio is consistent, but it's at least somewhat safe to say that since recoil per shot is increasing, but volume of shots is decreasing, the rate of muzzle rise doesn't actually change all that much, which is kind of funny when you think about it. Okay, let's start low and work our way higher. So as I hinted to earlier, the close combat ammo is honest to god actually quite like a Battlefield 5 submachine gun, maybe the closest thing you'll see in this game. It has a 400 meters per second muzzle velocity, and it can kill in 4 shots but only under 10 meters, and it's a damage model with many steps. It spends the next 20 meters as a 5-shot, then it's a 6-shot for only the next 10, so by 40 meters it's dropped to 7 shots to kill. Then from there you have bigger gaps, and it has a minimum of 12 damage or 9 shots to kill, which it doesn't reach until 150 meters. Given that this ammo type has a fire rate of 900 RPM, imagine the Tommy gun light bolt, but because this is the future it has a 35-round magazine and nowhere near the recoil you would expect from that gun. It's balanced out because of the range in 2042. Whereas in Battlefield 5 the ability to kill in 4 shots within 10 meters was a great tool because it felt like half of your engagements were in that range, in this game that ability is more like a bonus that you may be able to make use of if you're lucky. Without exception, all SMGs have a 1.55 times headshot damage multiplier, giving them some of the least valuable headshots in the game, behind only shotguns which have literally no multiplier. On SMGs, a 4-shot kill zone always means 28 damage, so at best the PBX can kill in 3 headshots, which actually isn't uncommon for the full autos. But if you only land 1 headshot, that won't even affect your bullets to kill, as a headshot and 2 body shots is only 99.4 damage. You have to land at least 2 before it starts affecting your BTK. While 35 is a very workable capacity, the close combat rounds actually have less total ammunition than standard, which is kind of rare. Speaking of standard, it comes with a 30-round magazine with the same reload times of the close combat, or an extended 40-rounder with a longer reload, and doesn't change the damage too dramatically. In fact, the 4 and 5-shot kill zones are the same, but it's got longer 6, 7, and 8-shot kill zones and doesn't drop to 9 shots at max range. So while the muzzle velocity is a bit higher, the damage bonus doesn't really kick in until a range of 40 meters or further. A lot of damage model changes are like this. One of the most consequential ranges is left untouched while long range is strengthened, but not all are this boring. And the differences aren't consistent across guns, each one is tweaked on a case-by-case basis. Given the PBX's somewhat slow reloads and the fact that the 40-round standard magazine is the highest capacity available, I usually keep that one as default, despite the fact that I am the biggest high-power round simp on the planet. The fire rates and reload times are small prices to pay for the better damage, even if it's situational to certain ranges. And as someone who personally appreciates slower fire rates and extended range versatility, it jives well with my playstyle. Accordingly, the high-power ammo type is almost always part of my default loadout on any gun that has it. The only problem is when you get stuck with an insultingly low capacity magazine, as is the case with this gun. 20 rounds really isn't much, because even if we're talking about a stronger damage model, that's still just stronger relative to the PBX, which is a higher end fire rate, lower end damage weapon. All the other SMGs that have a stronger than default ammo option at least have magazine sizes for that option of 30 rounds or more, leaving the PBX as one of the only weapons where high power ammo feels uniquely like a burden. But regardless of that, I can't deny that I admire what it does to this damage model. It increases the 4-shot range to 19 meters and the 5-shot range to 39. Then it's a 6-shot kill until 100 meters where it bottoms out at 15 damage or 7 shots to kill. This extension of the most important damage zone, the lower damage differential, this is what I like to see, especially because it gets a muzzle velocity of 560 or even 610 meters per second with a long barrel. But speaking of extended barrel, the fire rates are where things get statistically dicey. I'm just going to trust Sorrow on this one, and according to Sorrow, standard and high power have the same fire rate for some reason, at 810 rounds per minute, but close combat and standard have the same fire rate with extended barrel, despite having different base fire rates, at 735 RPM. Meanwhile, high power has 675 with long barrel. Usually extended barrel is where buggery is most often seen with fire rates, but the PBX is a case where it's just casually out in the open. What this means is that high power's fire rate is higher than it should be, and close combat with extended barrel is lower than it should be. Anyhow, none of these ammo types feel bad to use, especially with extended barrel, and there's also a subsonic option with the velocity of close combat and the fire rates of high power, with damage between standard and high power. Not really much of a reason to use it though in my book. Although now that I think about it, that is a 30-round magazine that does a bit more damage at range than standard. Huh. Food for thought. Anyhow, I think you get the picture. I mean, I would hope so after all this yapping. It's a very modular SMG, but even with that modularity, it's pretty firmly set in short to mid-range. PP-29. Finally, we're talking about a new weapon! Despite the large capacity, this is pretty definitively the low fire rate hard hitter of the SMGs. With standard ammo, you get 64 rounds of a 4-shot to kill out to 30 meters, 5 to 50, 6 to 75, and 7 after that. You have a moderate 735 rounds per minute or a nice slow 622 with extended barrel. With high power, that 5-shot kill is extended to 75 meters, and it's only a 6-shot minimum at a rate of 675 RPM, or 577 with extended. 577 is soothingly low, and with a capacity of 53 rounds, that's still more than enough. The low damage differential and slow fire rate make this combo my go-to, although the per-shot recoil is very high for the PP-29. That low fire rate is almost a necessity for controllability, and when in doubt, single shots ain't half bad, since it wouldn't take very many of them. And with a muzzle velocity once again over 600, your shots won't be trailing behind at standard ranges. Again, we have an unremarkable subsonic, with the capacity, fire rate, and reload times of high power, but with the lowest muzzle velocities and a damage model just a bit better than the standard, its 6-shot range being twice as long. All of these reload actually remarkably fast for their capacity, although given their underbarrel placement they preclude any attachments down there. As I gave away, the PP-29 does indeed have a long barrel attachment, along with all the other same attachments as the PBX-45, and almost all the same sights except it doesn't have the 4x scope and has an additional 2x optic, the Exo Smart, which has a ring that I'm not a big fan of, but it's close range so it doesn't matter much. It's not as widely modular, but it has the attachments that I care about and definitely jives with my playstyle, especially the low fire rate combination, which you'll probably see as a theme. MP9. As an option on the faster end, this is the first gun that actually shows off what I've been saying, where most guns in this game seem to have a 5-shot maximum damage. With close combat, you have a 30 or 40 round stick magazine, or for the best value, a 50 round drum. Even at a fire rate of 890 RPM, it lasts a long time. Killing in 5 shots out to 30 meters, then 6 to 50, the next 50 meters is evenly split between 7 and 8 shots to kill, with a 9-shot minimum past 100 meters. Standard, with the same fire rate and 20 or 30 round magazines, has a 10 meter longer 5-shot range, with its 7 and 8-shot ranges being twice as long, still dropping to a 9-shot minimum but not until 150 meters. Generally, with the close range focus on this gun, close combat ammo is fine, especially because the 50-round close combat drum has the same reload time as the 30-round standard mag. Curiously enough, the subsonic magazine, though at a capacity of only 25 rounds and having the fastest reload time on this gun, actually is outright the strongest damage-wise, with the high damage zones both being longer than standard. The 5-shot zone extends to 50 meters and the 6-shot zone to 75, though beyond that the damage is the same as standard. It does, however, have a slightly lower fire rate of 830 RPM. That damage isn't the only thing that makes subsonic interesting though, as the MP9 is the first to show off, in addition to the usual compensators, muzzle brakes, and light suppressors, heavy suppressors. The heavy suppressors take both downsides of suppressors, the reduced velocity and reduced damage, in exchange for reducing the map detection radius to just 15 meters on their own. But when paired with subsonics, heavy suppressors eliminate any spotting blips from appearing when firing whatsoever. The difference between the two heavy suppressors is whether their disadvantages lean more toward the velocity or damage. The PB, for instance, has a 15% velocity reduction like the wrapped suppressor, as well as a 0.9 times damage multiplier like the accursed sidearm suppressor. Meanwhile, the Type 4 has a 20% velocity reduction, but only a 9.5 times damage multiplier, which is the smallest damage reduction besides the wrapped suppressor, which has 0 reduction. Obviously, the trade-off is how much it nerfs velocity, but this is quite workable on many damage models. For instance, it doesn't affect the bullets to kill for the MP9 subsonic ammunition except for in a single far-off damage zone. For the first 100 meters, the BTK is the same quite generous model, and it only lowers the 8-shot zone to a 9-shot which runs from 100 to 149 meters. Often the concession that comes with using subsonic and heavy suppressor is that you're taking a hit to damage on two fronts, but it's barely consequential here. Of course, you've got a muzzle velocity of only 320 meters per second with the slow subsonic velocity and strong penalty from the Type 4 suppressor, but the downside could be a lot worse. For instance, if you did take the PB heavy suppressor, it would increase the shots to kill for each damage zone by 1, making for a damage model weaker than close combat. The question is though, why do I care? Isn't this still the same niche advantage just to a more extreme degree? Am I really speaking well about this in the face of reduced damage and velocity? Well, once upon a time in a game called Battlefield 5, suppressed weapons were the GOAT, because the enemy never got a directional hit indicator when they were hit with one, making such an attack difficult to respond to, and legitimizing flanks in a stunning fashion. It was said that such bonuses existed in this game, if only you were to combine subsonic ammunition with a heavy suppressor. I even remember it being explicitly stated on the suppressor's stats. It doesn't seem to be true anymore, but my loadouts remain the same. Maybe it's because I can't let go of the past. Maybe it's because minimap stealth is actually stronger than I gave it credit for, and it just takes the most extreme version of that buff to make me realize it. But whatever it is, I still whip out this playstyle and seem to find my targets relatively more clueless than they would be if I were just shooting them loudly. Rest assured, this is more or less the only instance in which I see subsonics as having a reason to exist, and any time a gun has subsonics and a heavy suppressor, I set aside a place for them in my plus menu. Oh gosh, anyway, back on topic. The MP9 has most of the same sight options as the previous SMGs, and the same underbarrels as the PBX, just without the angled grip, which nobody is missing much. This is a less flexible weapon, but in its intended range it's greatly useful, and that damage model isn't even the worst for semi-auto fire since the recoil is minimal. K30. Speaking of minimal recoil, how do you justify having a fire rate over 1000 RPM without even having a noteworthy recoil impulse? You have a maximum damage of only 18. Now I know this might not sound as crazy after talking about the PF51, but just drink in that the K30 is a primary weapon that needs at least 6 body shots to kill. It's pretty safe to say that this is the Type 2A of this game, the undisputed weakest per shot damage for a primary, but that doesn't really matter because fire rate and recoil allow for a large volume of shots. It even goes farther than the Type 2A, as all guns in this game inevitably must go farther than their predecessors, because of the need for range versatility. The recoil is controllable enough to be used in aimed fire at unexpected ranges. The K30 is only like the Type 2A in its archetype though. It doesn't annoy to nearly the same degree, since you're not caught in minimum range engagements nearly as much in this game. Close range dominant guns have their place, rather than being applicable to most encounters. The standard ammo with 40 or 50 round magazines keeps this 6-shot damage until 30 meters, then it's a 7-shot until 50 meters, then 8 shots till 100 meters, and 9 after that. At least the minimum damage is no worse than the MP9. It does this while firing at a rate of 1,225 rounds per minute, just barely higher than anything can possibly be in BF5. And I guess the burst fire is worth mentioning too. This gun can't switch to a semi-automatic mode, but it has a 2-round, almost hyperburst. While I often scoff at burst fire in general, and especially anything other than a 3-round burst, this just goes to show that there are some ways to get it right. Being that the fire rate is so fast that the time between shots is almost instantaneous, and the recoil is so low that your second shot will pretty much be in the same place, in this context the 2-round burst is more or less just semi-auto plus. Anyhow, high power tightens up the damage differential but only comes in 20 and 30 round magazines. And 30 goes fast, even at the reduced fire rate of 1,123. Jesus, that's the lowest this thing goes? Anyhow, the 6-shot is extended out to 40 meters, but the 7-shot still only lasts until 50, with an 8-shot being the minimum. That's better than the MP9. Whack. The 30-round subsonic magazine on this gun is indisputably the weakest, with its 8-shot range being shorter and thus its 9-shot range coming sooner than the standard damage model, while having the lower fire rate of the high-power rounds as usual, and the lowest muzzle velocity. Nevertheless, the K30 has heavy suppressors, so I set aside the subsonics to use with the Type 4 sometimes, although this is definitely my least used available heavy suppressor configuration on any gun that has it, because mostly it just doesn't make enough sense to go for it. At least with the Type 4, the first 50 meters have the same damage as standard, though you're dealing with an ultra-low 280 meters per second projectile. The other attachments are fairly standard, except this gun can, for whatever reason, use a bipod. Odd choice for it, huh? Bipods in this game are an attachment that has to be toggled to deploy, and when deployed it can automatically mount up by going prone or setting the gun atop low cover, just like in previous games. When in this mounted state, it increases aimed accuracy and narrows hipfire by 50%, while also cutting your recoil in half. The in-game stats say it decreases handling, but I don't really see the statistical basis for that. There doesn't seem to be a downside other than the obvious that you need to sit still to use it. It doesn't get a ton of mileage here, since it doesn't exactly synergize well with this weapon type, but I keep it nonetheless because, well, funny. The K30, meant for minimum range, but don't let that fool you into thinking it's useless for longer range. As I keep repeating about this game, pretty much all automatics have unexpected range versatility. I'm just gonna try to say that less now and hope you've internalized it. Never underestimate a gun's range in 2042. AC9. Everything about this gun screams that it's going to be an absolute nightmare to control. And then you try it out and you're like, why the hell is this so easy? Its recoil is just about the same as the K30, and may I remind you that the K30 can only kill in no less than 6 body shots? The AC9 can do it in only 5. As the second highest fire rate gun in this game with a default of 1078 RPM, this little bastard has a damage model similar to, though ultimately a bit weaker than the MP9. But its recoil is to an unnecessary degree lower than it. The AC9 is adept at using short player-controlled bursts to net kills out to conventionally medium ranges, and I'm sure its close-range efficacy doesn't need to be vouched for. Given the similarity to the MP9, let's start with the most similar ammo, the stronger standard magazines, with capacities of 20 and 30 rounds. This is quite similar to the weaker close combat ammunition of the MP9, though with better damage retention past 75 meters, staying 25 to 50 meters ahead of those damage zones. This ammo only has a fire rate of 980 rounds per minute though. The fast 1078 RPM ammo is close combat, with 30 and 40 round magazines, that can only 5-shot for the first 19 meters, the shortest range for any 5-shot SMG. Then it's 6 shots out to 40 meters, 7 to 50, and thereafter melds into the same thing as the standard for the K30, 8 shots to 100 meters and 9 beyond that. The subsonic ammo is almost the same thing with a 30-round magazine and matching the close combat fire rate, with the only difference being the lower velocity and the 7-shot range being slightly longer, but that's it. Other attachments aren't much to speak of. It's the first instance of the worse weird laser sight, the STNR, as well as a downright terrible vault optic, the Cobra. This gun is really just a slightly different take on the same thing that the K30 is doing, but I'm still here for it. More here for this than the K30 in fact. SCZ-3. A moderately modular submachine gun, it's the first one in a while that's not locked into a high fire rate, but it does start that way. The standard ammo has 30 and 40 round magazines and a 50 round drum. Slight problem though, you only get one drum in reserve, so that's a pretty low total ammo for standard ammo. That aside, the fire rate is 900, very similar to the MP9, but with a damage model more like the standard PBX-45, just with a lower differential. It doesn't have a 4-shot damage zone and has a minimum damage of 15, so it would take no more than 7 shots. So to review, that means it can 5-shot out to 30 meters, 6 until 50, and only 7 after that. That's really not bad. If you haven't caught on by now, I like lower damage differentials. Consistency is key. This gun has an extended barrel attachment, which lowers the fire rate to 770, which feels like a pretty big reduction, making this an even better consistent hole driller given that even at the high fire rate it has noticeably lower recoil than the close combat MP9. Then there's a couple high power options, a 20-round stick or a 35-round drum. This ammo type has a further 50 meters 5-shot range, tied with a subsonic MP9 for the longest max damage range of a 5-shot SMG. It has the same 6-shot range reaching out to 75 meters as well, but the difference is of course the SCZ-3 stops at 7 shots after that. At default, this is also a 770 RPM fire rate, and the extended barrel gives it a much smaller reduction to 720 rounds per minute. This is a pretty strong looking SMG, and the only real downside seems to be that it has longer reload times. Getting around to the subsonic, it has a 30-round magazine and the exact same damage as standard, but with the high power fire rates and lower muzzle velocity. It's potentially worth using since the Scorpion has a heavy suppressor, although unfortunately it's only the PB heavy suppressor, the one that does less damage in exchange for having a smaller muzzle velocity penalty. That means it would take 6 shots to kill out to 30 meters, and then past 100 meters it would drop to an 8-shot kill, since the unaltered damage model drops from 16 to 15 damage at that range. It doesn't mean anything unless the suppressor's equipped. Using this combo makes the SCZ-3 feel really weak, and it makes sense when you realize that it has the same damage as the fully suppressed K30 for the first 50 meters. And while further than that its damage falls off slower and less dramatically, that's pathetic. I take it back. This is my least used subsonic and heavy suppressor combo. For other attachments, it's got standard SMG underbarrel stuff and expected sight options, except the Raven scope is on here too. And even though the Ghost Hybrid optic is available, I just can't help myself. I think it looks too good. Even though it's statistically very good, I really don't take this thing out to play too often, which is a common problem I have with the latest added weapons like the L9CZ. But I think it's pretty easy to argue that gun deserves it. Maybe a symptom of just getting used to other guns and these things coming along too late. But when I think about it, the MP9 has a better subsonic game, and the AC9 is a supreme fast fire rate gun, and the PBX is more modular. So it's not gimmicky enough, I guess? To each their own. Oh yeah, there's also a burst fire mode on this gun. Forgot to write about it until now because it's so forgettable. Honestly, with a lot of these guns that have full auto, semi-auto, and burst, the burst just ends up being an obstacle because I'm used to simply switching from semi to full auto without having to keep track. So I'll get stuck on burst when I'm expecting to either have full auto or single shots. P90. I am very happy to say that the sidearms are definitely the worst of the vault weapons. The rest are far more tolerable, and the SMGs in particular make a pretty strong showing. In fact, they're the vault guns I'm most inclined to use. The P90's damage model is very much like the close combat MP9. In fact, the only difference is that the P90 doesn't drop to a 9-shot kill. Otherwise, its zones are the same. Given that the P90 also fires at 900 rounds per minute, it may feel quite repetitive to have 3 guns with similar damage models in 50-round magazines, firing at 900 RPM with the MP9, SCZ-3, and P90. But honestly, out of all of them, the P90 is probably my most used. No real good reason for it, but I just like the P90 over the MP9 as it feels more relaxed for some reason, despite the fact that they're so similar, even having near identical reload times with the 50-round mag. The P90 has very similar recoil to the MP9, but it's almost imperceptibly higher, not even enough to be consequential really, and it's got a pretty middling muzzle velocity at 420 meters per second. Now, being that this is a vault weapon, there's no option for alternative ammo types, which is fine, and generally any other limitations that come with the lower degree of customizability don't hold it back from standing on its own. At least they gave the vault primary weapons a wide choice of sights. It even has 4 options based on optics from previous games which most non-vault guns don't get access to. A lot of these vault sight options are downright ugly compared to their 2042 counterparts, but if it weren't for the pre-existing options, there wouldn't be an option for a 4x optic on the P90. Thank you, ACOG, my beloved. It may not mean much to you, but it means something to me. On vault guns is where you'll most see the wrapped suppressor on my plus menu, since other than suppressors it's literally just the compensators and muzzle brakes, of which I only like 2. And since there is no underbarrel mounting space on the P90, it's instead left with the only 2 attachments compatible with these side rails, the flashlight and laser sight. But one really doesn't need much more than the laser. Though it's a nice attachment to have, for some reason on these Vault SMGs, the laser is a much less subtle green beam. Again, I don't know why I prefer the P90 so heavily, since it's not doing anything special and arguably isn't even the best in its niche. But I guess it comes down to the classic excuse for me. I like the aesthetics better, the firing sound, the combination of visuals and gameplay feel, that kind of thing. AKS-74U. From here on out we actually get to see SMGs, or should I say SMGs in big air quotes, that are on the slower end again. Thanks, Vault Guns! The AKS-74U is actually a lot like the other AK form factor SMG in the game, the PP-29. It has a 675 rounds per minute fire rate, just like the high power ammunition on the PP-29, which is default for that gun. It also has a very similar damage to that very strong model, killing in 4 shots to 30 meters and 5 shots to 75 meters, with the only difference being that the AKS-74U drops to 7 shots past 100 meters, rather than having a 6-shot minimum damage. So that makes it pretty much the second strongest SMG damage model, with the only difference coming after 100 meters. Now the Krinkov here only has 30 and 40 round magazines with longer reload times and a lower muzzle velocity than the high power PP-29. But it has noticeably less recoil, even less recoil per shot than the weaker standard ammo of the PP-29. And for all the things it trades, that makes the AKS-74U look alluring, because the PP-29 has without a doubt the starkest recoil of the SMGs. As for customization, the mislabeled carbine has even fewer barrel add-ons than the P90, with only the 2 light suppressors. Consequently, the AKS-74U is one of the only primary weapons I run with a default barrel. As for its underbarrel, it is also limited with just the green laser sight and flashlight, but unlike the P90 it can also accept the Cobra grip. Not very exciting. The sights are another big spread with all of the options up to 4 times you could ever want, and it can even mount the Ghost Hybrid. Personally, I find the 2x optic a good default for a gun with this power and recoil. While I must admit that this is a gun I've justifiably come around to, it's gonna have a hard time replacing the reason it took me so long to come around in the first place, the next entry on our list. PP-2000. The PP-2000 is incredibly slept on. It's easy to see why someone would pass up on this gun. Right out of the gate, it's a vault weapon, which usually don't get as much attention from the community because they didn't get as much attention from the devs. But moreover, it's a small and geometrically ungraceful design, with a slowish fire rate and piddly little firing sound. It's the very picture of weakness, sitting at the very bottom of the submachine gun weapon list. Maybe I haven't been paying attention, but it seems like people really don't use it. And is that any wonder? However, this gun is a beast. With the low fire rate and low recoil, the likes of which I enjoy so thoroughly in Battlefield 5, it handles just the way I'd want it to, and it puts up truly unexpected damage. It has the best max damage range of any of the SMGs. With the coveted and rare 4 shots to kill max damage, it keeps that range out to 40 meters, surpassing the PP-29 and AKS-74U's close range dominance. That's the kind of range you see on the slowest of the assault rifles and MGs. However, it does actually drop off faster than the AKS-74U after that range. By 75 meters it's down to 7 shots. However, the PP-29 has an unexpectedly lower degree of recoil. It's odd to have 2 so very different guns be so alike, but in addition to having 2 similar damage models just differently specialized, they have the same fire rate and muzzle velocity. I guess the Soviet Union and Russian Federation aren't so different after all. When it comes to PTW choice, I mean. While the PP-2000's initial 20-round magazine is laughable, its extended 44-round magazine is both sizable and fast to reload, and both of these magazines are properly modeled and based on the 2 real magazine lengths that exist for this gun. Nice! Sight options are pretty much the same as the AKS-74U, with the TV 2x fitting like a glove because it plays to this thing's best range but feels like a reflex sight would on any other SMG. With a sensible spread of barrel attachments, it feels very good to use with the Champion muzzle brake. The PP-2000 sadly doesn't get any underbarrel attachments, but that's not a substantive downside when the recoil is so manageable that it's like the devs were also tricked into not understanding how good this thing's damage is. It's one of the vault weapons that I unironically pick over the 2042 weapons in its class very often. Hey there, if you've managed to make it this far into the video, you're a real trooper. You've also shown that you can tolerate listening to me talk for a long time. So if you like my content, maybe you'll be interested in my Patreon. There you can get early access to my videos, view exclusive behind-the-scenes videos after every channel upload, vote on polls, and commission me to say ridiculous things like this. Say your prayers, Weezer. Each paying patron also gets shouted out at the end of each video, of course, but moreover, donations there help me keep making the stuff I love to make. Links are in the description or the card in the upper right corner of the screen. Thanks for considering and sorry for interrupting. Let's get back to the video. M5A3. Despite its stubborn dedication to low maximum damage, the M5A3, along with being the first assault rifle, is the first gun in this game to show off the full spectrum of Battlefield 2042's modularity. Because not only does it have the big three ammo types and subsonic, but it also has armor-piercing ammunition, assembling all 5 firearm ammo types onto one gun. And it's also the first gun to show off the barrel modification, Shortened Barrel. As you can probably guess, it does the opposite of the Extended Barrel mod, which is also hosted on this weapon, increasing the fire rate while decreasing muzzle velocity. One of my favorite things to do in this game is make pairings of the greatest extremes using Extended and Shortened Barrel, alongside close combat and high power ammunition. Combine high power and Extended Barrel for range maxing and a very low fire rate. Combine high power and Shortened Barrel for damage maxing with crazy recoil. Combine close combat and Shortened Barrel for fire rate maxing, and close combat and Extended Barrel for the lowest recoil and easiest firing sustainability. You can do all of these while still having a slot each to spend on other ammo and barrel choices. It's very compelling and gives you the most extreme switch-up potential if you have to do something like transition from outdoor to indoor fighting. And I'm sure I don't have to mention how optic and underbarrel attachments slot right into this archetype change. So let's get to the details. The M5A3 has almost no difference in the time between empty and tactical reloads, and the close combat ammunition has the shortest reload times on this gun, just barely over 2 seconds, with each magazine containing 35 rounds. The modelers actually went to the effort of making this a 9mm conversion with a magazine insert. So while many non-SMGs with a close combat ammo type are SMG pilled, this takes it to a whole different level. To be honest, the damage is almost a little shameful even for an SMG. Its 5-shot range only lasts for the first 10 meters, then it's a 6-shot to 40 meters, and a 7-shot to 75 meters, with an 8-shot minimum damage. However, compared to SMGs, it has low recoil and a high default muzzle velocity of 615 meters per second, which is only matched by high power and extended barrel when it comes to submachine guns, so its shots are quite easy to hit. At default, the close combat fire rate is 830 rounds per minute, so if you are a fan of the M2 carbine in Battlefield 5, this is extremely close to that fire rate and damage-wise, just with a bit of extension to the range. With a shortened barrel, the fire rate is boosted up to 980 RPM, and with extended barrel it's brought down to a very controllable 720. The standard ammunition makes for a much more conventionally appealing damage model, extending the 5-shot zone to 30 meters and the 6-shot zone to 75 meters, while bringing up minimum damage to 15 for a 7-shot kill. With a 30 or 40 round magazine, the default fire rate is 770, with 900 on short barrel and 675 on long barrel. As the strongest ammo type, and potentially having a quite low fire rate, the high power rounds tighten up that damage model even further, lowering the differential to be almost non-existent, but incredibly we're still stuck with a 5-shot kill maximum damage. It 5-shots out to 75 meters, then it's a 6-shot, no more than that, with a 20-round magazine that has the same reload times as the 40-round standard magazine. I don't mind the 20-round capacity here as much as I did on the PBX, because it has better range damage and a typically lower fire rate, so you're less likely to whiff and generally more ammo efficient. Although with how low the fire rate can get, it is kind of incredible that it can only kill in 5 shots. The default fire rate is 720 RPM, with the shortened barrel making it 830, and the extended barrel taking it down to just 600. And even though this is one of the weaker primaries for per shot damage, that high power and extended barrel combination produces a 965 meters per second muzzle velocity on this gun, in the upper echelon of anything that's achieved in Battlefield 1 or 5. To recap, this gun can cover close range to pseudo-long-range capabilities, and has a maximum fire rate of almost 1,000 rounds per minute and a minimum fire rate of 600 RPM. That's a 400 RPM swing, and it's one of the largest that you'll see. Especially since these are the most fleshed out magazine visuals in the game, it really fulfills the feeling that this one gun can be anything from an SMG to an assault rifle to a battle rifle. But we still have 2 more ammo types to go over. The subsonic ammunition is just like the standard 30-round magazine, with almost the same damage, the difference being that its 5-shot range is 40 meters rather than 30, and the same fire rates, even having the same reserve ammo, which is uncommon for subsonics, the only other difference being that it has close combat muzzle velocities. This means it's really not a terrible pick, even though I don't see a reason to use it because no heavy suppressor. And then there's armor piercing. We've only seen these on the M44 revolver before, but it's gonna become more common from here on out, and let me tell ya, almost none of these are worth carrying. The M5's AP rounds are fairly illustrative in the way that they completely suck. First of all, it has the same damage zones as standard, except taking one extra shot to kill at all ranges, so it's weaker than close combat, except it has the same magazine properties as high power with a 20-round capacity and slower loading, as well as the same lower fire rates and higher muzzle velocity, though for some reason the magazine model is smaller. This is the type of reduction in volume of infantry damage that you can expect to see on all AP magazines, but it trades all that for the weakest damage against armor of any anti-armor munition in this game. According to my parameters of choice, that's point-blank range firing directly into the back of a main battle tank, the M5 does 0.23 damage per shot. The reason I chose the back is because early in testing I was astonished to find that the M5 didn't even damage the sides of the tank, which was my original target, and later I came to find out that the gun technically does 0.18 damage per shot to the side, or I should say that it would do that, because any amount of damage to a vehicle under 0.2 just doesn't get registered. As far as I understand it, this is the only AP ammo damage model that can't damage from the side when firing at point blank, and of course the damage drops off at range. By 30 meters the M5 cannot damage a main battle tank at all, so much for your armor-piercing rounds. While it can never hope to damage the incredibly projectile-resistant MAV troop transport and heavily struggles with getting valid damage on transport helicopters, it at least does something to all other vehicles no problem. So back to our example. Even if you were to manage to expend a whole magazine into the back of an MBT at point-blank range, that's only 4.6 damage. If you were to pump all of your total held AP rounds into it, you'd manage 19.3 damage. It's not very effective, and I'd much rather have the big 3 in my magazine slots so I can play around with the more interesting aspects of this gun. And with that said, let's get back onto subjects that are actually worth your time. The barrel has typical stuff for attachments, comps, brakes, and light suppressors, but they're easily trounced by the barrel length changes. Now, in addition to the usual suspects, the underbarrel has some interesting stuff. The bipod is more appropriate here than it was on the K30, and you see some new options like the 40mm grenade launcher, launching high explosive, smoke, or incendiary, which all need to be unlocked separately, and you can, if you so choose, have all 3 on your plus menu at once. But there's also the master key, a 6-shot revolving shotgun attachment that for some reason behaves differently on pretty much every gun it's on. The things that the different versions of this attachment always have in common are as follows. Always has 12 reserve ammo for 18 shells total, always fires at a default rate of 150 rounds per minute and fires 10 projectiles per shot. The points of divergence are in the reload time and damage. The M5A3s has a reload time of 2.3 seconds, one of the faster reload times, and it also has one of the longest damage ranges. Each pellet does 20 damage for the first 4 meters, for a total of 200 damage. Then from 5 to 74 meters, the master key displays a rare case of an honest-to-god damage slope rather than a stepped damage model, with the damage steadily decreasing from 20 damage to 5 damage per pellet from 5 to 74 meters, staying at 5 damage or 50 total at 75 meters and beyond. I typically don't see the point in using either the grenade launcher or the master key, since the M5 is a close-range performer, and I like having underbarrel attachments that positively impact shooting performance. But the master key is a really good shotgun for being an underbarrel, kind of an in-between not seen in the standalone shotguns. It's got good damage and one-shot potential. In fact, it has a higher max damage than the Super 500, while having a tighter spread, firing twice as fast, having twice as much loaded ammo, and 50% more total ammo. Really puts things into perspective, huh? But beware that the changeover is not instant. Though the animation is finished, it'll take a second before you're allowed to fire. Also, for some reason that must have something to do with pure coding gibberish, the master key is apparently affected by the stat changes of extended and shortened barrel, as well as suppressors, and I found that at least the extended barrel definitely has an effect on fire rate with the M5. Lastly, let's go over the expanded selection of optics. The M5, and most other ARs, LMGs, and Marksman Rifles have access to a magnified thermal sight, the T4, with a very respectable middle ground magnification of 2.5. While thermals conceptually feel a bit clumsy due to their grainy pictures and in this case even a bordered window display like I'm watching a widescreen feature, the very clear lighting of the target and precise crosshair point of aim have never made it clearer when the right time to pull the trigger is. There are also higher magnifications than seen before, such as the PSO-1M3 5x scope, although it was added post-launch and retroactively locked behind a challenge on most guns to get kills from a long range, so I haven't really advanced that unlock challenge much on the M5. It's a good scope though, but I don't really need it here because the highest magnification the M5A3 can get is the M11 6x scope. Clearly made for sniping, it has an uncomplicated crosshair and a magnification that seems unbecoming of an automatic weapon. With that said, I value the fact that it's given me the option to try extending my range, and that really isn't such a crazy concept on the M5. On high-power rounds with extended barrel, it can be treated as a light semi-automatic rifle with that decent minimum damage and sniper rifle muzzle velocity. You can even employ a bipod to make follow-up shots easier. But what is by far my favorite optic also makes its debut on this gun. The Target 8T 1.25-4.5 times. Not only is it a good-looking scope, but it's a hybrid optic that combines a 4.5 times magnification, perfect for mid to long range and higher than any other hybrid magnification, with an unmagnified iron sight which has a lower magnification than the other two hybrid sights do. And that wider swing obviously means more of a thing I really love. It's that magic word that starts with a V. Say it with me, folks, it's versatility. The medium-long range of the scope is made for one of my favorite ranges to fight at, because most players seem unprepared to contest it, but it's still easy enough to land shots. And the nature of the canted iron sights makes for interesting, if oftentimes goofy visuals. Pretty much every gun that can use this optic has it sitting in one of my 3 available plus menu slots. And with that, this is what my M5A3 looks like. Each slot perfectly set to combine for either short, medium, or long-range use. It's beautiful. And yet, for how much I can admire what this gun is doing, I don't even use it all that much. Even with all this modularity, there are less modular assault rifles that simply fit my preferred playstyles better from the ground up. Sorry, M5. AM40. My predominant impression of this gun is that despite some pretty alright damage, this assault rifle, in line with its appearance, feels more like an SMG the way its recoil is gatekeeping you to short range. It's got a high base fire rate and high per-shot recoil, more so than other assault rifles that share its fire rate, but it does start with high power ammunition by default. Nevertheless, let's start low as per usual. This gun is far less complicated than the M5, with only 3 ammo types, so standard is our starting point, with a 30-round box magazine or 40-round drum. At a fire rate of 900 RPM, it kills in 5 shots to 30 meters, then 6 shots to 50 meters, with a 7-shot minimum damage. Then there's the high-power ammo, with 20 or 30-round magazines with the same reload times as their higher-capacity standard counterparts, firing at 800 RPM and actually having a higher max damage, with a short little 4-shot kill zone for the first 9 meters. Then it's 5 shots to 40 meters, 6 shots to 75 meters, and still a max of 7 shots thereafter. The lack of barrel changes or meaningful suppressors means there shouldn't be much to cover regarding ballistics, but thankfully I get to keep talking about it because the pooch has thoroughly been screwed when it comes to muzzle velocity. Not only does the standard drum have the same muzzle velocity as high power at 845 meters per second, but the standard 30-round magazine inexplicably has a higher 965 meter per second muzzle velocity. Just bizarre. Oh, and since this is the first AR that can kill in 4 shots, as flimsy as that range is, it bears mentioning that assault rifles and LMGs have a much better 1.9 times headshot damage multiplier compared to SMG's 1.55 times. They do, however, have a max damage of 26 for their 4-shot zones rather than 28, so they're still not capable of killing in 2 headshots, just barely. In addition to making headshots generally more valuable, this higher multiplier also means that assault rifles and light machine guns with a 4-shot max damage can kill in as few as 1 headshot and 2 body shots, which an SMG could not. In any case, these are still some of the weakest damage models for assault rifles. Subsonic also shows up with a 30-round magazine and high-power fire rate while being like a rework of the standard damage model. It kills in 4 shots for the first 9 meters, but then 5 shots only out to 20 meters. As I alluded to before, you really only have the basic muzzle attachments, which is fine. The underbarrel selection is also small, with just 3 grips, the light, and a couple of lasers. The sights are similar to the M5A3, just without the 6x scope or the Raven 4x scope. While this means that the target scope with canted sight is still available, and I have it equipped on this gun, it's a bit silly, and probably better to stick to the lower magnifications. I don't really have many reasons to use this gun, but there's nothing wrong with each class having their dedicated short ranger. If that's what you like, you probably don't mind the limited attachments. AK-24. A slow-firing heavy hitter, it almost feels like a show shot type for this game despite the fact it's just a 4-shot kill. It is without a doubt the slowest automatic we've seen so far. Its standard ammunition has the same fire rates as the PP-29 on high-power ammunition, 675 RPM or 577 RPM on extended barrel. Because yeah, this thing's got an extended barrel. Boy does it ever. Funny enough, that damage model is actually similar to, but a bit weaker than the high-power PP-29, with a 4-shot range only extending to 9 meters, but otherwise its 5-shot range similarly lasts until 75 meters, then it's just a 6-shot after that. Despite the fact that it's technically weaker without that generous 4-shot zone, it does have more valuable headshots and a faster muzzle velocity, 965 meters per second with long barrel. The standard ammunition comes in 30 or 40 round box magazines and a 50 round drum. It probably bears mentioning now that the AK-24 has a burst fire feature in addition to semi-auto and full auto, but it's not really worth using in my opinion because it's only a 2-round burst and has the same cyclic rate as full auto fire. Plus the greater firing delay means you'd probably just be better off with semi-auto, especially as fire rates get lower. Speaking of which, the high power option on this gun has excellent ranged performance while driving the fire rate even lower. With 20 or 30 round magazines, the high power ammunition kills in 4 shots out to 20 meters, but can kill in 5 shots out to 150, firing at a rate of 620 rounds per minute or 540 rounds per minute with a muzzle velocity of 1,125 meters per second with extended barrel. That's a Sten's fire rate with a projectile faster than any primary weapon from the last 2 games. This is my preferred configuration, super slow and accurate chugging fire that deals with pretty much any problem in 5 shots. It's also nice that the high-power extended magazine gives plenty of reserve ammunition, which is something that can't be said for every high-power option. It makes it really sustainable to keep as default. There's also an armor-piercing option that's a bit more respectable than the M5's, though not so much as you would hope for a weapon this much stronger and slower. It apparently has a fire rate that's slightly slower than high power, a small differentiation that's actually seen on a lot of AP rounds, which doesn't help the fact that its damage model is basically standard but taking 1 extra shot at any range. To the rear of an MBT it does 0.28 damage per hit, so 5.6 damage for a whole 20 round magazine. While it still cannot muster up enough damage per shot to chip away at the front armor of a tank, it can at least damage it point blank from the side, has an easier time landing viable damage on transport helicopters, and can damage the MAV point blank from the rear. And as always, its performance against all other vehicles is more respectable and consistent. Being that there are only 3 ammo types, and these AP rounds aren't the worst, I keep the AP magazine in my plus menu, and that way I can contribute to anti-vehicle play even if I'm playing a class pressed for other anti-vehicle tools. As for barrel stuff, you have all the comps, brakes, and light suppressors, but extended barrel is my favorite. On underbarrel you have a lot of options like the M5, including the bipod and master key. This master key has a longer reload and its damage fall-off range is a bit shorter, from 5 to 60 meters. The grenade launcher is here too, but appropriately changed to be the AK-style launcher. There's HE and incendiary, but more exciting to me, an armor-piercing grenade. Unlike other offensive grenade types, the AP launcher has an extra grenade in reserve, and it does 18 or 19 damage to the side of a main battle tank, so that's just a bit heavier than the thrown AT grenade. You get 2 of them, they have more range, and they're available to any class. Nice! Sight options are the same as the M5A3, so I keep higher end optics equipped, and this thing has some true long-range potential. Fun fact about the target scope, due to the canted iron sights, the empty reload actually changes from an underhanded bolt pull with the left hand to a right-handed bolt pull instead. And something I've noticed that's probably most relevant to say here is that the recoil impulse of single shots feels a lot more predictable after switching to semi-auto, rather than just tap firing in full auto. If you have good control over your trigger finger, it may be tempting to just stay on full auto so as to not waste time, but at least in my experience it's worth it to switch if you're dealing with a distant target. There's not much else to say other than that the AK-24 is a gun that tends to look good no matter how you customize it. Unfortunately, there are a few ways in which it is overshadowed by other powerful ARs. SMGs. That's the way I'm gonna choose to say it, and if you don't like it, I'm sincerely sorry. Alrighty, and right off the heels of the powerful slow-firing assault rifle, we have the powerful slow-firing assault rifle. Huh. It's kind of impressive to discover the degree to which the AK and the SCAR are similar in this game. They both have the same 3 ammo types, and the damage models are quite similar. All of the ammo types have similar recoil and the same fire rates with and without extended barrel because, oh yeah, both of these guns have the same exact barrel attachments. Their optic choices are also near identical, with the SVAR only lacking the Shan 2.5 times sight. So with that said, what are the differences to speak of? Thankfully, the damage models aren't identical, with the SVAR being more powerful, which seems like a bit of a crock of shit for the AK seeing as the fire rates and recoil are so similar. But the SVAR has a bit lower muzzle velocities, and the other trade-offs I can think of is that its reloads are longer and this gun doesn't really get under barrel attachments. But we'll talk about that in a little bit. For now, let's focus on that great damage. Standard kills in 4 shots out to 30 meters, so it has a much better max damage zone, but drops to 6 shots past 75 meters just like the AK-24. There's only a single 30-round magazine option, and it stays as my backup. High power, which comes in a 20-round box mag or 40-round drum, cha-ching, kills in 4 shots out to 50 meters, and has a 5-shot minimum damage, double cha-ching. This is definitely the best assault rifle damage per shot. One other may have its high minimum damage, and another its 4-shot kill range, but no other has both. This thing in general has the best range damage model so far with a good capacity for high power, and kind of gives the impression that it's firing a heavy round because the projectile is slightly slower than average, but still a very good 965 meters per second with extended barrel. It can practically be a light DMR, especially since recoil is calibrated for automatic fire. As I said earlier, you still have all those same long-range scope options, you just can't get a bipod. The AP round's infantry damage is basically the same, and its damage to vehicles is the exact same as the AK-24, while also being a 20-round magazine with the same reserve ammo and fire rates. It's almost exactly the same effect, and I keep it on my plus menu for much the same reason. There's only 3 ammo types. So other than this being a super strong AR, the other defining feature of the SVAR, and the reason it always looks like an awkward hunk of polymer, is that it has a permanently affixed grenade launcher. The only underbarrel options are 4 grenade choices: high explosive, AP, smoke, and incendiary. AP is my primary, and smoke is the only one I don't have equipped, since if I want to use smoke I'd rather have the thrown kind. I don't use the grenade launcher much, but it's nice to have anti-armor abilities so close at hand. This isn't the last of the slow and powerful assault rifles, but it's probably my favorite due to its generous ammo and the fact that its damage is the best of them. AC-42. This is the most unique of the assault rifles. It can only fire in 3-round burst or semi-auto. While this might seem like the kind of thing I would hate, they did it about as right as you could for a game like this. Recoil is low and the cyclic rate of the burst is very fast when you fire. All 3 shots are off in an instant. It's controllable and reliable to a medium range, at least before you start getting high power and extended barrel involved, but we'll get to that when we get to that. First things first, standard ammunition in magazines of 30 or 39 rounds. There isn't a +1 mechanic on this gun, presumably so the max capacity can always be a multiple of 3 for the burst. The damage really isn't so bad, probably better than what you're expecting given the fast bursts and low recoil. It's consistently a step above the M5A3. It kills in 4 shots to 30 meters, 5 shots to 75 meters, 6 shots to 150 meters, and 7 beyond that. So for most any burst viable range it wouldn't take any more than 2 bursts so long as you hit all the shots. It should be mentioned though that the AC-42's max damage is 25 rather than 26, so its headshot properties at close range end up being more SMG-like. Nevertheless, it is the decent damage and incredibly low recoil that make this gun an example for which semi-automatic fire shines brightest. Even if it's not the strongest damage model, it feels incentivized, especially because burst fire is so rigidly structured. And if it's incentivized in standard ammo, with high power ammo it feels downright necessary. Now the high power magazine is only 21 rounds, not ideal if you're forced to spend 3 rounds every trigger pull, and that recoil is obviously higher. Especially if we equip extended barrel, the cyclic rate of the burst very evidently becomes less viable as a quote-unquote hyperburst. However, that long barrel only makes it better as one of the cleanest firing semi-automatic weapons in the game. With a muzzle velocity of 1,125 meters per second and a damage with 4 shots to kill to 30 meters, 5 shots to 100 meters, and only 6 after that, That's about as good as the AK-24 but with recoil calibrated for burst fire, so it's much nicer. I have high power and extended barrel on default specifically to use this assault rifle as a semi-auto marksman's carbine. If you hadn't noticed, I haven't really mentioned fire rates yet, and that's because according to Sorrow's spreadsheet, the technical RPM doesn't change between ammo and barrel types. If this is intentional and true, I would have to guess that the time between bursts is balanced against the cyclic rate of the burst itself, because that does without a doubt change. There is a subsonic magazine worth talking about, since the AC-42 gets access to heavy suppressors. The subsonic damage is actually the same as the standard rounds, only having a lower velocity. But since the 5-shot zone is actually split between smaller 22 and 20 damage zones, it actually shifts where the shots to kill zones are when run through the Type 4 suppressor, in addition to deleting the 4-shot kill zone, and the damage steps end up looking like 5 shots to kill until 50 meters, then 6 shots until 150 meters, 7 thereafter. That's still pretty good, not bad for bursts or single shots. In fact, this is the definitive stealth assault rifle in my opinion. Man, the AC-42 just has so many gimmicks going for it. As you already know, it has extended barrel and heavy suppressors. I keep the Warhawk compensator for close-range play. Optics are similar to other non-AM40 assault rifles, and accordingly I stick with my usual move of medium to long-range optics. Underbarrel's the same stuff. I keep accuracy on long-range attachments on deck, and alternate between the laser sight and grenade launcher for close range. The AC-42 is a fun weapon for when I want to mix things up, but don't want to deal with anything as dicey as the tactical weapons. RM68. You are now looking at our third slow and powerful assault rifle, and because DICE don't know how else to do that sort of gun I guess, the high power ammunition has the same exact base fire rates as the others, at 620 rounds per minute. But that's not to say this gun is entirely unremarkable. Quite the contrary, it brings a lot of new stuff to the table. First of all, the RM68 comes stock with what is called a CCN suppressor brake on the barrel, and it seems to be functionally a combination of a light suppressor and the Warhawk compensator that I hold so dear. It provides, as far as I can tell, all of the benefits of a light suppressor, but doesn't come with any damage or muzzle velocity reduction. As a matter of fact, it has remarkably high default muzzle velocities. And while it only reduces vertical recoil rather than overall recoil, the only real trade-off on this muzzle device is less accuracy. There's also a shortened barrel attachment on this gun which isn't seen on any other assault rifle this strong, and this barrel option also comes with the CCN suppressor brake. Seems like the closest thing you can get to a factory barrel is one of the muzzle brakes. The third interesting thing this gun does is that it has permanently equipped canted iron sights. While the optic selection is a rather low 11 options, you can always hit the toggle button to switch from anything up to a 6x scope down to the unmagnified irons. You really have all the options you could want. The limited selection is mostly just due to no hybrid optics because, obviously. And for the last interesting tidbit, the RM68 utilizes the big 3 ammo types, making this the first appearance of close combat ammo we've seen since the M5A3, and it's very fun to see how that's implemented on a slow, strong weapon. For instance, it's actually like a slightly better version of the M5's high power ammo damage-wise. It kills in 5 shots out to 100 meters, then only 6 after that. With a fairly fast reloading 30-round magazine, that ain't half bad at all. I want to note that for a reason unclear to me, the RM68 has no +1 mechanic, just like the AC-42. With a fire rate of 675 rounds per minute, it's kind of slow firing for close combat, what some of you might call weak, but what I call controllable. With the shortened barrel, the fire rate is brought up to 770 RPM, but the muzzle velocity is dropped from 750 to 615 meters per second. It's there if you want to get this gun as tuned up for close range play as you can. Now this is another one of those guns with a bit of a fire rate quirk, as standard and high power have the same fire rates, 620 rounds per minute default or 735 RPM with shortened barrel. Barely any different from close combat at all, and between the two of them it's just the slight difference in recoil. Standard, with 20 or 30 round magazines, keeps the damage differential low but expands into a higher max damage, killing in 4 shots to 30 meters, then 5 shots to 150 meters, 6 after that. The standard ammo is barely stronger than the AK's high power, has the same base muzzle velocity and same size magazine options, and has the option for faster firing with a shortened barrel. Just wow. And the grand champion for damage, high power, though with only 20 round magazines and a low reserve, does damage similar to the SFAR, killing in 4 shots out to 40 meters and only 5 thereafter. Per-shot recoil is similar to the high-power ammunition of the AK-24 and SFAR, maybe even the slightest bit lower. Its base muzzle velocity matches the highest so far achieved by extended barrels, and it too of course can fire faster than any other gun so far capable of producing such damage. You know, shortened barrel and all. I'll admit, I slept on the RM68 for too long, although there's no denying that all the other slow-firing strong ARs have better magazines and total ammo for their high-power options. GEW-46. Finally, this is a gun content to toe the line between the slow firers and everything else. The GEW-46 puts up good damage at a middle ground fire rate, though what it seems to sacrifice for this is that its customization is a bit slim. There are optic choices, but none that go above 4 times magnification. Barrel options have the usual suspects, but at least there's also an extended barrel in there. Underbarrel is quite inexplicably lacking. No grenade launchers, only 3 of 4 grip options, not even the standard laser sight? At least there's still a bipod. Then there are 4 magazines with 3 ammo types, but one of those, subsonic, I'll never use because there's no heavy suppressor. The fast reloading standard 30-round magazine kills in 4 shots only out to 10 meters, but kills in 5 shots out to 50 and only 6 after that. Not a bad minimum for this gun at all, seeing as it fires at 810 rounds per minute. Or you can slap on the barrel extension for 675 rounds per minute if you like that slow AR factory barrel feel. High Power has a 20 or 30 round magazine, matching the damage of the AK-24 actually. 4 shots to kill out to 20 meters, then 5 shots to 150 meters. With the same slightly lower muzzle velocities of the SFAR MGL and a fire rate of 735 rounds per minute, or once again using extended barrel to match the slow AR's default of 620 RPM, this thing shreds. And for what? A very slightly higher recoil per shot than standard? Though with the fire rates I do have a bit more trouble controlling it out to longer ranges. So slap on a reflex to this bad boy and you've still got a premium TTK for the first 20 meters and visually manageable recoil with a 5-shot kill for any other range you can reliably see with that sight. Even though I really should be using the 4x hybrid for practical reasons, I can't help using the Raven scope, mostly because of how well it works with the hilarious visual of "you unseize your G36C." I mean, it just looks so good. And the last thing to mention with regard to visuals, the high-power extended magazine actually changes the animation for palming the magazines, to account for the different shape. And I like this animation better, to be honest. Most magazine changes just alter the speed of the reload, not the animation itself. As for subsonic, if you want to know, it's objectively weaker than standard, with a faster fall-off and being the only GEW-46 ammo type to drop to a 7-shot kill. Just ignore that, and in general you can treat this gun like the BAR or FG42 of this game. Strong damage and long range capable, but a beefy short ranger in practice, due to the fire rate and recoil. And because it doesn't sacrifice damage, I would say that it's my short range assault rifle of choice. VHX D3. Now we come to a gun whose popularity I had a hard time wrapping my head around for a while. But after looking into the stats, it's pretty safe to say that the reason I see a disproportionate amount of VHXs is because they have the best damage of the fast-firing 2042 assault rifles. Though it seems they traded this trait for some harsh recoil, which is the reason I don't really use it much. It's somewhat locked out of range versatility. But we'll get to how I arrived at that conclusion in a second. To start off with, the standard magazines come in 30 or 40 round sizes. At a fire rate of 900 rounds per minute, it kills in 5 shots out to 40 meters, 6 shots to 75 meters, then 7 after that. That's pretty equivalent to the standard M5A3, even more so when you equip this gun's extended barrel, which will make the fire rate 770 rounds per minute just like the default M5, though the muzzle velocity increases on this gun are higher than usual. In this case it brings it up from 750 meters per second to 965. But even at the same fire rate, the VHX has more recoil than the M5A3, noticeably. High power only comes in 20-round magazines, and that combined with the fire rate makes it somewhat disincentivized, 810 rounds per minute or 735 with extended barrel. With this upgrade though, it can kill in 4 shots, for only the first 4 meters. Then it's 5 shots to 50 meters and just 6 beyond that. Despite the high-power ammunition having the same fire rate and almost the exact same damage as the GEW-46 standard ammunition, the recoil is about 20% higher by my estimate. At least extended barrel grants the 1125 meters per second muzzle velocity. I haven't found much cause to use this gun on account of the fact that most other guns have pretty consistently scaled recoil, and this one seems to trade straight recoil per shot for its ability to fire fast and do more damage than the M5A3 and AM40, but because of that it seems to me it would be a bit skewed off the scale if we plotted damage and recoil across all guns. There's a 30-round subsonic magazine too, with a bit of oddness going on in the fire rate, with the factory barrel's fire rate being a little bit higher and the extended barrels being a little bit lower than high power. It has the exact same damage as standard, but obviously with the slowest muzzle velocities on this gun. There is a heavy suppressor, but it's the PB sadly, the one that deals the least damage, and it changes the damage model to look like this. Its max damage is major weak sauce, 19.8, so it can't kill in any fewer than 6 body shots. It does so out to 50 meters, then 7 shots to 100 meters, and 8 after that. It's remarkably weak. The only other subsonic heavy suppressor combinations forced to take 6 shots to kill are the forgettable SCZ and the K30, the gun whose whole point is to do pinprick damage but at least it gets hella fire rate and hella low recoil in return. Regardless, I keep the subsonics and the PB in my plus menu because I can't say no to the option, but the reasons for me to use the VHX just keep diminishing. There's a pretty standard selection of underbarrels, no bipod but a few grenade launchers, not the AP one though, so it's not too compelling. There is a wide range of optics, including long-range scopes. Because I'm a hipster who can't just leave a 6x magnification on the table, my optic choices look like this, meaning I'm basically going to be using the reflex sight most of the time. But since I practically never take this thing off extended barrel, at least the hybrid optic might have a chance. Anyhow, this gun suffers from the same affliction that the L9CZ and CZ3 do. It's a later added gun that fails to measure up to previously established weapons, in my opinion. Never mind that you saw me get some of my best clips of the video with it. You know, maybe there's something to the hype after all. AK-5C. Being the last harder-hitting, slower-firing assault rifle, the AK-5C pulls out all the stops when it comes to modularity. Being basically as customizable as the M5A3, just without shortened barrel, but on a more powerful low fire rate base, so I couldn't be happier. The AK-5C has the greatest variety in magazine choices, with the same 5 ammo types that the M5A3 gets, but spread across 8 different magazines. This is because all of the big 3 ammo types have standard and extended magazines, helping to ensure that you won't be left out to dry even with the more powerful options. Before we get into damage and fire rates though, I should mention that this gun doesn't actually have an extended barrel option, but rather heavy barrel, which in addition to increasing muzzle velocity as extended barrel does, also increases ADS spread accuracy by 15%, as well as alleviating spread increase by 1%. If I had to guess, that almost seems like a fluke in the code, but I've got no complaints. Furthermore, this gun has no additional drawbacks that it has to trade for that, just the going rate of the, downside of a lower fire rate. See what I did there? Going rate. I can't help but wonder why the gun was given this further upgraded version of long barrel. I mean, is that attachment unpopular? Do they think they need to give extra incentives? Meanwhile, I already love long barrel as it is, and all I can think when seeing this is, please, I'm already wet. So anyway, just a heads up that the lower fire rates are under heavy barrel rather than extended barrel as is typical. So, close combat with 35 and 44 round magazines has the same exact bullet to kill ranges as the M5A3's high power, but with a higher base 770 RPM fire rate and inevitably lower muzzle velocity. In case you need a reminder, that's a 5-shot kill out to a 75 meter range, then 6 shots after that. Nothing to sneeze at in the slightest. A low damage differential with a decently aggressive fire rate, even if it can't net a 4-shot kill. With heavy barrel, the fire rate is lowered to 635 rounds per minute, so even with close combat we can be in the slow and steady range. Standard with 30 or 39 round magazines actually doesn't change that much damage-wise, still having a 5-shot max damage but out to a bit further range of 100 meters, while utilizing a higher muzzle velocity and firing at 675 RPM or 600 with heavy barrel. The bigger difference here is that there are 2 different damage zones within the 5-shot range, and the higher damage zone is much larger on standard than close combat, but that almost never matters unless you're trifling with suppressors, which we will get back to in a moment. For now, the takeaway is standard isn't really interesting, especially because, lastly, with 20 and 30 round magazines, high power rounds are where this thing truly joins the big damage crowd. Being a mix between the SFAR MGL and AK-24, it kills in 4 shots out to 50 meters like the SFAR, but drops from 5 shots to 6 past 150 meters like the AK, while having the same fire rates as them. 620 default or 540 with heavy barrel. Despite that similarity to the SFAR's high-power rounds, these ones have a bit more recoil, though they do have a bit higher muzzle velocity, coming all the way up to the so far maximum of 1,125 meters per second with heavy barrel, and are on a gun that can actually customize underbarrel attachments. It's clear so far that this gun makes some very small sacrifices then between that recoil and the lower max damage on the weaker ammo types, but it's not nearly enough to sway my interest, especially in the face of the cool things this gun brings to the table like heavy barrel, or the fact that it has the best damage so far for a fully suppressed weapon. The subsonic ammunition, coming in 30-round magazines and matching the damage, fire rate, and reserve of the standard ammunition, pairs beautifully with the one suppressor offered, the correct heavy suppressor, the Type 4. Due to the aforementioned split in damage zones, with the suppressor this actually has the same shots to kill as close combat, aka the same as the M5A3, aka 5 shots to 75 meters and only 6 after that. A great range and a high minimum for a suppressed weapon. Not that you should really be pushing your luck too hard, because that's gonna make for a mere 520 meters per second and you can't see your tracers, so you'd have some trouble at long range. All the same, this is the strongest per shot damage for a subsonic / heavy suppressor combo that isn't a bolt-action rifle. But there's still one more ammo type to talk about, armor piercing, which really isn't as awful as it could be. It has the same shots to kill as the standard ammo as well, just in the slower fire rate and smaller 20-round magazine of high power. The damage to vehicles appears to be the same as the AP rounds of the AK-24 and the SFAR. Not terrible, but not impressive either. Now to discuss the toppings, the other attachments. Aside from the typical underbarrels, the AK-5C also has a master key, with the shortest fall-off range from 5 to 39 meters, so that's still pretty much as far as you'd want to use a shotgun with this spread anyway. There's also a new style of grenade launcher, with incendiary, HE, and AP, my favorite. Optics have some long-range options, and also a weird new red dot called the Hollow Point? You know that name's already spoken for in firearms, right? Anyhow, I don't go with the highest magnification since there are assault rifles with higher damage or less recoil, but the 5x scope, just barely under the highest, has a home in my rifle. The AK-5C just does too many things well. Close combat, subsonic, and high power ammo configurations are all top-notch, even if the gun may have a bit of an overshadowed high power option. M16A3. Alright, if you're sick of all the ammo type talk and the time it's taking up, now's your break. Because coming up next are 6 too fucking similar assault rifles courtesy of the Vault weapons. And Vault weapons only have one standard ammo type each to keep track of, plus no barrel length changes. This American classic with attachment rails comes with 30 or 40 round magazines, a fire rate of 830 rounds per minute, as fast as the close combat M5A3, and a damage of 5 shots to kill until 75 meters and only 6 after that, the same as the high power M5A3. Muzzle velocity is even the same as high power. M5A3 weak? Yes, M5A3 weak. The recoil per shot is even very similar too, maybe even with less horizontal recoil, but I'm not sure. Although the 5-shot zone is mostly 22 damage, there's a weird stint from 40 to 49 meters where it only does 21 damage. Doesn't really mean much, and I can only assume it's unintentional, but it dirties this otherwise clean damage model. So with that higher fire rate and much larger magazine, the M16 doesn't seem so bad. For the most part, its attachments don't disappoint either. There's a full complement of compensators, muzzle brakes, and light and heavy suppressors. Because of the damage model, the Type 4 suppressor actually doesn't affect bullets to kill at all, which is neat, but you won't really have a reason to use it anyway. The optic options are a bit limited, as can be the case for Vault weapons, but even by that metric there are some missing pieces you would expect to see. Magnifications go up to 4 times, but only with the Vault ACOG, and one of the things I've found most concerning is the lack of unmagnified optics. It's only the iron sights, the thermal that I always find strangely hard to use, and the goddamn awful Cobra sight. What kind of reticle is this? I reluctantly use one of the 1.5 times optics with the ringed reticle, which I typically don't like very much, but the 8R is better than the alternative. Helping to make up for this, the underbarrel selection is really impressive. There's a grenade launcher, but not quite the ones we've seen before, as in addition to high explosive and smoke grenades, there's the LVG, which is another anti-personnel option that uses a weird bouncy ball projectile, which just seems like a worse HE grenade. Last is a buckshot canister that actually fires 20 projectiles, but each projectile only deals 8.25 damage. making for a total of 165 damage if all pellets connect. What's odd is that the damage doesn't drop off at all. A pellet will still deal 8.25 damage even at max range. But the thing is that 165 is a very weak max damage for a shotgun blast, especially a single shot, and you can only hold 2 at a time because it's a grenade launcher. So once you fire your 2 blasts, if you even survive to do so, that's all you get until you find an ammo box. And even though it technically has high minimum damage, the spread is nothing special, and that trait won't really help you get further ranged kills. Plus, when you hold the aim button on this launcher, you're forced to ADS through an awful sight. But thankfully there's a much better underbarrel shotgun option for the M16A3, the M26 Mass. And I technically lied about not having to go over diverse ammo types, because this shotgun has 4 different variants that can be equipped. Each one fires at a rate slower than any other real shotgun at 47 rounds per minute, and has a 5+1 detachable magazine capacity with a total of 24 shells. In exchange, the buckshot is very powerful. In fact, I'd say it's the most powerful shotgun per blast, with 19 projectiles each dealing 20 damage until 20 meters. That's 380 total damage out to a very decent range for shotguns. From 20 to 29 meters it does 228 total damage, and from 30 meters and beyond it's 190 damage, or 10 damage per projectile. You'd only need to land half of your pellets if you can reach out that far. Because of this, the Mass is quite a powerful weapon on its own, filling a hidden archetype of a lumbering yet forceful shotgun. Unfortunately, you won't get better than the buckshot. The others come up quite short in comparison. Flechette, also with 19 projectiles, is able to penetrate players with its shots, but has a max damage of the buckshot's mid-range at 228 until 15 meters, then it's 190 until 30 meters, and 114 or 6 damage per flechette at max range. Definitely still not hard to get one-shots up close, but a massive downgrade and for such a low fire rate. The slug is no different from primary weapon shotgun slugs, with a max damage of 75 until 50 meters, then 60 damage, dropping no lower, so it's always 2 shots, but again, that's much slower firing than the 3 other shotguns that can also kill in 2 slugs. Unlike the buckshot, there are no upsides for its slower nature. Lastly, there's a type of shell only seen in the M26 Mass, frag rounds. These are single projectiles like slugs, but they have an explosive charge. The impact of the round itself deals 37.5 damage at max and 25 at minimum, but there's always a 25 damage kicker from a small radius explosive. Because of this, maximum direct hit damage on one target is 62.5, with the minimum being 50. So it's weaker than slugs, but still just takes 2 hits to kill at any range, making these feel a lot like slugs with extra steps. Of course, the explosive damage means there's potential to damage additional enemies, or still have some effect on your target if you make a near miss. But the muzzle velocity seems much slower than slugs, making shots hard to hit, and generally leading to what seems like a bit of jank with the hit reg. On such a slow-firing gun, I just don't see the point of the frag rounds. But hey, the good news is that the M26 Mass Buckshot is so good that I welcome it on any gun that can use it. All 2 of them. Last point to mention, all of the Vault Assault Rifles besides one have a 3-round burst mode, and boy do they ever show that the AC-42 is the right way to do a burst. They all have too high recoil and too low cyclic rates, and just end up being an obstacle between full auto and semi-auto. Anyhow, the M16 is fine. Close ranged because of the fire rate, but I've probably disregarded it in the past more so than it deserves. It's just not got the interesting modularity aspects of a good 2042 weapon, the situational underbarrel shotguns aside. I say that, but honestly I'm probably gonna start using this thing more just for the shotgun. ACWR. This is the most powerful per shot, slowest firing of the Vault Assault Rifles, but that's not saying much. That makes it more like the GEW-46 than the SFAR. With a 26 or 40 round magazine, the ACWR kills in 4 shots out to 20 meters, then 5 shots out to 70 meters, having a 6-shot minimum damage and a fire rate of 735 rounds per minute. While having the same fire rate as the high-power GEW-46, the recoil is noticeably more easygoing, which makes sense since the 5-shot damage zone falls off to 6 in less than half the distance, but it's still got a nice 6-shot minimum damage, and since it has the same 20-meter 4-shot kill, with a larger magazine and less recoil at that high for its damage fire rate, it is a dominator in its first 20 meters with a great TTK, and quite competent out to medium range. It has a better selection of optics than the M16, low bar I know, with some actually good unmagnified sights, a hybrid optic, and even the 5x scope. The other axes of customization are not quite so strong, and the devs once again show stubbornness to give full inclusivity to the Vault weapons. For barrels, there's only the Warhawk compensator and the 2 light suppressors, and on the underbarrel it's no more than the bipod, flashlight, laser sight, weird laser sight, and bad foregrip. There's just basically nothing to do with these, but I suppose the compensator, laser sight, and bipod are enough. The ACWR does one specific thing, but it does it pretty well. A91. Alright, the A91 is like a lower power alternative to the M16, just without all that underbarrel firepower. It fires at the same rate, 830 rounds per minute, also uses 30 and 40 round magazines, and produces less recoil. And well that it should, because it has a slowish muzzle velocity of 675 meters per second, suffers damage fall off faster with a 5-shot kill only lasting out to 40 meters, and has a lower minimum damage with 6 shots falling to 7 at 75 meters and beyond. Fun fact, those are the same shot to kill zones as the standard VHX D3. There's not really much that can be said. It's like if the M16A3 had a close combat alternative that didn't affect the fire rate. Sure, it's less versatile, but it's more manageable in use for closer ranged work. Or heck, maybe that reduced recoil even means it's easier to use at range despite the lower damage. All depends on the shooter. The sight options are good like the ACWR, just no 5x scope. Muzzle devices are the standard 6 brakes, comps, and light suppressors, and the underbarrel is quite lacking. Just the laser, flashlight, and bad grip. Even less stuff than the last gun. At least the laser is reliable, and fits this gun's niche. What can I say except, it's aight, unremarkable as heck. M416. No, you're not having deja vu, this is a different gun. The M416 has a fire rate of 770 rounds per minute and uses 30 and 40 round magazines, but it kills in 5 shots out to 75 meters and 6 after that. Where have I heard that before? It produces more recoil than the standard ammo M5A3, which has the same base fire rate, but being that the M416 has the same damage as the high power ammo, if we compare that against the M416, then this gun actually has a bit less recoil per shot. Yes, this gun does basically the same thing as the M16A3, which is very ironic, although it doesn't have that weird 21 damage fluctuation, and has a lower 675 meters per second muzzle velocity. While that combined with its slightly lower fire rate lessens certain aspects of its damage output, its faster reloads and lower per-shot recoil more or less balance this thing out base stats-wise, making it way too similar to an already unremarkable gun from both a looks and gameplay standpoint. Sight options are competent but limited. The barrel attachments are as slim as the ACWR, but the underbarrel, like so much of the rest of this gun, goes the way of the M16, but that's a good thing. It has those grenade launchers and powerful underbarrel shotguns, as well as the base options you would expect on any 2042 assault rifle. The M416 is a tamer M16 or M5A3. I only wish the muzzle velocity weren't as low as it is, but I get it. It's a carbine. Also, this is the one Vault AR that doesn't have a burst. God bless. MTAR-21. These last 2 Vault assault rifles are fast-firing options, both with a fire rate of 900 rounds per minute. Despite that, and the fact that the damage really isn't so bad on this gun, the MTAR-21 has shockingly subdued muzzle climb. It somewhat resembles the AC-9 in that way, but with deceptively good strength. It uses 30 and 40 round magazines, which I'm sure you've come to expect by now, and has a damage model slightly stronger than the briefly aforementioned A91. It kills in 5 shots to 40 meters, then 6 shots to a further 100 meters, 7 thereafter. Nothing to scoff at, that's actually better than the other fastest firing assault rifle setups, the VHX and AM40. That fact notwithstanding, the MTAR has less recoil than either of those. By a lot. This reminds me of the PP2000, how there are times when it seems like a vault weapon goes so unnoticed that it just doesn't get tuned and ends up better than it should be. The only punishment I can see here is weak customization, but I mean, hello? Vault weapon here that's not entirely unique, and not as persuasive as great recoil. The optics are fine, but the barrel only has the light and heavy suppressors and the good compensator, and the underbarrel only has flashlight, laser, bad grip, and okay grip. No big deal honestly. What more than the laser and the compensator does a man need on a 900 RPM gun? The lopsidedness of this gun is something I only noticed in my research for this video, and I realized that I'm probably gonna have to use the MTAR-21 more. AEK-971. Okay, last assault rifle. Also a Volt weapon firing at 900 RPM with the you already know magazine sizes. Same muzzle velocity as the last gun and all that jazz, which makes it so perplexing that the AEK-971 has well more recoil than the MTAR-21, climbing high and pulling to the left hard. Many assault rifles pulled to one side or the other, but it's gotta be most noticeable on this one. It's especially perplexing when you see that this gun has the same exact damage as the A91, aka weaker by a little bit, and even has slower reload times than the MTAR. Being that these two guns are even side-by-side vault weapons, I really question how this wasn't notable to anyone. Maybe I'm just not seeing something, but from my perspective, if anyone were to like the AEK 971 over the MTAR, I could only imagine that it's either an aesthetic choice, or because of the indisputably more robust customization. For the most part, the AEK has better sight options, including being the only Vault AR besides the ACWR to go up to a 5x magnification. Except I'm pretty hung up on the fact that it has the K8 holographic sight, and not the Fusion Reflex. The muzzle devices actually include the 3 other comps and brakes, so it's not just the Warhawk, and the underbarrel has the Vault grenade launcher and a bipod. But unless there's something about this gun I am comically missing, I think the AEK 971 is aggressively meh. Heya, a little last minute update for the video here. Somebody at DICE must have a sick sense of humor, because as of my recording this, March 16th, I've recently found out that on the 18th, in 2 days, Battlefield 2042's War Machine event will launch, which includes the addition of the AN-94 as a vault weapon for all-out warfare. I didn't think there would be any more guns added over. As of recording, this is literally the last thing I'm adding to the video before it ships. I've already finished everything else. I have worked exceptionally hard in the editing bay these last few days trying to push this video out as soon as possible, and I do not feel like delaying this video until I have the AN-94. Because before I can even begin to formulate an opinion, unlock all attachments, write, and get footage for it, I have to unlock it. Which isn't even possible yet, and since it's going to be in the event pass and not unlockable through challenges, you know that it's going to take forever. All this is to say, be on the lookout for a short published soon. I've heard subscribing helps you stay up to date. Anyhow, I'll make it to be just like a section from the video, so you can watch it and fill in this blank space where a weapon review is supposed to be. What I can say for now is that I'm already unimpressed. As we just talked about the AEK 971, there's already so many assault rifles, let alone semi-vault assault rifles and AK pattern guns. Here's hoping I'm pleasantly surprised by the AN-94 when I get my hands on it. LCMG. Okay, finally off of assault rifles, the biggest category of weapons in the game. Now it's time for the second biggest primary weapon set, light machine guns. And boy howdy are we starting off strong. It's a bit scary how similar a stat spreadsheet of the LCMG and M5A3 assault rifle look. They have the same exact magazine type choices, with each ammo type even having the same amount of damage zones. They have the exact same barrel attachments, the only difference in underbarrels is that an incendiary grenade launcher is swapped out for the anti-armor one, and for what it's worth they have the same fire modes. What this means is that the LCMG has the same admirable degree of modularity as the M5, but with a lower fire rate and higher damage, it's pushed directly up my alley. Who wrote this shit? I ask, knowing that this is a one-man production and that I did it all to myself. Anyhow, let's talk about ammo. Close combat is quite like what you would find on the stronger side of SMGs. In fact, it's almost exactly the same as the PBX-45's high-power ammo. It kills in 4 shots until 20 meters, then 5 shots to 50 meters, and 6 to 100, with a 7-shot minimum damage. It's even capable of having the same fire rates, with 675 RPM default the same as the PBX with extended barrel, or 810 rounds per minute with shortened barrel, the same as the default PBX. It's literally like a strong SMG with slow handling, a ton of ammo, and a higher muzzle velocity, as even the default close combat is 750 meters per second. And if you put on extended barrel, that gets brought up to 845, and the fire rate is dropped to a 580 rounds per minute. Sweet, sweet slowness. At this fire rate it's such a laser, the damage is competent though not quite thrilling for this game, but you've got low recoiling yet fast flying shots and a capacity of 200 on this selection, with a pretty good reload time. And you don't even have to worry about overheating in this game. If mounted on a bipod, this is like classic Battlefield 5 LMGs, but better because everything in this game has to be. The damage zones are about 2 times longer across the board with this damage model as compared to any BFV MMGs, not to mention the whole being able to pick it up and aim down the sights anytime you want thing. So standard predictably tightens up the damage, making it a 4-shot kill to 30 meters, a 5-shot to 100 meters, and 6 after that. Default fire rate is 620 RPM, shortened is 735, and extended is 540. There's a 100 round and extended 200 round belt box, but the 200 rounder has a reload over 9 seconds long. Yikes. Truth be told though, I don't really use standard much. I prefer the extremes as usual. So even though the available ammo is much lower, I go for high power. Its damage is the same as the venerable high power SFAR MGL, 4 shots to 50 meters and only 5 after that. With a default fire rate of 580 rounds per minute, with shortened barrel it becomes 675, and with extended barrel it's a mere 475. Do you like Battlefield 1? Do you want to relive the glory days? Well, this is how you get the glory days. A machine gun with a scope and a damage model that's only 4 or 5 shots to kill, firing at a beautiful rate of slower than 500 rounds per minute. It's like I'm using the M1917 all over again. It even has an exceptionally high muzzle velocity like this, at 1,350 meters per second, a speed usually only reserved for marksman and sniper rifles. Barring an exceptionally bizarre exemption, it's the highest muzzle velocity in the game. Though I have to admit that the recoil for the LCMG, especially in high power configuration, is somewhat high per shot. I rely on the low fire rate to manually try to control each shot. Not only that, but the belt length is only 75 rounds, with just one more 75 round belt box in reserve, and that reload is still longer than the standard 100 round belt. This is another reason that the lower fire rate may be preferable, just so you're not spending quite so fast, because unless you're playing a support character with an ammo box, that ammo may not last long if you're indeed using the machine gun like a machine gun. Anyhow, there's a subsonic ammunition belt with the same ammo and reload as standard. It deals similar damage except its 4-shot damage zone is a little longer and its 5-shot zone shorter, and it has close combat muzzle velocities but, oddly enough, high power fire rates. Not much of a reason to use for me because no heavy suppressor. Lastly is armor piercing. Similar to some previous guns allegedly having a lower fire rate than high power, it has the same ammo and loading properties, and its infantry damage has the same zones as standard but taking 1 extra shot to kill at all ranges. In exchange, the LCMG has the best damage against vehicles of any automatic primary weapon, dealing 0.55 damage per shot to the rear of an MBT at point blank. Its max damage per belt on any such vehicle is just over 40. This is also the only automatic damage model that doesn't struggle with damaging any vehicles, at least at close range. The only time its damage is completely negated is when attacking a MAV from 30 meters and beyond, and only against the tracks or the front of the vehicle. Given those ammo choices, I keep high power as default for a low fire rate damage dealer for any range. Though because it can run out quickly, I have close combat for a near bottomless supply of a decent backup ammo, seeing as you get 600 rounds total. And also the AP rounds, since they're strong for an automatic weapon. I'll switch to shortened barrel for close range or for faster AP damage, but otherwise I'll pretty reliably have the LCMG on extended barrel. Anyhow, I already told you most of the rest regarding attachments. How it's got the same stuff as the M5A3 on the barrel, and the same on the underbarrel except since the launcher has AP grenades I actually use it. The master key on the LCMG has the same damage as the AK-5C, so on the weaker side for range but still plenty competent in CQC. It also sports the fastest master key reload. Another thing is that bipods are statistically different for LMGs compared to any other class. They increase ADS and hipfire accuracy by only 20% rather than 50%, but have a higher 65% recoil reduction compared to 50% on the rest. That leaves the optics as the last category to talk about. Sadly, despite the great ranged performance, the LCMG is limited to a 4x magnification, which is certainly a letdown to me as compared to a totally doable 6x scope, but 4x is enough to work with. I use the Ghost Hybrid for most things, Shan 2.5x as that magnification is becoming increasingly favorable to me as a middle ground, and a Red Dot because I feel like it's easier to use than the Fusion in this instance. While I widely prefer the Fusion on most things, there are some guns that just be like that for some reason. As of writing, the LCMG is the gun on which I have the most kills, and I don't expect that to change anytime soon. It's almost everything I want out of a gun in a shooter game. Avances. That's how I'm going to choose to say it, but honestly I have no idea one way or another. While the LCMG may represent the M5A3's modularity for light machine guns, the Avances carries on the M5/M16/M416 damage philosophy. Low max damage but low differential. The standard ammo of the Avances already matches the M16 or the M5's high power ammo in both muzzle velocity and damage, killing in 5 shots to 75 meters and 6 after that. And since the fire rate is 770 rounds per minute, this gun is much like a light machine gun version of the M416. Just like the LCMG standard, it comes with 100 or 200 round belt boxes, but with faster reloads, and correctly depicting the FN Evolus loading system, being the only game to do so to my knowledge. It's also especially true for this ammunition, that the Avances has very low recoil, kind of surprising balance-wise. The high-power ammunition has the same maximum and minimum damage, but the max damage zone is doubled, so it kills in 5 shots to 150 meters, and it has a 720 RPM fire rate. While the total ammo count is better than the LCMGs, the ammo per belt box is only 50, and with the same reload time as the 200 round extended standard belt box, this just feels like a scam. Especially since you don't get much of a damage improvement out of it, at least in my opinion. The standard ammo is an easy choice because these things have the same small damage differential. I can tolerate not having 75 more meters of a 5-shot kill, you know? Fuck it. Though I still keep the high power around because there's not a lot of options and, well, it is pretty impressive to keep your max damage for 150 meters. Of course, the reason that options are sparse is there are only 2 other ammo types and one is subsonic with an outright damage downgrade, killing in 5 shots to 30 meters then 6 to 75 with a 7-shot minimum damage. The last useful ammo is AP, largely based on high power, but with a slightly weaker damage model than subsonic. Its vehicle damage seems to be identical to the M5A3, which doesn't bode well for its ability to do basically anything against heavier vehicles. And while the Avances has more total AP rounds and can pump them out at a faster fire rate, it has that smaller 50-round belt box with less reloading ammo efficiency. Moving on to attachments, it's mostly just the typical brakes, comps, and light suppressors. Praise be, there is an extended barrel which lowers the standard fire rate to 675 with a 975 meters per second muzzle velocity, and lowers high power to 600 RPM with a velocity of 1135. I like to keep this attachment on pretty consistently due to my low fire rate fanaticism, and the fact that it combines with the low recoil to make higher magnifications remarkably usable. Oh yes, there are higher magnifications for this gun. Generally, there are a lot more optic options than the LCMG, but most alluring to me are the target scope with canted sights, not really sure how easy it is to hold an LMG at an angle, but go off, king. And then there's the 6x scope. Just beautiful. Because full automatic fire on a long-range scope is my favorite psychopath behavior. This leads to the 2x sight being used as my lowest magnification. This is the kind of optic lineup you'd see me using on a light DMR. Lastly, the underbarrel attachments are not quite as robust, with no grenade launchers or shotguns, but that just lets me go all in on normal stat-related modularity maxing, since it's got all the baseline stuff I like, the bipod, BCG light grip, and laser sights. I'm not the most avid user of the Avances, but it seems to be perhaps the most used and sweatiest LMG, and I think that can be attributed to its massive capacity and too generous recoil. Like, this is another instance where I think the weapon could use a balancing touch-up because of the way it compares to others in its class. But I actually want this change to happen because the gun gets used a lot. Just maximum hipster energy from me, I know. PKP BP. Who's the genius that came up with that one? Now this is a gun that gives off an impression of being big, strong, and mean. The Bullpup PKP is certainly big and mean, but strong? Well, none of its ammo types have better damage than the standard Avances ammo. Huh. Well, on the face of it, this gun should be a normal fit statistically. It's the fastest firing, but it doesn't have much per-shot damage potential. That kind of feels wrong, though. Most of my time playing this game, I was under the assumption that the PKP was powerful but hard to control. And that isn't just an assumption I made based on looks. But I thought that was pretty clearly what was being informed by the recoil. We'll get to that, though. So first of all, the standard ammo fires at a blistering 900 RPM, but has what is single-handedly the weakest per-shot LMG damage for any real ammo type. Get out of here, AP rounds. It kills in 5 shots to 30 meters, then 6 to 75 meters, with a 7-shot minimum damage. It comes with a 200-round belt box and has a muzzle velocity of 850 meters per second. The ammo we're all more likely to use, though, high power, comes with 100 or 200 round belts, fires at 830 RPM, and kills in 5 shots to 75 meters, just like the standard ammo of the Avances, but still drops to a 7-shot kill after 150 meters, making it still weaker. At least the muzzle velocity of it is extended barrel level by default, and hey, a 200 round belt of high power is a privilege, and with another 200 in reserve, its total ammo is much easier to swallow than many other high power options. However, given the competition in LMGs, this quote-unquote high-power ammo doesn't seem all too illustrious. Despite having less maximum damage than the standard ammo of the Avances, the high-power ammo of the PKP has far more recoil per shot and pulls to the right. Now while this is partly down to the fire rate difference, that's really only a deviation of 60 RPM. The PKP is merely 8% faster but has like 20% more recoil, maybe even more than that. This is why I really thought the PKP would have more damage. Yes, high damage and high fire rate sounds dicey, but there have been plenty of examples in this game series before. The recoil just gets increased. That's what this recoil feels like, but that's not what's going on. This is a far cry from the fastest and weakest archetypes of the other weapon classes, which usually have smooth and predictable recoil patterns despite their fire rates. The last ammo is AP rounds. As usual, the damage model is entirely godforsaken, killing in 6 shots to 50 meters, then 7 to 100, and 8 thereafter. While the belt size is 100 rounds, it has the same reload time as the 200 round high power magazine, which is kind of ass because AP reloads are usually the same speed as their high power counterparts, with relation to ammo count. At least this constitutes the highest loaded AP round count and the fastest AP fire rate. And the vehicle damage is a little lower than the LCMG but still strong, dealing 0.45 damage per shot to the rear of an MBT. An odd thing I've noticed about LMG AP ammo, with the exception of the Avances, is that while they do more damage to heavy vehicles like the MAV, tanks, and transport helicopters, assault rifles deal more damage to light vehicles like the Cav Brawler, EBLC Ram, and EBAA Wildcat. As far as customizability goes, the PKP is pretty weak. As you already know, there are only 4 magazine options and 3 ammo types, but they're all fine. In lieu of any underbarrel, you have a statistically neutral canted grip that your player character is always holding onto, plus an always deployed bipod, god bless. The only barrel options are the 4 compensators and muzzle brakes. And the optics? At least you're doing better than the LCMG. You can get the thermal 2.5 times. Not that you'd want anything too crazy on this gun anyhow. The available options are actually more than enough. Honestly, one of the best things I can think to compare it to is the Parabellum MG from Battlefield 1, a skittery but consistent high fire rate machine gun. I can say that despite the high recoil, and perhaps due to that persistent fire rate, controlling this thing's vertical recoil for prolonged trigger pulls really isn't that bad. Just remember that it's both the fastest and the weakest light machine gun, at least if we're talking per shot damage. RPT-31. Now this is a gun attempting to bridge the gap between the LCMG and PKP, although it's tragically more PKP slanted. It actually has the same magazine options and sizes: 200 round standard, 100 or 200 round high power, and 100 round AP. The standard reloads are slower than the PKP, but the high power and AP are faster. Damage is improved while fire rates have been lowered, and the per shot recoil is slightly lower than the LCMG, much more reasonable than the PKP. Standard has a fire rate of 720 rounds per minute, or 830 with the shortened barrel, since that's an option on this gun. It already has a high velocity of 975 meters per second, and kills in 5 shots until 50 meters, then 6 shots until 150 meters, 7 shot minimum once again. High power actually increases the max damage, making this gun capable of killing in 4 shots to 30 meters, then 5 shots to 100, but the 6 shot zone still gives way to 7 shots at 150 meters. This one has that high muzzle velocity and a fire rate of 620 rounds per minute or 735 with shortened barrel, making it almost identical to the standard LCMG ammo, but with a lower minimum damage and faster velocity. This makes high power a solid default pick when considering its stockpile of ammo, just like the PKP, but it spends slower, so it's an even better candidate for the best high power ammo use. The AP rounds have the same exact infantry damage as the PKPs, and seem to have the same vehicle damage too. And with the same capacity and reserve, the only differences are that the RPTs fire slower, reload faster, and have a higher base muzzle velocity. Alright, let's look at attachments. As you already know, the RPT has a shortened barrel, and that's about the most interesting barrel mod, as just like for the PKP there are no suppressors, just the basic muzzle blast redirectors. The underbarrels are the same options as the Avances, not comprehensive but all the basics I could want. Then the optic choices are pretty robust. No 6x scopes, but there is a 5x, thermals, and the target scope. Plenty for me. There is an optic unique to this gun, a 1.5x called the RPT Hollow. It's like the other 1.5x sights with a dot and ring reticle, so it's not really special, and the borders of the sights are very large and obstructive for such a low magnification. This one can easily be skipped. This is the most moderate feeling LMG, but moderate may be a stretch given that it has the second strongest damage of the 2042 LMGs. Despite their large cartridges, there really aren't a lot of strong and slow LMGs like there were assault rifles. I'd like to see more variety. But since that's not going to happen, I can appreciate the RPT-31 for its unique enough role. DFR Strife. Now I went and ran my big fat mouth and look where we are. looking at a gun that's very derivative of an LMG that already exists. The standard and high power ammo have the same base fire rates and shots to kill as the Advances. Okay, it's far too harsh to call these two guns the same, because the DFR Strife actually has something really interesting going on with the ammunition. You can select either an ammo belt to get a more or less standard LMG experience. One thing I really like about the reload animation is how the player character actually places their hand on the optic to close the top cover when larger optics are used. Or you can get your ammo and box magazines to basically change this thing into an assault rifle. Sick! You still can't reload while ADSing, even though there should be no physical problem with that, but the reload speed is the main draw anyway. This unique feature leads to a very wide range of magazine selections. 8 different options just like the AK-5C, but with 4 ammo types instead of 5, since the DFR Strife has no close combat ammunition. Though I gotta admit, the belt capacities aren't amazing, and while the standard and subsonic belts have fast belt box reloads, the high power and AP belts are definitely slow for their capacity. Like I said, the standard and HP rounds are exact copies of something we've seen before, but in case you forgot, which you probably have, we're throwing a lot of numbers around here. That's 5 shots to kill to 75 meters at a fire rate of 770 RPM for standard, and 5 shots to kill to 150 meters at 720 RPM for high power, both of these having that excellent 6-shot minimum damage. The recoil is also very similar to the Advances. They're near identical as far as I can tell. Standard comes in 30 or 40 round box magazines. Curiously, a +1 is always applied to make these 31 or 41 rounds whether you're reloading from empty or not. Probably because this thing as a belt-fed machine gun was coded not to have a +1 mechanic. Standard's belt is 90 rounds, and that's as high as this gun goes. I retain the 40 round mag as the best detachable magazine option since it has plenty of capacity. High power has a 20 round magazine or 70 round belt, and while that's an almost excruciating 7+ second reload for a small belt, it's still my default, cause high power is the goat and I sure as hell ain't using a 20 rounder, especially because the belts provide almost twice as much total ammo. 70 rounds feels a lot more comfortable than the 50 for the Advances. For the last ammo type I actually use, Subsonic has a 30 round magazine or a 90 round belt with the same fast reload of the standard belt, while also having the same reserve ammo, which is very good for Subsonic. For reference, you get 270 rounds total if you use the belt, versus only 93 if you were to use the 30 round magazines. Sadly, the damage output isn't too encouraging, with the same lower fire rate as high power but with the weakest damage model, killing in 5 shots to 50 meters, 6 shots to 150 meters, and being the only ammo with a 7-shot minimum damage. RIP. The good news is that the Type 4 suppressor, my reason for using this ammo, doesn't affect the shots to kill at all. The actual damage numbers have enough of a buffer zone that none of them get lowered into a weakened shots to kill range. So it's fine, as fully suppressed guns tend to be. Well, actually, this is the biggest capacity on a fully suppressed gun, and it's low recoil with that big capacity. It can dole out sustained stealth damage pretty effectively, and in the grand scheme of fully suppressed automatic damage models, it's really not sitting that low. The ammo itself is lackluster, but the suppressor doesn't bring it down like it does on all other guns. Lastly, armor piercing, which only comes in belt fed, is really not so bad. Based on high power in its ammo, fire rate, and reload, its damage is remarkably between standard and high power, killing in 5 shots to 100 meters and only having a 6-shot minimum damage. That's not even shit! What a curveball for this game to throw an actually viable AP conversion at you. The vehicle damage also seems to be pretty good, just a little weaker than the LCMG. I got it to do about 0.53 damage per shot to the back of a main battle tank. However, I still don't really use it on my gun. Not when I've got the kind of suppressed function I don't hate, the best long-range option, and a magazine that borderline changes this thing's weapon class. Aside from the Type 4, there's also the other heavy suppressor, but as usual I don't recommend using it. Then there's just the wrapped suppressor and the standard brakes and comps. Underbarrel has bipod, grips, a grenade launcher with HE, smoke incendiary, or my only pick, AP, and sadly no normal laser sight, just a weird one. For optics, there are just a couple fewer options, but the Strife still has the Ghost Hybrid, 5x scope, and 2.5x thermal, so I'm chilling. This gun is a close side grade to the Advances, and accordingly I've seen it be pretty popular too, though not quite as much without the Advances' massive capacity. As for me, I stan that magazine system. I like that it has a more sensible high power capacity, and I'm just happy to get a fully suppressed MG. So I'd say I prefer the DFR Strife. M60E4. Alright, this is a weapon class that also got a good number of vault weapons, 5 light machine guns, many of which aren't all that remarkable, but we are front-loading the good ones. In a weapon class with a surprising drought of powerful bullets, we've so far only seen one dedicated 4-shot MG and one that can only pull it off with high-power ammo. I'm glad to be blessed by the presence of the venerable M60, because this thing is like the PP-2000 of machine guns. It's a vault weapon that's slow but kills in 4 shots for a great range, although I definitely can't say it has the PP-2000's overly polite recoil. With a 575 rounds per minute fire rate, this gun is naturally slower than anything except the LCMG with extended barrel, and it kills in 4 shots to 40 meters the same as the PP-2000. But being that it's an MG, its damage past that is far more admirable, killing in 5 shots to 150 meters then just 6 after that. Compare the M60E4 against one of its own. That's stronger than the LCMG's standard ammo but weaker than its high power, making this the second strongest possible damage for MGs. Given that this gun can get a 200 round belt with 400 more rounds in reserve, and a reload time about 30% faster than the 200 round standard belt of the LCMG, you are in the serious cartridge slinging business with this thing. Now of course with vault guns comes vault level customization. At the muzzle you have the good compensator, the compensator you don't want to use on this gun, and a good light suppressor, that's it. Underbarrel isn't bad, with the 4 grips, laser, flashlight, and bipod, your selections can be filled out to satisfaction. As for optics, there's also enough here to be workable, even if your highest magnification is the Vault ACOG. The Fusion kind of overlaps with the high-profile front sight, but I still use it. But yeah, this is a somewhat barebones gun that's occupying the same vein as the LCMG, but even that's enough to be interesting to me. XM8 LMG. The first Vault weapon from Bad Company 2 rather than Battlefield 3 certainly does not disappoint. I think I can say without a doubt that the XM8 has the best ammo availability in the game, being that it's a detachable magazine LMG, and despite the fact that those magazines are 100 rounds each, they take less than 3 seconds to reload. The reserve is only 200 though, so don't get too trigger happy. The damage is also nothing to scoff at. While it kills in 5 shots to only 50 meters, it has a 6-shot minimum like many of the other MGs we've seen, and that low differential is far more important than the 5-shot range in my opinion. With a fire rate of 770 RPM, the XM8 is shaping up to be pretty similar to the Avances or DFR Strife as far as firing performance. However, it has higher recoil than the Avances or the Strife, more in line with what you'd expect from an MG of this fire rate. And while continuous firing is smooth, the XM8 seems to have quite the first shot recoil multiplier. I really don't mind though, this gun's magazines make up for it. Because it's one of the most safe assault MGs, it's very hard to get caught with your pants down, and it emphasizes aggression, especially because it's got a downright pleasant hipfire for an LMG. While sight options are pretty similar to the M60, finite but fine, its muzzle can only accept the wrap suppressor and, oddly enough, my least favorite heavy suppressor. The underbarrel is also limited, with just a laser, light, and bipod, but 2 of those 3 options are good, so good enough. I find this weapon acceptable even in the face of its more fleshed out 2042 counterparts. In fact, at times I like it more because of the hipster factor, plus its assault rifle leanings. M240B. From here on out the LMGs get a little underwhelming in my opinion, but this gun and the 2 after have a 975 meters per second muzzle velocity, while the previous 2 only have an 850 meters per second velocity, so what do I know? The M240 Bravo fires at a very moderate 675 rounds per minute, with a 100 and 200 round belt like the M60, and for the most part has a damage model typical of LMGs, something between a standard and high power ammo. It kills in 5 shots to 100 meters then 6 thereafter. The thing is though, for the first 9 meters it does 26 damage, making for a 4-shot kill. Just like for the PBX-45 or VHX-D3, I can hardly consider this a legitimate advantage, because it will almost never come into play. 10 meters just ain't shit in this game. And as we'll see in a bit, it seems like the M240B gets penalized for this in some areas, and I'd rather not have it in exchange for, let's say, less recoil. The gun has higher per-shot recoil than the high-power Avances, but it doesn't feel justified really, because that gun has a stronger 5-shot range, by 50 meters, compared to what? 10 mere meters of great damage? Attachments are similar to the M60. At the muzzle you'll basically only be using the Warhawk. You've got a flashlight, laser, bipod, and 2 mag grips on the underbarrel. The optic options are few in number, but sporting good choices we've not seen on the previous Vault MGs, in the Ghost Hybrid and 5x PSO scope. If you're able to make use of the M240's 4-shot damage zone, then bless you, I'm happy for you and I wish you the best. But for me, it's more like random crits than an exploitable feature. For whatever reason, the M240B is a strangely common LMG choice, so maybe there's something I'm missing that's not laid out in the stats available to me. But even so, I haven't felt especially thrilled using it in games, so it's not registering to me. Type 88 LMG. Now this gun is like if the M240B knew its place. It's done away with the 4-shot damage zone, otherwise having the exact same shots to kill at the exact same fire rate, with the same capacities but faster reloads than the M240, as well as lower recoil, similar per shot to the high power of ANSIs actually. That makes it frustratingly similar to the previous gun, even in looks, but it's kind of exactly what I would ask for in a rework of it. That also means I've explained most of the gun itself already. On top of that, it's got the same desirable optic picks. Its attachments include more muzzle devices like my beloved Champion muzzle brake, and it's got the weirdest underbarrel attachment, simply called foregrip. Lower vertical recoil for less hipfire accuracy? I mean, sure, I'll take it. I'm fairly certain this attachment doesn't show up anywhere else. I'm gonna be honest though, I'm not even sure if it actually works. Anyhow, knowing what I know now, there's probably very little chance I'll choose to use the M240 in a game of my own volition. If I want something with a similar niche, I'll just use the Type 88. RPK-74M. Our last LMG, and it's another detachable mag example, just like with the XM8. Instead of a 100-round double drum, we have a 45 or 60-round capacity, and they actually modeled the magazine difference. Very cool. While we're on the subject, the damage is very similar to the XM8 as well, killing in 5 shots to 50 meters, but dropping from 6 to 7 past 150 meters. The fire rate is also slightly slower, 720 rounds per minute. Optics are alright. They've not quite got my favorites, but this stuff is perfectly serviceable. Muzzle devices are just the 4 standard comps and brakes, so there's 2 worthwhile options in there. And underbarrel at least has the laser sight and bipod as you've probably come to expect from the Vault LMGs by now, with the only other options being flashlight and my least favorite grip. The thing that trips me up is that the RPK has just about the same per-shot recoil as the XM8 despite firing slower, having a smaller capacity with longer reloads and less total ammo, and a lower minimum damage. Just like with the AEK-971 and assault rifles, the bottom-of-the-category AKs just keep losing once you start doing comparisons. But if I'm gonna be honest, the recoil feels pretty workable for sustained fire, and that's one of the most important factors when considering usability. While general recoil is the same, the RPK-74M has a much lower first-shot recoil multiplier than the XM8, making single shots and the start of bursts much easier. Plus, a lower fire rate on the same per-shot recoil does make for less recoil over time, even if it's just by a little bit. DM7. Alright, now we've just got the 3 smallest weapon sections to go. Can you feel it? It's almost like you can believe there's a light at the end of the tunnel for this video. Starting with Marksman Rifles, the DM7, as usual for the first in-class weapon, is highly modular and can be anything from a light assault semi-automatic to a BF1 style DMR. It has the big 3 ammo types, with some pretty strong damage and fire rate swings, as well as an extended barrel. But in the Marksman and Sniper Rifles is where we'll see extended barrel at its most janky. For example, no matter what ammo type you use, extended barrel will always guarantee the lowest possible 257 rounds per minute fire rate on the DM7. This causes the balance of using it to be thrown off a bit. For example, this is great for high power ammo, since it's such a small fire rate difference in exchange for a higher velocity, but terrible for close combat because the reduction is a much larger percentage and there's basically no incentive if it loses its fire rate advantage. Unless you really like low recoil, but even I'm not that much of a freak. Usually. I do use them together sometimes. Lol. The pure recoil reduction angle really doesn't make as much sense for a fire rate this low though, as it would on a fully automatic. Let's talk about the ammo types. First of all, Marksman Rifles have a few different headshot damage multipliers rather than having a class-wide setting. On the DM7 it's pretty generous, 2.2 times. That means generally good value from them, but most notably any 4-shot damage zones would be able to 2-shot to the head. So close combat comes in 20-round magazines and fires at 360 RPM. It's a pretty solid option for combining close-range play and precision, since it kills in 3 shots out to 40 meters, then 4 shots to 100 meters, just 5 after that. If you're a Battlefield 5 player, it's like the Gewehr 1.5, but better because it has a higher minimum damage and greater range, though it's especially because the recoil isn't ass. And don't be fooled by the name. The muzzle velocity on this is 850 meters per second, similar to the standard for many light machine guns. You're really not losing much performance for combat ranges. Factory, tightening up the damage model, kills in 3 shots to 100 meters, then just 4 for the rest of its range. At a 300 RPM fire rate, that makes this very analogous to BFV Assault's long-range options, the Carabin or Gewehr 43. And with a 15-round magazine, it's not much worse off than the close combat ammo as far as being sure you won't run out of bullets when you need them. It's a DMR that maintains some aggression while being quite useful to pretty much any reasonable range. The high-power magazine is a 10-rounder with a fire rate of 270 RPM. It does something absolutely beautiful and eliminates damage differential entirely. This magazine provides 0 damage drop-off. It's a 35 damage 3-shot kill from your barrel to the end of the earth. And this is what I mean when I say the DM7 can be configured like a Battlefield 1 style DMR, as there were 4 self-loading rifles in that game that killed in 3 shots at any range, and they even had similar fire rates. If you equip the extended barrel, this thing is literally a detachable magazine Mondragon with that 10-round capacity and 257 RPM fire rate. One of the biggest differences being that you'd have a super high 1,365 meters per second muzzle velocity. This is also a fairly low recoil for a 3-shot minimum damage, so even the seemingly more moderate ranged Marksman rifle can be absolutely as viable as any other at max range. The only problem is, the amount of high power ammo you get feels like a spit to the face. You can only have 33. Total. That's 3 mags only. It's gone so soon, and on this lighter, faster rifle, you're more likely to spam fire or place your shots more haphazardly. Just unfortunate. At least the other ammo types are also really fun and functional. If you run out, it doesn't feel like you're stuck with a downgrade. Rather, it's a shift of playstyle where you become more aggressive the lighter your ammo type is. I also like that each magazine is modeled differently, not simply being varying lengths of the same style. These are the only 3 I use due to my love of modularity and range versatility. But the big 3 aside, we have 2 more mags to get through. Subsonic has the same capacity, reserve, and damage as standard, but with close combat muzzle velocities and high power fire rates. I won't use it because there's no heavy suppressor, but if you're the kind to go for it anyway, this seems like a pretty solid choice. It's a small reduction in fire rate and muzzle velocity on an already pretty strong damage model. AP, mostly based on high power as usual, has a horrid damage model of killing in 4 shots to 75 meters then 5 after that, but will deal about 1.05 damage per shot to the back of a main battle tank, and will always damage any vehicle regardless of hit zone and range. Problem is though, it's only got 1 reserve magazine. That's 22 shots total. What? It's embarrassing. And most guns from here on out are gonna have to deal with that because they're low capacity. Would barely be worth it even if I had an available slot. Alright, new topic, barrel stuff. The extended barrel obviously jives best with high power. The Champion muzzle brake works well with standard, and the Warhawk compensator pairs with CC for a good close assault setup. Otherwise, if you like the other muzzle devices or light suppressors, those are here too. The underbarrel has all the grips and a bipod, so I use the bipod and BCG as usual, but it makes some more sense than usual here given the precision nature of the weapon. There's also a grenade launcher with smoke, HE, and incendiary, and honestly, I have the HE grenade equipped just as a close range get off me kind of tool. It's like my deranged one-time use alternative to the laser sight, although that is of course available for use if you're more normal than me. In optics we now get to see even higher magnification options, specifically an 8x scope. Nice to know it's there, but there are rifles with a more specific long-range focus that it feels more comfortable on. For the DM7, a 6x feels just fine to me. And if you're extra new age, there's a thermal 6x you can check out now too. Aside from that, this gun also has pretty much any optic you could want going all down the line. There's tons of choices, and my selections have no compromise. These 3 are perfect for me. In a strong opening for the class, the DM7 proves that even a marksman rifle can be something of a jack of all trades. It's versatile, but there's another gun that kind of supersedes it in my opinion, just a few entries down. SVK. For the second marksman entry, we have this class's dedicated hardest hitting and slowest firing gun. For example, the weakest ammunition, standard, fires at 225 rounds per minute and kills in 2 shots out to 100 meters, and only 3 after that. That comes in 10 and 15 round magazines, and while 15 is the highest mag capacity you can get on this gun, the standard extended magazine only comes with 32 total rounds, which is, pretty bad. The standard instead has 44 rounds total. High power honestly isn't drastically different. Its 2-shot range is just 25 meters further, for 125 meters total, but it still kills in 3 at minimum damage, and fires at 180 rounds per minute. When it comes down to it, the SVK's recoil seems downright generous. The fire rate cap is the real dominant factor for how many shots you can hit with this gun, perhaps explaining why it's so low. Also, I'd like to note that the headshot multiplier on this gun is 1.6 times, with a max damage of 60, so you avoid hitting any one-hit headshots. And that's the typical model for any marksman rifle that can two-shot. So yeah, high power is mostly for muzzle velocity, because it honestly doesn't change much on the damage front and gives you higher recoil with less ammo. A 5-round magazine that reloads as slowly as the 15-rounder, but at least its total ammo is higher than standard extended, at 36. That muzzle velocity alone might be compelling for you though, if you are indeed trying to use the SVK at very long range, as its archetype would encourage you to do. While ostensibly a hang back and aim careful kind of gun, a two-shot kill is still a two-shot. It can give you a fast TTK if you're in a CQC situation. Because its two-shot range is also pretty long, it can sometimes invoke the annoyance of guns like the ZH-29 or Zebslada 1906 from Battlefield 5, which have, at least in my opinion, nasty reputations for being cheap snipers, the way they two-shot quickly and without the clunkiness of a bolt action. But whereas those guns were a two-shot at any range, the SVK is only mostly that. Lastly, there is an AP magazine, modeled off high power but with a measly 12 total rounds. It kills in 3 shots to 75 meters, then 4 after that, and it deals 1.31 damage to the rear of an MBT. So I mean, that's stronger than the DM7, but at this point we're dealing with such a low volume of total damage with that ammo count. I still have it in my plus menu because there's only 3 ammo types, but I mean, for the strongest DMR, this is just pathetic. Alright, off that subject, let's talk about attachments. Muzzle has the 6 regulars, comps, brakes, and light suppressors. The SVK does also have both a shortened and extended barrel, and the reason I refrained from mentioning them until now is because they're a little screwy. They don't affect the fire rate of the standard ammunition at all. It's 225 RPM no matter what. This means the extended barrel has no downside, and the shortened barrel has no upside. You have every reason to use one and no reason to use the other. At least it's functional on the high power and AP ammunition, presumably because high power is the default for this gun. Remember, default HP fire rate is 180 RPM, so with extended it becomes 150 with that maxed out 1365 meters per second velocity, and with shortened it becomes 225 RPM just like its standard ammo. So even though this thing does have the full spectrum for barrel lengths, because of what I just laid out, the limited ammo types and the small variation between them, this gun doesn't end up feeling all that modular. The underbarrel has a lot of the same stuff as the DM7, except that the grenade launcher options are HE and AP. Hey, a better anti-armor option, I'll take that please. The presence of a bipod is more consequential for my playstyle here, as it can be used to tame the sharp perceived recoil when you're operating at long range and with the higher magnification options I'm likely to use, such as the 10 times scope afforded to this gun. Now I can concede that this is getting a tad ridiculous, but that's not even the worst of it. The long-shot 12 times scope also makes its debut here, and I'm not gonna lie, I have not gone to the trouble of unlocking it because it requires 30 kills past 250 meters, and I like to play games for fun. Aside from that, there's a ton of options just like the DM7. I keep all mine on the higher end for now, but I've been considering making an honest-to-God CQC build for this gun rather than making do with the canted sights of the target scope like I have been. To be honest, I don't use the SVK much because there are multiple other marksman rifles that are long-range competent and have the same minimum damage without being so punitively burdened with the slow firing and low capacity shtick. To me, the slight advantage for the farthest of ranges is not worth that. VCAR. While the VCAR probably looks like a very strange choice, especially under the name of a marksman weapon, it seems to me like it serves as a spiritual successor to BFV's M1A1 carbine, being a rapid, low recoil and high capacity semi-automatic, while having less ranged potential, but still capable of being effective at further range if you deliberately slow down. However, according to the creator of Sorrow's scribbles, Novo Sorrow, it seems that at some time in or between updates 6.0 and 7.0, the recoil animation was tweaked, and now it looks like this when I don't remember it being quite so bad before. While it undeniably has less actual recoil when comparing the most comparable ammo types between this and the DM7, this feels harder to use because of the recoil animation. It's so jarring, and honestly I feel like it does in some part invalidate the weapon, as the following gun's high-power ammunition option does more damage and seems to have less problems with recoil, but we'll get to that shortly. First, we must break down the VCAR. With a whopping 3 close combat magazines, you can get either 25, 30, or 40 rounds. Pretty good for a semi-automatic. though it kills in 3 shots to 30 meters and falls off pretty quickly after that, killing in 4 shots to 40 meters and 5 shots past that. At least at max range it's no worse off than a powerful assault rifle, but that's pretty unexpectedly specialized to close range for a marksman weapon. However, you get to fire at a tasty 450 rounds per minute, and as I said earlier, the actual recoil is quite low. The headshot multiplier on this gun is 2 times damage, not quite as good as the DM7 but still strong. You can introduce some different barrel lengths into the mix as well. Extended barrel reduces the fire rate to 385 rounds per minute, but as usual gives you a pretty good muzzle velocity. And despite the smaller cartridge of this weapon, the V-Car still has basically LMG bullet speeds, so you're really not hurting as far as hitting ranged shots goes. Alternatively, shortened barrel brings the fire rate up to 540 RPM. That's the same fire rate as the heavy ARs, and pretty incredible for a semi-automatic. It's to the point where it's basically faster than you can controllably click, so that pretty much means the fire rate is in your hands. If I was the type of scum to use macros to artificially max out my fire rate, I would be a fiend with this thing. It'd be a super strong slow SMG, like if the RSC had a drum mag. The standard ammunition only gets one option, a 20-round magazine. Still pretty generous, and while it sadly doesn't increase the 3-shot range, still only being 30 meters, it really reduces the fall-off, greatly lengthening the 4-shot to kill zone, so it doesn't fall to a 5-shot until 100 meters, making this ammo much more viable for mid-range. It's quite similar to the close combat ammunition of the DM7, just having a slightly shorter 3-shot range but with a faster projectile and firing faster as well. Speaking of which, its base fire rate is 415 rounds per minute. And so typical for a marksman weapon, this is where the barrel changes get screwy. Shortened barrel doesn't change the fire rate at all, so you have no reason to use it here the same way you have no reason to use it on the standard ammo of the SVK. And extended barrel has the same fire rate that it does on standard, 385 RPM. And while it's good that it actually changes the fire rate, that's a much smaller reduction than usual, only 30 RPM, making extended a more advantageous trade-off than it usually is. Standard ammo with extended barrel is my default config since it has the most sensible range capabilities while having plenty of loaded and reserve ammunition. There's also a 20-round subsonic magazine, and it's like close combat but with a slightly shorter 3-shot range and slightly longer 4-shot range, but since it has the capacity and fire rates of standard and no heavy suppressor, I don't really see a reason to use it over standard. Speaking of barrel attachments, aside from the barrel lengths it's just the normal stuff, so you can slot in the compensator or muzzle brake of your choice for your default fire rate option. Underbarrel also has pretty much the base attachments, no bipod though. Wonder why? There are a number of optic choices, but none as high as the rest of the 2042 marksman weapons. While a 5x scope is available, it's a little excessive, and it was added to this weapon late, after I had already unlocked the next highest magnification option, the target scope with canted sights, which I like quite well as usual. Plus it's the only hybrid optic on the V-Car. It's pretty funny looking though, since it's the biggest scope you can mount on this small gun and it's mounted so far back that it just looks so out of proportion because of how close it is to your face. It's probably a good thing that you're not allowed to go much higher than this. I'm drawn to the bizarre allure of this weapon. I mean, of course I am. I'm a whack job. It's an entirely unlikely gun for warfare. It harkens back to the pistol carbines of previous games, and it's the most extreme subversion for its class. Of course, from the long-ranged and accurate marksman class, my instinctual pick is the fastest and least range-capable thing, just like I enjoy the assault rifle that feels most like an automatic DMR. What can I say? I just like to do the opposite of what I'm told. I so desperately want to love the V-Car for its quirkiness and its balancing philosophy, but that dang recoil animation is simply punishing, so instead, I simply like it. BSVM. What I've said before bears repeating here. If you want the glory days, this is how you get the glory days. Because the BSVM with high power ammo is BF 2042's version of the Shoshaw. And this is why it's nice to know stats, because appearances can really throw you off. Before we get into why I make that comparison though, let's talk about gimmicks, because this gun has a lot of them. For one, being that the BSVM is based on the VSS Ventores, it is integrally suppressed. There are only 3 barrel options for a factory, shortened, and extended barrel, and they all provide the benefits of a light suppressor, though technically without any downsides since it's all baked into the stats of the gun. Second of all, this gun has high power and close combat ammunition types, with a massive statistical swing between the two of them. It's unironically like using a different weapon when you switch. And lastly, instead of having a single subsonic ammunition type, there's a subsonic version of both CC and HP, making for 4 ammo types total. As per usual, let's start with the close combat ones, and you can see what I mean. This gun can fire in semi-automatic or full auto, and well that it does, because the fire rate on close combat is 830 rounds per minute, or 980 with shortened barrel, 720 with extended. Really? On a Marksman rifle? But both of these come in 30-round magazine options. Close combat kills in 5 shots to 30 meters, 6 shots to 50 meters, 7 shots to 100 meters, and 8 after that. Subsonic close combat also kills in 5 shots to 30 meters, but its 6-shot range only extends to 40 meters and its 7-shot to 75. While it doesn't affect much here, the max damage is 21 rather than 22 as you would usually see with a 5-shot damage zone, presumably since the headshot damage multiplier is 2.2 times across the board. But anyhow, this damage is, honestly pretty weak. It's like a stronger version of the M5A3's close combat ammo, but not strong enough to be like standard. It's funny, it's even got the same fire rates with and without barrel length changes, but with slightly more muzzle velocity on subsonic and much better velocity with normal CC, while having 30 rounds rather than 35. Perhaps due to the stronger qualities, the recoil per shot is quite a bit higher for the BSVM, which makes sense balancing-wise I suppose, but it can make this close-range focused ammo pretty jarring for what it is. As compared to close combat on the M5A3, the BSVM's subsonic CC has a much larger 30-meter max damage zone compared to merely 10 meters. And while that makes it more reliable at a very crucial close-range distance, there are no other differences in the damage zones. Meanwhile, the full-strength close combat ammunition has outright better damage zones, and even though it has essentially the same max and min damage, the output is undeniably technically stronger. But for some reason, even though the total ammo for subsonic close combat is 124 rounds, for regular close combat it's only 93? That's really low for damage like this, and of course that recoil is still higher than it probably should be, also hindering usability. It's fine though, I choose that ammo type anyway for the damage because I'm not as concerned with the stealth mechanics of close combat, or the ammo count, since the close combat ammo type seem to be more of a reserve, a backup. You don't pick this gun because you want an off-class assault rifle, because that doesn't seem to be its primary function. That distinction would belong to the high-power ammo. Both versions of high power come with 10 or 20 round magazines, while firing at 410 rounds per minute, 490 RPM with shortened barrel, or 360 RPM with extended barrel, while killing in only 3 or 4 shots, with subsonic crossing that threshold at 50 meters, and normal high power crossing it after 75 meters. Recoil per shot seems pretty similar to the standard ammo of the DM7, to which it is very comparable, but given the higher fire rate, higher potential capacity, and automatic capability, I'd say that this gun takes the standard ammo DM7 role and makes it both more fun and more adaptable to close range. And as I said earlier, you put the extended barrel on this thing and it's basically BF1's Show Shaw, just with a higher muzzle velocity and longer max damage zone. But the fact that you can be even faster, up to almost 500 RPM, is pretty nuts. In fact, the TTK for the max damage of the close combat and high power ammunition is the exact same accounting for barrel lengths, so even the long range option can be very aggressive. Apparently all of the magazines have the same reload times too, which seems like an oversight, but it means you never feel sluggish on that front, as long as you're not stuck with the 10-round magazines, which you probably never deliberately use. Since there isn't a very big difference between the HP ammo types and they both have the highest and second highest end muzzle velocities, I have subsonic as my default just to complete the whole suppressed gimmick. Then the normal one is my second standard for when long range is really required, or I run out because each 20-round high-power magazine only has 63 total rounds. As for attachments, you already know about the barrels. Underbarrel doesn't have much, but it does have a bipod, which is pretty helpful in this case with long-ranged, high-recoil automatic fire. The laser sight is also nice because the hipfire spread is wide even with close combat, sort of throwing a wrench into the assault rifle feel. The optics only go up to 6 times magnification, which makes sense I suppose, and it's definitely an acceptable maximum. All in all, I kind of find the BSVM to be a more interesting alternative to the DM7, mostly mid-ranged and modular, but in more extreme ways. G428. Well, it's hard to find anything unique to say about the G428. It's another AR-based weapon platform, and it's mostly splitting the difference between the DM7 and the SVK. It can kill in 2 shots, but not out to the impressive ranges of the SVK. Standard, with 16 or 20 round magazines, can kill in 2 shots to 20 meters, 3 shots to 125 meters, and 4 after that. With a fire rate of 300 RPM, that means it can pop off that 2-shot at a pretty incredible speed, being one of the best TTKs for anything that's not an instant kill. But this is only for the first 20 meters, and otherwise it's like a standard ammo DM7 with less recoil? What the heck am I looking at here? I mean, at least the headshots multiplier is a lot lower. No, that's not really enough to justify it. It kind of just doesn't make sense. Well, this gun does have extended barrel, and that fire rate is 245 rounds per minute, which is lower than the DM7. I don't know, that's not really much either. Let's move on because I don't really want to think about it right now. High power with a 10-round magazine doubles the 2-shot range to 40 meters. Still not even half of the SVK's weakest ammo, but it does fire at 270 RPM by default and tightens up the minimum damage to kill in no more than 3 hits. With extended barrel, the fire rate is brought down to 225 rounds per minute, and I find it easier to mention now, but the 16-round standard magazine actually has the same fire rates as high power. The extended 20-round standard magazine is the only one to have the fire rates I talked about earlier. Yikes. That makes it pretty pointless, but I mean extended is the one you're more likely to use anyway. Subsonic is pretty much exactly the same as high power, with identical damage, fire rates, and capacity, just with a lower muzzle velocity and reserve ammo. So maybe it's worthwhile even without a heavy suppressor as a backup to high power, but the reserve on HP is pretty dang good on this gun, with 88 rounds total. Now's as good a time as any to mention that the G428 has a full auto selector switch. Why mention it now as opposed to earlier? Seems like a pretty significant feature, right? Well, it's really not, and for several reasons. It doesn't increase the fire rate at all, it's just an assisted max fire rate for semi-auto, and if you know my feelings about that feature on things like the M1907SL or Che Rigolti from Battlefield 1, you'll know that I am thoroughly unimpressed with such a feature because it feels like garbage on such a low fire rate for a gun that's clearly made from the ground up to be semi-auto. Even the lowest fire rate on the BSVM felt right in full auto. It felt as if it were designed to be fired that way. Definitely thanks in part to the fact that the fire rate is 360 RPM at the least and not 300 RPM at the most. And that's not even to mention the fact that recoil is considerably lower per shot in semi-automatic versus full auto. Why? Like, it's actually ridiculous how low this thing's semi-auto recoil is. Meanwhile, its full auto recoil feels more appropriate but obviously more difficult to wield. You just have no reason to use it. Alright, to speak on attachments, aside from extended barrel, the only barrel options are the 6 expected ones. Underbarrel has all the grips and a bipod, but the only laser sights available are the 2 weird ones, so instead of using either of those, I have the single grenade launcher option, Smoke, on this gun as a protest vote. Optic magnifications go up to 10 times, with the only unmagnified optics being the iron sights, red dot, or the canted irons of the target scope. But on weapons like this, my minimum dedicated option is usually the 2x optic. Pretty adaptable to close quarters, but you don't totally sacrifice your ranged capabilities. For all that this middle ground marksman rifle is, I find it quite forgettable. Before this gun was added, there were multiple other guns that tried to take the 2-shot DMR in a more aggressive direction than the SVK, the 2 Battlefield 3 Vault Marksman Rifles. While the G428 definitely has some qualities that are desirable over the upcoming pair of entries, such as its recoil and customizability, it never overshadows them outright. And the areas in which those guns have the upper hand over the G428 is always some combination of damage, mag size, and fire rate, which are very consequential factors. This gun's one gimmick is pointless as hell, and god dang it, I just don't find the thing very interesting. In other words, the weapons of the Dark Creations season were all misses for me. This season was dry as hell, just a strikeout batch. M39 EMR. Okay, now we're on to those Vault weapons I spoke of. Generally, the 3 Vault Marksman weapons have much higher recoil than the SVK or G428, which are the next most comparable weapons. And that's pretty sad when you consider that the SVK is still more powerful than any of them. But then again, the SVK gets smaller magazine sizes and fires slower than any of these guns, so I guess it can be said that they prioritize aggression at the cost of recoil. The M39 EMR has essentially the same damage as the high-power version of the G428, killing in 2 shots out to 40 meters, and 3 after that. While that setup for the G428 has a bit higher muzzle velocity, the M39 can fire at 300 RPM, and has magazine capacities of 20 and 28 rounds with loads of ammo in reserve, very generous for a DMR. Though, aside from the true recoil being higher, it also has a bit of a jarring animation not entirely representative of the recoil itself, and that's an feature on all of these Vault Marksman rifles, with varying degrees of severity. It's a similar problem to the one I have with many BF1 iron sights, except in this game it's true for optics as well. The point of aim of the optic is visually shoved to the side on a linearly recoiling weapon, which combines with long recoil reset times, leading to artificial inaccuracy if you try to, use the gun as fast as you're allowed to. If I had my way, this would never be a thing, but I honestly don't know if it's a weird form of balancing or a stylistic choice, neither of which are very compelling reasons to me. Anyhow, the M39 is technically far more aggressive but a bit harder to use, and fun fact, the projectiles actually have similar properties to that of a bolt-action rifle, in the way that the tracer leaves a clear trail, and the projectile makes a distinctive sniper rifle sound when it whizzes past you, and while that might make it easier for an enemy to find you, it's also extremely terrifying to be on the receiving end of those shots at a rate of 5 shots per second, when your brain has been trained to recognize that sound as mortal danger. It feels like half a dozen snipers are attacking you all at once. Though it should be noted that without the presence of an alternative high-power ammo or extended barrel, neither this gun nor any other Vault DMR are capable at max range even so much as the DM7's high-power ammo, and with optic options only going up to 6 times on any of them, the guns aren't exactly sniper-esque. Still, that 6 times maximum is worth taking, and you've got options down the line as well for whatever else you may like. For the barrel, you have the 6 stock options except for the 6KU suppressor, which is fine because that's the worst one, and would lower your min damage anyway. The fewest usable options are seen on the underbarrel, with the bipod and laser at least being good, but your only other choices are the flashlight and a bad grip. Bipods may expose you to the danger of sitting still too long, but it'll really help tame that recoil for long range in this instance. Overall, this is definitely the most aggressive 2-shot rifle, and while a version of the G428 matches its fire rate and tries to measure up to its magazine size, that version has half the max damage range and a lower minimum damage, so the title remains in the hands of the M39. It's just kind of hard to use. SVD. Not all that different from the M39 EMR, but creeping closer to the SVK because Russian, mayhaps? With a slightly slower fire rate of 270 rounds per minute, it trades that 30 RPM for a nearly doubled 2-shot range, 2-tapping out to 75 meters, still short of the standard ammo of the SVK, but firing faster, though sadly for some reason the SVD has a lower end muzzle velocity for a Marksman rifle, at 850 meters per second, despite being a more powerful projectile. Compared to the M39 EMR, the recoil does an unsettling sideways jerk, like a more extreme version of what happens on the V-car, and it makes it quite a pain to do anything at long distance other than slow shots. I should also note that the SVD has the same sniper-like projectile qualities as the M39 EMR. So despite it beating the G428 and M39 for 2-shot range, it's really not all that easy to use this rifle for longer ranges, and depending on your point of view, the fact that your maximum scope magnification is only 5 times either complements this, helping you understand your limits, or serves as the final nail in the coffin for any hopes of long-distance use. For other optics, there's no great unmagnified ones, but you have the Ghost Hybrid and 2.5 times thermal, which I'm always down for. On the barrel you have all 6 standard options, and the underbarrel is the exact same as the M39. With that punishing recoil, it's sometimes hard to want to use the SVD when the SVK with standard ammo is right there, even if it does fire slower. The only potential draws I see are the close-range capabilities, greater ammo reserve, and the possible retro appeal, which are enough sometimes. M1 Garand. A complete wildcard weapon added over from Portal in late October 2024 while I was in the process of writing this video, the M1 solidifies that all 3 of these vault weapons have too much in common. The M1 has the same shots to kill zones and fire rate as the SVD, while having the muzzle velocity of the M39. For anyone needing a review, that's 2 shots to kill out to 75 meters and 3 after that, 270 RPM, and 965 meters per second. Now, the most noticeable downside of this weapon, besides how poorly animated it is, like Jesus, they really just did not do the thing here. At least just press the fucking button! It's right there! Hey DICE, what was your last game again? Don't you have any reference material for this? As far as I understand it, at least some of these reload animations were not made by the main team, as it were. And even if that's not the case, that's kind of more embarrassing, and they were clearly rushed. The nicest way I can say this is, I'm sure it's within their power to do an animation overhaul. So come on, do it. Prove that this is not your best, because your best is what's supposed to make it into the finished product. So yeah, the most noticeable downside of the M1 besides that is the slow-loading 8-round capacity with a reserve smaller than any of the last 3 guns. Additionally, the recoil has a long reset time, especially noticeable compared to even the SVD, and the Garand also has quite high recoil even aside from that, which is a bit unfortunate given all the downsides this gun is saddled with. I feel that nicer recoil would have been an acceptable trait for the M1. The crux of these balancing decisions seems to be, in addition to the higher muzzle velocity than the SVD, which is somewhat minor, the fact that while maintaining a 1.6 times headshot multiplier, the Garand actually deals 70 damage for the first 30 meters, making it the only marksman rifle capable of a one-hit headshot. On paper, it's very strong to have a one-hit kill at a fire rate of 270 rounds per minute to a 30-meter range. They could only sensibly give that trait to a gun with a slow-loading 8-round capacity and barely any attachments. But that's virtually the only way in which this gun is better than the SVD, and how often are you really going to hit that? With a capacity this low, I'm more inclined to keep my distance and take advantage of the 2-shot range. And even in close quarters, this isn't exactly a weapon you feel very capable for performing CQC with. Its close-range optics are suboptimal, and it's not necessarily easy to hit headshots in those frantic up-close gunfights. It's the same reason you don't see people continuously getting domed by the Desert Eagle. Without the safety that range provides, I think you're far better off taking the sure thing that is a 2-tap, rather than taking the chance that is a headshot. So while the M1 has what is undeniably a technical advantage, in practice it feels little more than niche. Add on to that the fact that you've got no mag option, no underbarrel, and no barrel attachments either. We are at minimum graced with 3 optics aside from the iron sights, all of which are unique for 2042 all-out warfare. The NIDAR sight does give a clear and precise unmagnified upgrade to iron sights, but it has the ring around the dot reticle style that I kind of hate, and it's a low-intensity yellow light that struggles to contrast on some surfaces. The medium scope, a very large contraption for only a 2 times magnification, also has without a doubt the worst reticle I've seen in any Battlefield game I've played. It's a fat rectangular post without even a suggestion of a precise point of aim. This is for rough aiming only, at which point it's pretty much just worse than the NIDAR sight because it narrows your cone of vision while giving you no greater degree of precision. Lastly, a 6 times scope. Perfectly fine. It's my preferred optic given this thing's ranged focus, and it's easier to read. Given all of the things that the M1 has going against it, what reason do you have to use it over something like the SVD? Well, at least for me, it all comes down to style. It's almost a meme weapon, but definitely not bad enough to carry that title. Like, even though it's a suboptimal weapon in my opinion, it's certainly serviceable if you're dedicated to using it. So you get a bit of that fun factor and the spectacle without having to burden yourself the way you would with an actual joke weapon. It's kind of like the Martini Henry, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves. That's a high bar. I mean, it's the aesthetic, the style, beating enemies with a known handicap, using the oldest weapon available. Don't say M1911, that's actually a Colt Special Combat Government model with all those new age embellishments, and it comes with 17-round magazines for crying out loud. And I mean, just look at this weapon skin they dropped with the M1. Gnarly. So, even though I find very little practical reason to do so, I still sometimes take the M1 for a spin. SWS-10. The first sniper rifle, and as usual for the first of a weapon class, it is very modular, and it's interesting to see the ways in which they work modularity into a bolt-action sniper, a class that typically has a very narrow focus. To my surprise, the bolt actions in this game are actually pretty slow compared to the last 2 games. However, they all allow you to remain scoped in while cycling, while throwing in some jostling of the reticle. Be sure not to trust your point of aim until it has come to a complete stop. Yeah, it's especially noticeable with a high fire rate, but this is reminiscent of a problem with several BF1/5 guns, where if you try to actually get the maxed aimed fire rate out of this thing, your reticle is basically worse than useless because it lies to you. But yeah, perhaps because the role of a sniper rifle with a 1-hit headshot or 2-hit body shot doesn't really need to be adjusted for balance in an extreme way, it seems the most consequential modernizing changes are detachable magazines and higher muzzle velocities, though not especially higher than anything else in the game. Anyhow, let's get into it. Starting with close combat ammunition, which uses a neat magwell adapter. With a 14-round capacity and 70 rounds per minute fire rate, this is the fastest fire rate of any sniper rifle in the game, and only one other gun even comes close. Not even any other configuration of the SWS-10 comes within striking distance of that. And it doesn't even get to enjoy that fire rate as a proper sniper like the Lee Enfield rifle either, as it does 60 damage to 100 meters, but drops all the way down to 35 thereafter, becoming a 3-shot kill. And with a muzzle velocity of 675 meters per second, this ends up being more like a bolt-action carbine from Battlefield 5, or the Carcano from Battlefield 1, but still with a lower fire rate than them, which was kind of the main draw. At least on all sniper rifles, the headshot multiplier is always 3 times, so even the lowest damage zones can kill in one headshot. While looking a tad weak in areas if you compare it to the fast bolt actions of yesteryear, This is a high-capacity, relatively fast reloading gun that can do a sniper's job swiftly within 100 meters, and you're not really gonna get better than that for a bolt-action carbine-esque category. And for what the rest of the rifle offers, it fits in well when you treat it as the optional tool for closer ranges. It's just, I wish it had more reserve ammo, man. Standard is a more reasonable sniper damage model, killing in 2 shots at any range, while having a fire rate of 50 RPM and a muzzle velocity of 845 meters per second, matching up to the slow-cycling high-velocity snipers of the previous 2 games, but with detachable magazines of 10 or 12 rounds. In the context of this game, that makes it slightly on the faster side and with middle ground ranged potential for sniper rifles, given the ease of attacking across vast ranges. Lastly, high power comes in 6-round magazines and fires at only 36 rounds per minute. That's slower than any bolt-action rifle in 1 or 5, and just at the minimum of those in Battlefield 4. The swing between this and the close combat fire rate is insane, and it still kills in 2 shots at any range. There are some damage differences, but it amounts to changes in not really consequential damage zones, like where the standard does 75 damage to 50 meters then 60 beyond that, high power does 75 to 100 meters and still has a minimum damage of 60. You're pretty much just taking this for the muzzle velocity, but I find that worthwhile given the weapon type we're working with. Even so, it's a bit shocking to find out that the highest muzzle velocity on this weapon is not the hitherto established maximum, as almost all of the 2042 DMRs have a maximum velocity in the 1300s, but on the SWS-10, it's a step down, being 1,125 meters per second with high power and extended barrel. But on the subject of extended barrels, on the SWS-10 we see some recurring problems with the barrel lengths, similar to the SVK and others. Ammo type does not change fire rate when you have an extended or shortened barrel. They're always based on the standard ammo fire rates, being 57 RPM with shortened barrel and 40 RPM with extended barrel no matter what, making the choice of either of these barrel types quite useless on close combat and very advantageous on high power. For close combat, shortened barrel would make the fire rate slower than the base 70 RPM, while still decreasing muzzle velocity, being a complete negative, and extended barrel would cause a massive decrease in the fire rate for a small velocity advantage. Meanwhile, extended barrel on high power gives you both a higher muzzle velocity and a faster fire rate than high power by itself, and shortened barrel provides a disproportionately higher fire rate for the trade-off of muzzle velocity it takes. You have no reason to use either on close combat, and you'd be a fool not to use both with high power. For close combat, to maintain that fire rate, I'd say you're better off choosing from the assortment of comps, muzzle brakes, or light suppressors. Before we get too far into talking about attachments though, we still have 2 more ammo types to cover. Subsonic is modeled off of standard but with close combat muzzle velocities, and damage similar to close combat, with the 2-shot kill only going out to 150 meters, but at least that is longer than close combat. I'd say you do kind of have a reason to use it though, since the SWS-10 has access to both heavy suppressors, and for a while it was the only sniper that did, making this the closest cope I had to a 2042 Commando carbine. While the Type 4 lowers the muzzle velocity to 520 meters per second, the PB turns the 3-shot zone past 150 meters into a 4-shot zone, and I don't really want to deal with that. So in general, I use high power as my default for proper sniping purposes, I have close combat for more fast-paced action, and subsonic because I can't not use a full suppression build when it's available, even though there's an upcoming weapon that does the same thing better. Lastly, AP rounds, modeled after high power, but with the same damage zones as close combat. At least if you're caught out with it, the thing can still 2-shot to 99 meters. It deals 1.88 damage per shot to the rear of an MBT, but with that slow shot output and only 14 rounds total, is it really worth it? I don't think so. At least not when you have actually interesting alternative ammo types. Alright, I've already mentioned all of the barrel offerings, kind of like I planned it that way, and so now let's talk about underbarrel. You have the 4 grips, with the BCG light grip, already a favorite of mine, seeming most sensible on this class of weapon. Bipods are found on all sniper rifles, definitely more of a measure for minimizing sway and increasing accuracy rather than recoil mitigation as it is on most other guns. There is a laser sight, but I prefer using the more direct close-range solution, the Master Key. This is the last gun on which the Master Key can be found, and it's never made more sense than it does here. Serving as an excellent foil to your long-ranged gun, it can really save your bacon. It's also the only instance of the Master Key's damage model where it's stepped and not curved. It has less max damage than the others. At 15 per pellet it does 150 total, but the spread is easy to work with and it stays consistently at that damage until 20 meters. Then from 20 to 50 meters it does 100 total damage, so you'd have to land every pellet in order to make the kill, and past 50 meters it's only 6 damage per pellet. Still, I can't think of any better way for the SWS-10 to perform within 20 meters, to be honest. There's also a frag or smoke grenade launcher, though I find those easily less interesting than the Master Key. But still, a sight to behold on a sniper rifle. The optics are quite extensive. All sniper rifles go up to 12 times like the SVK, and have all the major scopes. But the SWS-10 also has a good number of hybrid optics and low magnifications as well, though sadly the target scope with canted iron sights isn't seen on any bolt action. This is almost a do-it-all kind of sniper rifle, and for the most part it is, but to me it will always be haunted by the lack of a 1300 meters per second velocity configuration, being the only thing keeping it back from working as a max-range sniper. It's quite strange, the DM7, SVK, BSVM, and G428 all have such a configuration, but only one sniper rifle gets the privilege, and that rifle is the DXR-1. The undisputed long-range sniper of Battlefield 2042, the DXR-1's fire rates are disturbingly slow for an infantry weapon, but that's the trade-off for clear long-range supremacy, and to be honest, I really don't notice it to the point that it bothers me. While this rifle may look to have a conventional layout, it's actually a bullpup, because this is the future, and it has the same reload gimmick as the MP28, where a spare magazine is housed forward of the grip and is always used on the first reload. With standard ammunition, those magazines come with 8 or 11 rounds, and boy would you look at that magazine extension. That's what 3 extra rounds looks like, ladies and gentlemen. Even this, the fastest of the ammo types, fires at 40 rounds per minute. You cannot make this gun hustle no matter what you do. Of course, it is just a 2-shot at any range, just dropping from 75 to 60 damage at a certain point, and oddly, that point is much earlier for the standard ammo of the DXR than it is for the SWS-10. But this standard ammo has the muzzle velocity of the SWS's high power ammo, which is more important on a weapon like this. Man, I remember there was a time that this gun dealt 100 damage for the first 5 or 10 meters or something like that, and that was kinda sick. Just a good emergency defense. Anyhow, high power has 5-round magazines and a fire rate of 30 RPM, but it deals 75 damage at any range, which is a nice bonus I suppose, and it allows you to max out the muzzle velocity. With the DXR-1's extended barrel, it's up to that crisp 1,365 meters per second, although the extended barrel is similarly broken here as it is on the SWS-10, but with fewer ammo types it's less egregious. Still, that means with extended barrel the fire rate is 28 RPM on any ammo type. Barely lower than using the default barrel on high power, but at this point we're barely faster than the shot output of the Martini Henry. Lastly, an AP magazine, based off of high power like usual, but the damage appears to be the same as the SWS-10, both against infantry and vehicles, which is disappointing given the lower capacity, slower output, and better ballistic performance found elsewhere on the gun. I still have it in my plus menu cause, you know, only 3 ammo types. But I honestly don't think it would be much of a loss to switch it and have 2 standard magazines instead. Other than extended barrel, you have the cannon of 6 muzzle devices, and this is probably the only gun that I use the 6KU suppressor on, because the damage penalty doesn't alter the shots to kill at all, so you don't have to take a hit to the all-important muzzle velocity. And honestly, what else am I going to put on here besides extended barrel? There are no choices for underbarrel, it's just the permanently affixed bipod, which is all well and good. And the optics have the full expected range but very little for choice in between. For instance, my close range is the Maul Hybrid when I'd rather have the Ghost Hybrid or even a 2.5 times optic, especially the thermal one. But it's all good, totally usable stuff as usual. The DXR-1 doesn't seem to have much going on. Not very customizable and quite slow, but it has its one job that it does very well. Calculated long-distance slaying. NTW-50. Easily the most powerful per-shot infantry weapon in the game, it's also the most sluggish, firing even slower than the lowest lows of the last weapon we looked at, but this weapon isn't concerned with range, no. It's more akin to the anti-material rifles of Battlefield 5. With a fire rate of only 21 rounds per minute, it has me asking, is this slower than the Panzerbuchse? Because it feels slower than the Panzerbuchse. Turns out it's just about the same, but since it's a bolt action, cycling feels so much more drawn out comparatively because at least on the Panzerbuchse you can understand that it's a lot of operations in order to load a cartridge. Here it's just up, back, forward, down, and it drags as much as possible. It's such a slog to use, but it's simultaneously much better to use, since you don't have to be mounted up on a bipod. The thing about guns like the Panzerbuchse and NTW-50 is that with the reload times included, they feel like a more sluggish operation than just having an outright single-shot weapon. The Panzerbuchse basically has the same function as something like the Martini Henry, but has the ammo box as an ad hoc magazine system. The time you take reloading the box seems like it invalidates the time saved on rechambering. Similarly, the NTW-50 has a decent enough fire rate, but with some of the painfully slowest reloads I've seen in this series. Like, where is your hustle, man? I feel like something like the Barrett M99, a single-shot bolt-action 50 caliber, if indeed this gun is supposed to be 50 caliber, which is its own question, would feel better. Though the time taken to place a new cartridge in the chamber every time would likely make cycling slower, it would overall feel smoother and have a faster shot output than what we got in the game. This is especially true because your magazine sizes are downright pitiful. I mean, the largest you can get is 4 rounds plus 1 in the chamber on the default anti-material ammunition. Although, it's pretty hard to deny that damage. Each shot deals 120 damage to 100 meters, enough to kill anyone even if they have armor, and past that it does a not too shabby 90 damage as well. The muzzle velocity, though, is not flattering. 485 meters per second, that's SMG slow. I can condone that though, because let's face it, this ammunition is tailor-made to get cheap one-shots. Nobody likes the infantry farmers with AM rifles. Anything that makes it harder for them is a win to me. It never feels like a well-designed or fair gameplay moment when you die to one of these on a single body shot. If you or someone you know is engaged in such activities, stop it. Get some help. What would I rather you do? Well, use it against vehicles for one thing. With a damage of 3.75 per shot to the back of an MBT, a single bullet from the NTW-50 is far more effective than any other. But that's not even this gun's most effective AT round. My preferred ammo type is anti-material high power. They know their normal AP rounds are shit, so they had to give their dedicated anti-material rifle an extra armor-piercing ammo like, okay, but this one's for real. With a damage of 5.63 to the back of an MBT, this ammo type has the same fire rate and reload times as the other, but with one fewer round in the magazine, making for only a 3+1 capacity. But the AM HP rounds only deal a max of 90 damage, out to 150 meters, dealing 75 after that. And that's how you know the people one-shotting you are scum. If they really wanted to use the NTW-50 for anti-armor purposes, they'd be using the other ammo. The muzzle velocity on this one is even slightly higher, because the devs know that the regular AM magazine is just kill farm material. That's the only reason you'd use it. Unless you don't have the other ammo type unlocked, I suppose. Well, in general, perhaps I'm going a little heavy on the opinions here, but, you know, I'm tired of seeing it. While we're here in level-headed land, I must also admit that with only 20 AM HP rounds, it's very likely one would run out. And with 30 rounds of regular AM, their damage to vehicles isn't horrible either. And it's honestly terribly hard to defend yourself with a very cumbersome two-shot weapon. But I have to make the choice that makes me feel less dirty. But no matter what way you sway, with the strength of vehicles in this game, an AM rifle can feel like not enough. While technically more functional, this big boy kind of fails to feel as fun as the AM rifles of BFV. You never had to make the choice of being effective against tanks or being able to defend yourself, since there was only one ammo type, and it instant-killed infantry and did its best against vehicles. There the infantry kills felt more justified than using the regular AM ammo for this gun, since you had to either mount up the bipod or, best of all, pull off this maneuver. Honestly, anytime I equip the NTW-50, it'll usually be on Crawford when I'm going full-on anti-vehicle. But most of the time these days I feel like the SFAR or LCMG with AP underbarrel grenade launcher would be better options. Less range and less ammo, but more burst damage, plus you get a real gun. Whenever I do equip the NTW-50, I more or less have a Deagle as my primary weapon, and this as a utility weapon. But it's got such a slow output, especially with reload times factored in. It leaves you vulnerable and unable to keep up with many vehicles, and is more or less an anti-vehicle support weapon that robs you of a primary. At least it's a long-ranged AP option, and easy to land damage on helicopters with. XCE Bar. This is another fairly modular rifle, not quite to the extent of the SWS-10, but even with its more limited scope, there are ways in which it is better. A blessing and a curse of this weapon is that for whatever reason, no matter what you do to it, the fire rate does not change. There are no barrel length changes, but all ammo types fire at the same 60 RPM, which is actually quite good as the second highest possible bolt action fire rate. In fact, the only way in which it's limiting is that it makes the close combat ammo definitively pretty useless as compared to the close combat ammo of the SWS-10, which is the only bolt-action configuration that fires faster. With a 7-round magazine, it drops from 2 shots to 3 past 75 meters. With a shorter 2-shot range, lower capacity, slower reload, slower fire rate than the 70 RPM of the SWS-10, and not to mention that fire rate is no faster than any other ammo type on this gun, you seem to have just absolutely no reason to use close combat on the XCE bar. It doesn't even provide a superior capacity, since there are 5 and 7 round magazines of standard ammo. Yikes, that's what 2 extra rounds looks like, ladies and gentlemen. While having smaller capacities, this standard ammo is otherwise just a faster firing version of the SWS-10s. High power is a bit of a hard pill to swallow, with magazines of only 4 rounds. Its muzzle velocity of 965 meters per second is perfectly normal for the class on this one, but without extended barrel it's kind of hard knowing that that's the highest you can go. For once I'm tempted to leave the high power ammo behind, and part of that is because the next 2 magazine options aren't too bad either. Now, quite the opposite of the close combat ammunition in relation to the SWS-10, the subsonic ammo seems unambiguously better. Sure, it's a smaller capacity with a longer reload as can be expected on the XCE bar, but it has a much better total ammo, a faster fire rate, and much better damage. Why is it much better? Because it has no falloff at all. It deals 60 damage at any range, and no matter what suppressor you use, it will still kill in 2 hits. Since the bar also has heavy suppressors, this means that I can freely use the PB suppressor, which I usually despise for its 10% damage reduction, and I could take advantage of the fact that it has the smallest velocity penalty of the heavy suppressors. So compared to the fully suppressed SWS-10, my shots are easier to hit, are fired faster, and I don't have to worry about that damage falloff at farther ranges. It's a great long-ranged suppressed weapon. Going the route of full suppression is perhaps most consequential on a sniper rifle. Undeniably, it challenges accuracy, leading to the lowest possible muzzle velocity on a sniper, while giving you absolutely no tracer to track the trajectory of your bullet. But, while sadly there is still a hit indicator present for the enemy, that is the only data they have to work with in order to track you down. Subsonic ammunition on snipers eliminates the substantial giveaway that is the sniper rifle projectile, with its long-lasting bullet path and distinctive crack. While I still find it unfortunate that enemies will know what direction to take cover from when you hit them, with the distance at which you can operate and the nature of only needing to fire a few shots, with good positioning it's very likely that your target won't be able to locate you. And even if they know what direction you're in, if they can't place your distance or elevation, it will be harder for them to properly avoid your line of sight. Lastly, AP rounds, though still with just a 4-round magazine, has the same infantry damage as close combat, but it seemingly has the same vehicle damage as the SWS-10 and DXR-1, which is pretty sweet here because it has a faster fire rate than either of those two and over twice as much total ammo. The XCE bar is a great lighter modular rifle. It just sadly doesn't have the stronger and more enticing high power setup of the SWS-10, so it lacks the range of the other modular sniper. But honestly, I keep this thing fully suppressed by default because this is my actual all-time best suppressed weapon. Goal Sniper Magnum. There's only one Vault sniper rifle, which is pretty sensible. There's not a lot of different directions you can take this weapon class, especially without 2042 customization. It's on the slower side, 43 rounds per minute, and it's pretty much like a high-power sniper rifle, with a muzzle velocity in the 900s and dealing 75 to 60 damage. When the Goal was first added, it had a damage zone of 88 for 50 meters, which is still a 2-shot kill, but it was an effective teacher of the truth that sometimes a little bit of damage is enough to put you within reach of death. It was noticeable how often you'd kill an enemy off of one shot because they had the slightest bit of health missing from their health bar. The removal of that feature was a saddening change, and as Sorrow notes, that 88 damage range made it unique, and a good sniper for CQC. Now it's just like all the others, but worse. It's kind of true. This is much like the standard ammo of the DXR-1, firing slightly faster, but with smaller magazine sizes of 5 and 10 rounds, and for some godforsaken reason, the 10-round magazine only comes with 22 total rounds, while the 5-rounder comes with 36. Please, stop doing this. It hurts. While I'm hard-pressed to say that the gun is outright worse, since it does have a somewhat unique place in the balance, the utter lack of customization outside of the optics is pretty limiting, and makes the gun plainly uninteresting. There are no barrel mods and your only underbarrel options are bipod or nothing. The optic slot is nothing too special either, but it gives you what you need. So all of that considered, The Goal Sniper Magnum is pretty much a vanity pick. Not that there's anything wrong with that. MCS 880. This is the first gun in the category of tactical weapons, whatever that means. Really, this is the category for misfit guns, a catch-all for a variety of odds and ends that don't really conform to the previous classes, although half of this whole group is made up of shotguns. Well, best to start talking about the best. Being that this is a pump-action shotgun, it fires at 75 rounds per minute, though that's really low. Lower than any in the previous games, so while handling is very kinetic, it's also at times painful. Since we're dealing with a tube magazine, it has a capacity of 8 shells, with quite a slow reload. But the MCS 880 is very powerful per shot. You can only get so modular with a pump-action shotgun, but this is the first of the weapon class, so it finds a way. There are 3 different buckshot types, with wildly varying spreads paired with scaling pellet counts and damage. It starts you off with the number 1 buckshot, with a very reasonable shot spread. It fires 12 projectiles, each one dealing 20 damage to 20 meters, for a total of 240 damage. Then a total of 144 damage to 30 meters, 120 damage to 100 meters, and 96 past that. This means that within 20 meters your hit probability is strong and your damage extremely reliable. You still stand a chance of killing in one shot out to 30 meters, but I'd say past that it gets pretty dicey. Double-aught buck is styled as the long-range option, with an impressively narrow spread reticle. The spread is still condensed enough at 50 meters to get most pellets onto a man-sized target. Much to my dismay though, they've really rolled back the damage, which I find quite unfortunate given that it's really not that easy to make an accurate rapid acquisition with a spread this small. With 8 projectiles, they also deal 20 damage up close, but that makes for only 160 damage total, and it only goes out to 14 meters. Then from 15 to 19 meters it does 120 total. Past that it drops below 100. 96, 80, 72, and by 45 meters it's only 8 damage per pellet, or 64 total. Double-aught buck is much more reliable for knowing you're getting all pellets on target. There's no question it's possible out to the max one-shot range of 20 meters, but not only are you forced to aim substantially more carefully with this shell type, but I'd say you're scarcely even rewarded for doing so. I mean sure, you can two-shot pretty reliably to impressive shotgun ranges if you aim well, but for all the effort you have to put in for the precision, you're literally incapable of one-shotting past 20 meters? And if you're not precise and try to use the shotgun like a shotgun, that low pellet count and low damage per pellet will definitely bite you when you fail to get all pellets on target. Don't get me wrong, I like this ammo type because it's technically more range viable, but god do I wish it were better than this. Something more akin to the hunter variants of BF1 shotguns, where you're forced to aim more carefully, but the reward is that you get the same amount of damage condensed. Lastly, the number 4 buckshot is quite the opposite. With a comically massive spread and 16 projectiles per blast, this thing's total damage never drops below 100. Of course at range that doesn't matter because you probably won't manage to land more than 1 or 2 pellets, but if that's where it ends, you can only imagine where it begins. No, actually it's even more than you're imagining. 416 damage. That's 26 damage per pellet for the first 9 meters. You only need 4 pellets to hit, a quarter of your load, and your target is dead, which is exactly what your brain has to be to land those blasts. Then, in intervals of 5 meters, it drops to 352 total, then 336, 240, and 192. From 30 to 100 meters it does 160 damage, and past 100 it's 128. Even at ranges where that spread makes killing look infeasible, until 30 meters you still only need about half of your pellets or fewer to connect. Getting one-hit kills at the sort of ranges you would expect out of the other 2 buckshot types is easier than it looks. In general, I wish the balance between these 3 was more consistent, as I feel double-aught buck's damage is lower than it needs to be, and number 4 buckshots is higher than it needs to be. I don't see what the problem is with letting the spread patterns speak for themselves. You trade off ease of hitting for concentration of damage. Since this is a shotgun, we also have flechette shells, modeled off of number 1 buckshot with the same spread and 12 projectiles, but with some pretty weak damage. A max of 144 until 15 meters, where it then does 120 total damage per blast. Then past 50 meters it's 72 or 6 damage per pellet. That weak damage doesn't really seem worth it for the bonus of projectile penetration, as usual. And flechettes come with a total of only 16 shells, only half of what buckshot shells get. It's just depressing to see that you only get 1 extra magazine's capacity in reserve. Finally, what would a shotgun be without slugs? Now is the moment I've been waiting for to go on my diatribe about slugs in BF 2042. In previous Battlefield titles, a slug shotgun is one of the most definitive skill cannons in the game. They combine slow firing, low ammo availability, and crazy high recoil, while making it much harder to land hits than a buckshot gun, leading to some of the harshest handling possible. But in exchange, you get a gun that rewards precision and is still very capable of close-range dominance. It has a faster velocity than buckshot, and it could two-shot out to a reasonable range, but what makes it worthwhile is its one-shot kills. Headshots downed enemies in one hit for a good distance, and up close a slug would deal 100 damage. It felt balanced because you're taking this slow-firing single projectile and having to precisely place it probably on the first try since that's your only chance of surviving, and on a weapon type you're accustomed to barely aiming with. The one body shot range was no more ridiculous than the buckshot's one-hit range. It was fair, it was unique, it was beautiful. In this game, the slugs feel much more like the developers saying, "This is what you get and you'll swallow it and say thank you, because this is a game where you'll get in long-range engagements and we're graciously giving you this as your only method of defense at range. It doesn't get better than this." In Battlefield 2042, while you still deal with all of the classic downsides, almost all of the payoff of using slugs is gone because you will never get a one-shot with any 2042 slug shotgun. Even at point blank, their highest damage is 75, and just like buckshot, they have no headshot damage multiplier. Not even good aim is rewarded. While they never drop below a two-shot kill damage, the muzzle velocity is 305 meters per second. Slower than the buckshot's 420. Slower! That's one of the slowest small arms projectiles in the game. It's actually incredible how hard they are to work with. Like whenever I use them, it starts to feel like I forgot how to aim. Slugs are shit to try hitting at range. The one place that they are supposed to do best. The one thing that could have been a redeeming factor for them in this game once you strip away all the stuff that actually made them fun. All the slugs function this way, and while it makes more sense for the other two much faster firing shotguns in this weapon category, it is a complete mockery of balance to attach this pinnacle of weakness to the most powerful shotgun that manages just a little over a shot per second. Not to mention the even slower M26 mass underbarrel shotguns. You balance buckshot accordingly, why is it not the same here? And even if, against all the odds, you wanted to use these slugs, you only get 16 of them, just like the flechettes. When I should be enjoying the benefits of a hard-hitting slug that can one-tap up close or land sniper-esque headshots because this is the scattergun to beat by a long shot, instead I leave it out entirely because its output is far too weak and there are various spread angles and damage models to explore with the 3 buckshot types. At least we still have that. Alright, let's talk about other stuff. Apparently there's not much you can do for barrel mods on a shotgun. On this one the only option is the Type 4 heavy suppressor, doing all of its usual stuff. It reduces the muzzle velocities including that of slugs, making them fly at only 240 meters per second. That would be the second slowest projectile for any infantry weapon, and trust me, once you find out what's number one, you'll agree that it's much more justified. The underbarrel is also quite barren, with a flashlight, laser sight, BCG grip, and Cobra grip, and honestly I'm not exactly sure how their effects work on shotguns. Optics also don't provide much, though somewhat understandably. It's about what you'd see on a sidearm, with 7 non-iron sight options only going up to a 2x magnification, which I usually reserve for double-aught buck. I would say that the MCS 880 is the best of the shotguns, but it is slow, and I often find that shotguns don't have much of a place in this game. Their use is pretty rare. GVT 4570. Initially, this type of weapon seems delightful to me, as it's more or less Battlefield 2042's version of a bolt-action carbine. It goes lighter on the damage and fires faster, but not really that much faster at all. The standard ammunition fires at 80 rounds per minute, and kills in 2 shots to 50 meters, then 3 beyond that. Compare this to the nearest relative in the sniper rifles, the close combat ammunition of the SWS-10, with a fire rate of 70 rounds per minute and 2 shotting to 100 meters. A bit lopsided, wouldn't you say? Especially because the SWS-10 gets a 14-round box magazine, and the 4570 a 6-round tube magazine refilled 1 by 1. A muzzle velocity of 525 certainly does not impress either, only about as good as a high-power SMG, and not what you want out of your slow-firing precision weapon. At least, like a sniper rifle, the lever action has a 3x headshot damage multiplier so it can always one-tap to the dome. High power, I'd argue, is much better. While reloading even slower, it brings the 2-shot range up to 140 meters, increases velocity to 620 meters per second, and decreases fire rate minimally down to 75 RPM. It may sound nice, this is a faster fire rate and better damage range than the close combat SWS-10, but recall what all the rest of the stats mean for this gun as a whole when compared to bolt actions. No matter what ammo type you use, while your fire rate is a little faster, it's not much of an advantage. And the other draw of bolt-action carbines in Battlefield 5, their ability to stay sighted in between shots, isn't present here because all guns do that in 2042. Though it can be said that the jostling of the sights on the 4570 is much more linear and causes less accuracy problems than the bolt actions. So in exchange for pretty much nothing else except that faster fire rate, the lever action has to deal with dropping to a 3-shot kill, a small capacity, and single loading so it's a slow reload, and a highest possible muzzle velocity still slower than the close combat rounds of the sniper rifles. For some reason, despite all that, I like using this gun, probably because I'm pure hipster trash. There is an armor-piercing option on this gun, with the fire rate, reload times, and muzzle velocity of high power, but with the infantry damage of standard. According to my research, it does about the same AP damage as the sniper rifles, but I may be wrong, because according to Toombley's AP damage sheet, it does less. 1.09 damage per shot to the back of an MBT, but that may be outdated for all I know. In any case, you've only got 3 options, so you might as well throw it on. For barrels, it's the 6 stock options. The 6KU will lower your 3-shot zones to 4-shot zones, and the wrapped suppressor would lower muzzle velocities even further on a gun that really needs a boost in that regard. So sadly, I don't use the suppressors despite the fact that I don't like almost any of the other muzzle devices with the exception of the Champion muzzle brake. On the underbarrel are 3 of the 4 grips, but the BCG is part of that 3, so that's the only thing that matters. There's also the marginally helpful laser sight and bipod, probably a bit useful for stabilization, but how far are you really feasibly able to shoot with a low muzzle velocity and a magnification of 6 times? At least there's a lot of options in that range. I get my hybrid and thermal optics as well. No matter what though, you're locked into a mid-long range weapon that's not great at range, and it's not great up close either. But like I said, I still use it. I just expect to have a harder time. 12M Auto. This is a shotgun that swings far to the opposite extreme as the MCS 880. Magazine fed, firing at 300 rounds per minute, and weak as hell. The closest thing I can think to compare it to is the 12G automatic in BF1, because the range is limited and you're gonna have a hard time getting a one-shot kill at all. Though in this case, it's not literally impossible. With 8 pellets and only 15 damage per pellet, your max is 120 per blast, but the spread radius is downright awful. It's the same as the widest setting on the MCS, and it doesn't get any narrower than that. Past 20 meters, the damage drops to 80 total, so if you're getting kills at all, you're relying on absolute buckshot spam with that fire rate and the 12M's ability to fire in full auto. The lowest damage zone is at 50 meters and further, with 6 damage per pellet and the lowest cumulative damage of a shotgun, 48. Aiding in your necessarily excessive pellet barrage are relatively quickly loading detachable magazines of 8, 10, and 20 rounds. In an odd turn, the flechette magazine of the 12M Auto is actually outright better damage-wise. It has the same max damage, but the range on it is extended to 30 meters. Then the middle damage chunk still only goes to 50 meters, but has 2 more damage per pellet than buckshot, for 96 total. So flechettes are a range extender, but you're locked into an 8-round magazine. Speaking of extended range, also in an 8-round detachable magazine, the slugs make a lot more sense here, given that ammo availability and fire rate. Still able to 2-shot at any range, but still good luck trying to hit anything. I say that, but despite how bad these projectiles are, that's still a generous range extension compared to this. I mean, Christ, that reticle's the size of your frickin' mother. Or wait, I guess that joke doesn't really translate well based on your interpretation. The Type 4 heavy suppressor is also on this gun, but there's a much more interesting option as well, a shortened barrel. This increases fire rate to 385 rounds per minute across the board, while reducing projectile velocities by 15%. It seems that due to this being a bit of a scumbag weapon back in the day, they also tweaked the spread of the shortened barrel to be harder to use, which is fine if you ask me. Compared to the other types, the higher recoil and lower muzzle velocity aren't as much of a factor on shotguns. So they had to make shortened barrel do something more specific to shotguns for this range limitation. The underbarrel has all 4 of the grips, flashlight, laser, and weird laser. The sight options are exactly the same as the MCS 880, but you almost certainly aren't using any magnified optics for anything but slugs. I don't use this gun because it feels far too range limited to me as a conquest player. I will not accept these slugs as a solution. Slugs may be a bit useful as a complement on other more well-rounded options, But here it's like your options are super short range only, or some of the most infuriating slugs in the series, and I just don't like that that's all I get. Ghostmaker R10. The crossbow in this game is a bit of a special case, and for the most part it appears very underpowered and rare to see in the hands of other players. Its ammunition types are more dynamic than most though, and scale in power a lot. The weakest ammo type is the bolt rack, which actually gives the crossbow a magazine of 5 smaller bolts, making it something of a repeater, though quite slow reloading, like the 4570 or a non-detachable magazine rifle from previous games. In fact, it's perhaps the slowest reload per shot besides the NTW-50. If the 4570 is like a powered-up bolt-action carbine, the Ghostmaker with bolt rack is like a leveled down one. For one thing, aside from the underbarrel shotguns for some whack-ass reason, this is the only weapon here that has an actual damage curve as opposed to a stepped damage model, although it's still mostly made up of plateaus. For the first 4 meters it does 110 damage, then from 5 to 9 meters it rapidly ramps down to 60 damage, where it stays until 29 meters, then from 30 to 39 meters ramps down to 35 damage. That's a majorly weak sauce damage model, and the crossbow doesn't have much to make up for it. The bolt rack is supposed to serve as a method for achieving a faster fire rate, and it's still only 40 rounds per minute. That's slower than most bolt-action rifle options, and its muzzle velocity is 485 meters per second. Good for not being a bullet, that's on the upper end of sidearm and default SMG muzzle velocity, but it's weak for this precision weapon. The one tap up close may sound nice, but 5 meters is nothing in this game. And in many cases, if a gun can't kill in one shot, it doesn't matter if it does 99 damage or 50. You'll still need 2 shots to secure the kill. With the fire rate, muzzle velocity, and ammo availability, the crossbow with bolt rack is easily far worse than any sniper rifle in the game. Even if it didn't fall to a 3-shot kill past about 35 meters, which it does, its only advantage over anything is an instant kill in those first 5 meters. For the next 30 meters it's a downgraded sniper, and for the whole rest of the effing map it's practically unusable. Thank God I was diligent with headshots here, because otherwise I don't know how long it would have taken me to get clips with this thing. Despite being single shot, bringing it to an effective fire rate of about 30 RPM, the standard bolt is a significant upgrade in my opinion. Sadly, with the bolt being 60 meters per second slower, it makes sense since it's a heavier projectile, but in all other ways the bolt provides a better performance. This one's damage doesn't fall below 1 bolt to kill until 30 meters, and its fall from 60 to 35 damage takes place over a much longer range, from 50 to 74 meters. That does still mean it's a slow-firing precision weapon that would take 3 shots to kill at a far too close max range, but with the 30-meter-long one-shot, it still has a niche purpose, more of a meme than anything. At least that's what I thought at first. Who are you? I'm you but based. With the damage model it really feels more like a single-shot slug shotgun. Not like the slugs in this game, like a real slug shotgun. You have to put yourself dangerously close to enemies in order to perform, except that would make you super vulnerable with your slow shot output. Okay, I know this is gonna sound dumb, but maybe if you think of it like a Martini Henry, that will help? I mean, single shot, almost identical RPM and projectile speed, it even has a sweet spot, kinda. Okay, I'll be going now. At least both the standard bolt and bolt rack have 3 times headshot multipliers, so a headshot from any range should be an instant kill. Despite how I've rightfully ragged on it though, this positioning-based weapon can really be a monster if you're totally in charge of your positioning. With Sundance, this bolt becomes much more menacing, being an unparalleled stealth weapon which can clear entire lines of people if you get behind them. Maybe it's not so bad. No, it's not bad at all. 30 meters is more than enough! I literally like the standard bolt more every time I use it. However, if I want a reliable one-shot from any range, I'd rather use the third option, the explosive bolt. As a late unlock, hitherto it might feel like all your time using this weapon is only to work your way up to unlocking this, because it initially appears to be the best way to use it and practically the only thing that makes it both fun and viable. However, it's not all smooth sailing once you have this unlocked. For one thing, its reload time is longer than the standard bolt, almost 2.5 seconds, meaning the practical maximum fire rate is 24 rounds per minute, and you can only carry 10 explosive bolts, where you have 24 standard bolts and 30 mini bolts. Most damning of all though is the muzzle velocity is now down to 120 meters per second, the slowest primary weapon projectile, and boy is it noticeable. No longer feeling like a bullet, it's more like you have a sticky grenade launcher as your primary weapon. But in terms of grenade launchers, 10 is a lot of grenades to have at once. Plus, you restock one every time you pick up ammo from a fallen soldier. On impact, the bolt does 37.5 damage regardless of range, and after a short delay, the warhead explodes, dealing an additional 95 damage. For some reason, a delayed death is almost funnier. I love the feeling of seeing that hit marker and knowing the deed is already done. But more importantly, this means that the crossbow finally has a way to kill in a single hit regardless of range. It's mostly useful on hard flanks and still enemies, since that slow muzzle velocity means it's a bit difficult to hit targets moving above a crawl, but at least it can still make that hit at distances the standard bolt couldn't kill at. Even if you miss, the explosion does have a bit of a range with a 3-meter blast radius. There's a problem I've run into though, that there are times someone unexpectedly survives being hit. I thought I had found out that that's just the result of Dozer's nuts damage resistance, but clearly there's some jank because that's not always the case. The explosive bolt can kill players even if they have the IBA armor plate active, but it will stop short of downing Dozer even if he has no armor. As a weird final quirk of the explosive bolts, they function like AP rounds, except not in the way you would think. With a damage of about 4.8 to the rear of an MBT, that's between the two ammo types of the NTW-50, but rather than dealing that damage with the explosion, the damage is dealt on impact, with the explosion still delayed but causing no damage. Finally, some good fucking AP ammo. For all of the benefit that a one-shot kill at any range gives you though, I've ended up favoring the standard bolts lately because they're not laden with the slow reload, slow velocity, low capacity, janky hit reg, and the delay of the explosive bolts. Because yeah, as much fun as a delayed death by explosion is, even in a trade, is it really worth it when you could have instant killed the guy that got you, rather than you hit him, he kills you, he blows up? Even that fire rate doesn't feel slow after a while. While it's single shot, that means there's no magazine you have to worry about reloading. As long as your enemies don't overwhelm the speed at which you can throw bolts at them, you can just go on a one-tapping streak. Understandably, there are no barrel mods for the Ghostmaker, but there are some grips on the underbarrel, a laser sight or two. The optics go up to 4 times with hybrid optics, so we're eating about as good as we can here. But I'd say 2 times is a good general-purpose magnification, because your projectiles aren't going that fast, but at the same time you're almost certainly trying to keep your distance at least a little bit. I take this crossbow out far more than I should, and pretty much always with Sundance because flanking and catching the enemy off guard is one of the safest ways to use this thing without causing ideations of self-harm. The smug sense of superiority I get from securing elims with the Ghostmaker is too hard to pass up. Rorsch Mark IV. This is perhaps the best tactical weapon, but I think opinions on that could vary wildly depending on who you ask. The Rorsch is a railgun, and it requires a charge up before it can be fired, which is a mechanic that I think tends to trip a lot of people up because it's fairly rare. Especially with automatic fire, people tend to hold down their mouse and sweep the target, or at least often get more frantic the longer they have to track someone while holding down their mouse. Not only are you delaying the rapidity with which someone can engage, but you're making players perform actions they usually get to damage the enemy by doing, and giving them no immediate feedback. The transition between holding your mouse or trigger down with no recoil to then having to deal with the recoil is, on a coordination level, difficult because the shooter is used to being in charge of and anticipating exactly when the recoil starts. And most of what I've said applies to automatic fire. It's a whole different but equally problematic beast when you're dealing with a sniper rifle equivalent. With much longer charge times, it's really hard to articulate just how disruptive it is to the typical sniping experience when you can't rely on that quintessential function of tapping at just the right time. You have to aim carefully for just the critical moment. With this charge up, there is no right time, and you feel the pressure to keep that crosshair completely on target from the moment you start holding the trigger until finally the projectile flies from the barrel. It is tough, and goes against so much of your learned sniping behavior. Thankfully, the Rorsch Mark IV has some measures to make up for that, but we'll get to them in a bit. After all, we've got to talk about what this gun is in specifics. The railgun only has a single magazine option, but for all intents and purposes basically has different ammo types completely changing the shooting experience, and this is done through the underbarrel, which is actually a selection of 3 capacitors, and since you're not changing the magazine, the switch is a lot faster. There are 2 that have much in common, the stream capacitor and the burst capacitor. They are much like a slower and strong end assault rifle, killing in 4 shots out to 50 meters, then 5 shots to 150 meters, and 6 shots after that. But since you're dealing with charge-up times, that can be traded for something, and the fire rates on these puppies end up being not so slow at all. The stream capacitor has you firing in full auto at 735 rounds per minute, and the burst capacitor has an intense hyperburst, firing at 1010 rounds per minute, so fast that you don't even notice it's firing 5 whole rounds. It can cause a fast death if you get those shots on target. Previously, due to different max damages and headshot damage multipliers, many of the 4-shot automatics were able to kill in as few as 2 headshots, but that was reverted to be what we saw earlier where multipliers are lower than 2 times, and max damage, while over 25, did not allow for headshots dealing 50 damage or more. While the headshot multiplier was changed to be 1.9 on the Rorsch just like the assault rifles and LMGs, the max damage was left at 28, meaning a headshot would deal 53.2 damage, making the railgun the only 4-shot to kill automatic that can kill in as few as 2 headshots. Or, you know, automatic in air quotes. So that means that once you get past the charge times, and I laid out earlier what a challenge that can be, it seems that you've got a pretty smooth ride with these automatic and burst modes, because you've got a lot better headshot efficiency, generally great damage at fast cyclic rates, and your recoil is quite remarkably low. But then, it's never that easy, is it? With a mag size of 20, you're definitely on the bottom rung for automatics in that regard. And perhaps worse than that is the cacophonous bright blue and white muzzle flashes, not only being the most easily visible muzzle flash to your opponents, but genuinely getting in the way of your shooting. Your ammo will spend fast and you may have a hard time telling if you're spending it well or not. This is a reason I like burst, because it all happens so quick that it doesn't leave you time to think and mess up your readjustments. But with 5 whole shots every burst, that means you only get 4 to a magazine. Yikes. A much more efficient use of your ammo would be to equip the high power capacitor. With the aforementioned long charge-up times and only discharging a single shot every time, the maximum fire rate seems to be 55 rounds per minute according to Sorrow, in which case a magazine capacity of 20 with 140 more in reserve feels bottomless. With the fire rate of a sniper, the Rorsch also gains the damage of a sniper, dealing a high 80 damage out to 200 meters, but dropping to 40 after that. This ammo type does have a 3 times headshot multiplier though. Additionally, since there's no need to cycle this weapon like a bolt action, you can achieve your maximum fire rate with accuracy, since your reticle won't be disturbed like it would be on a sniper rifle. But this isn't just a sniper rifle with an unconventional method of limiting its fire rate, no. I said that difficult charge-up mechanic is traded for something, and this is it. A muzzle velocity of 6,740 meters per second. A ridiculous value 5 times higher than what I had previously established as the maximum of this game. In a ballistic sense, your shots are so much easier to hit than anything else, but in reality it's all balanced out. What's weird is that this isn't even exclusive to the high power capacitors. The burst and stream capacitors apparently have the same. Not as useful, but hey, a win is a win. The tracers of the Rorsch's projectiles are also really big and distinctive though, so despite that speed, it's not difficult to spot one streaking across the landscape. The railgun as a sniper alternative is odd, but definitely serviceable. The point of it dropping to a 3-shot kill past 200 meters is unfortunate, and it feels a bit unintuitive the way the rest of this thing is a sniping powerhouse, but I can't condemn it. The game already has a problem with people using these from like half a kilometer away from their target. I know I already said this before, like way earlier, but seriously, if you sit on top of the spawn skyscrapers on Kaleidoscope with this thing, I don't know how you're having fun. The optic options on this are a little weird. Like, they have the options going up to 6 times, kind of like on some assault rifles, but then they also just have the 12 times scope. Like, it makes sense for the max range optic to be here, but there's really nothing between 12 and 6. The 2.5 times thermal scope has made for probably the best choice with the stream and burst capacitors, as with that low recoil the magnification feels comfortable, and it sits high above the muzzle, so the big muzzle flashes don't get in the way much. Plus, the thermal nature ensures that you won't lose track of your target the way you normally might, since they're so lit up against the background. Also, I am a total amateur for forgetting to write this in the original script, but the default optic of the Rorsch is the NVK NXT 2 times, which is a hybrid scope that actually shows the charge level on the optic screen itself. But it's a hybrid with a max magnification of only 2 times? Okay. The last interesting point about the Rorsch Mark IV is its ammo, which you may have noticed is called armor piercing. With the high power capacitor, it deals damage to vehicles seemingly between that of the 4570 lever action and the sniper rifles. But the thing is that it only damages aircraft and unarmored ground vehicles like the LAD V4 recon and civilian transports. It's not that it doesn't deal enough damage to armored cars and tanks, but more like that functionality was entirely deleted, because the burst and stream capacitors do damage all vehicle types. with per-shot damage that looks to be higher than any AR, but lower than the PKP or RPT. But again, since it's built in, you don't have to swap magazines or deal with ass infantry damage. My guess is that the high-power anti-vehicle shenanigans got too annoying, because I'll let you in on a secret, I remember when it did damage the vehicle. And I was kind of a pest, the way I'd be constantly chipping at tanks with those shots that were really easy to hit from far outside the danger zone in that generous magazine. It was kind of my go-to AT build weapon before the NTW-50, because it was safer to use against vehicles and also better for pretty much every other use too. I'm pretty sad that it doesn't work like that anymore, but like I said, I can understand why. And with that, there's no more to say about the Rorsch. I mean, it has no barrel or mag mods, so that's it. A wildly various weapon despite its limited customizability, and the charge-up gimmick is something you have to make your peace with if you want to utilize all the benefits of this one-off beauty. NVK S22. Perhaps sensing that an abomination like the 12M Auto could never win over players like me, the NVK S22 is an attempt to take a fast-firing shotgun and make it more usable at ranges beyond spitting distance, as well as making it more capable of one-shotting as a shotgun should, while also firing at 300 rounds per minute. A 10-round capacity with 2 tube magazines ensures that whatever you get over the 12M Auto, it will be paid for with reload time. And given that you're still often firing off a lot of shells due to the high fire rate and low damage, timing out your reloads becomes a bit of a minigame you play with your life on the line, because you're going to be spending a lot of time doing it. The spread is actually the same size as the sidearm shotgun, the Super 500. Not great and wider than the default ammo of the MCS 880, but still a damn sight better than the other autoloader, and the damage is slightly better as well. Or at least, better than standard. You see, this damage is actually almost identical to the flechettes of the 12M Auto. Still with 8 projectiles per shot, the only difference is the NVK does 16 per pellet for a total of 128 out to 30 meters, which is technically 1 more damage per pellet, but you'd still need to land 7 pellets, so it means practically nothing. Then it's 96 damage total out to 50 meters, and beyond that the damage is the same absolute minimum, 6 per pellet or 48 total. The range of course is nothing to write home about, and while the spread is helping, it's basically the only thing that helps tighten up the consistency of getting kills in the effective range. Reload per shell is faster than the MCS, but the shell reserves are disappointing, with only 30 total. Flechettes, with only 20 total, actually mirror the standard buckshot in every way except for the reserve ammo and ability to penetrate players. Technically a straight upgrade performance-wise, but that shell decrease is brutal. There are also, of course, slugs. This shotgun is probably the most equitable when it comes to slug usage. It has less total slugs available than the 12M, and its 75 damage range is 19 meters shorter, but they all kill in 2 shots at any range regardless. And it at least has more available slugs than the MCS 880, but more importantly, according to Sorrow, its slugs aren't arbitrarily slower than the buckshot, having a muzzle velocity of 420 meters per second as well, which makes it about 38% faster than the other slugs. And the S22 can get the Ghost Hybrid optic, giving it a maximum magnification of 4 times. Plus, while it's a small upside, with a capacity of 10 it can have the most slugs loaded at one time. It sounds silly, but it's a compelling reason to use the S22. In fact, my default configuration is basically the weird and fucked up DMR. I mean, it can still kill in 2 shots at any range, even if that projectile sucks. As I said, the Ghost Hybrid with its 4 times magnification is available, making this the most diverse shotgun optic pool, with 10 picks instead of 7. 2 of those being the higher magnification hybrids, and the last outlier being the weird Nordvik version of the Fusion Hollow. Underbarrel has 3 grips, both of the weird laser sights that I find no reason to use, a normal laser sight, and useless flashlight. Like the others, the NVK S22 has a heavy suppressor, but it's a unique model accommodating for the fact that this is a double-barreled repeating shotgun. Neato. Its stats are nothing new though, based on the other suppressor type, the PB. Its damage reduction is greater, but it has a smaller muzzle velocity penalty, fairly unattractive as usual. I could somewhat say the same for the whole gun. I mean, it is a somewhat more versatile fast and weak shotgun than the 12M, so I'd rather choose it, but honestly it's pretty rare that I want a fast and weak shotgun. Even the improved slugs aren't doing much to entice me, because as the saying goes, you can't polish a turd. While there are many fun guns to play around with, the tactical weapons in particular feel like a handicap, every one of them to some degree, which is unfortunate because they're conceptually the most fun. I only feel like using weapons in this game is challenging me when I'm using them. Otherwise, to be honest, it's kind of scary how easy it feels to use the other classes, specifically anything automatic. Clearly that can't be universal, as someone inevitably has to be beaten when you're administering a beatdown, and most of these players are using automatics as well. Maybe it's just how well I click with them, and of course I have good days and bad days myself. That's really all I have to say about the gear of this game, and I hope it's given you some perspective on why the experiences to be had here are interesting and worthwhile. If you're unfamiliar with this game, I've basically laid out all of the building blocks of your most common interactions with the game world, and if you already play the game, hopefully you learned something new that you can put to use. While I may have left out stuff like vehicles and the Ranger Boston Dynamics attack dog drone, that stuff isn't my specialty, and it won't be as common of an experience as using specialists, gadgets, and guns. Plus, Battlefield Portal, while impressive in certain ways, is its own can of worms that would require a whole other video which I am not going to make, because I don't find the throwback experiences nearly as interesting or diverse as base 2042 all-out warfare. With that being said, this is the part where I get preachy and talk about the theory of Battlefield 2042, rather than the practice. A common theme between Battlefield fans talking about how much they hate Battlefield is that of erasure, or taking something from you. In Battlefield 5, that thing they erased was historical authenticity and immersion, and in Battlefield 2042 it was the whole Battlefield experience as we knew it, or so the forum posts go. Again, the fanbase donning a pair of thickly rose-tinted glasses. Battlefield 5 is not a historically accurate game, and it doesn't need to be. It's a historical fiction game more than anything. One of the complaints that always got to me was people talking about how they didn't like the selection of weapons, and that any faction could use any one. There were virtually unheard of prototypes mixed in with well-known historical weapons, and anyone was free to use a Garand or whatever other weapon they wanted, American, British, Japanese, or German. For some people it was just a cope that they could use when they died sometimes. Oh, the player who killed me wasn't using a realistic weapon for their faction? Now I have a valid reason to complain about how that somehow makes my death unfair. Does anyone remember hearing nearly this magnitude of complaints about Battlefield 1? You know, armies had very specific service weapons back then, too. But your average gamer isn't plugged into the canon of World War I small arms in the same way they are for World War II because of all the games and movies they've already seen. Battlefield 1 operated in the exact same way with its arsenal, and in many ways, Battlefield 1 was more absurd with its weapon picks. But Battlefield 1 and 5 get to do this because they're historical fiction games. They may depict real places where real battles occurred, but the soldiers aren't real. They never are in war games. They're just people controlling avatars in themed settings. In any game, you're not in World War I. You're in a virtual space that looks like World War I. It's not erasing history because the real history is real. It's still there. It happened. It can never happen again, so why should games try to make it? There is obviously honor in depicting real things that happened realistically, but that's not the goal of the game. They didn't get it wrong as much as they just tried not to go there in the first place. Video games are not the medium to depict historical events with accuracy, not unless you just make 99% of the game a MGS4 style cutscene. Video games are all about choice, complete control over an avatar. In the eyes of one of these purists, wouldn't you be violating realism by so much as failing to walk in the direction that the real soldier walked? In for a penny, in for a pound. If you want to give your players control, you might as well make it fun. Battlefield is a more casual series than the likes of Enlisted, Hell Let Loose, Red Orchestra, or Isonzo, which are respectable in their pursuit of their own goals. But I for one am happy that I get to choose from the arsenal of weapons that exist in these games. If said arsenal conformed to realism, not only would there be far fewer options, but you'd have to faction lock weapons, giving you the choice of either having every faction have reskins in order to have access to the same gameplay options, a la original Battlefront games, which would be very boring, or you let all your weapons have different stats but that means you're locked out of options based on which faction you roll. Sure, it's not technically unprecedented in the series, but I'd say the selection of weapons has been a great boon to Battlefield. The best thing is that this freedom of choice doesn't stop people from being able to play like that if they personally want to. I know of plenty of folks that like using historically accurate loadouts, provided that realistic options are available. It's weird that sometimes a faction's bare minimum doesn't make it in. I can support wanting to change that, but that's because I think more gun is always a good thing. Now, as for how people feel about 2042, I got the idea that a lot of folks saw it as too far of a departure from what the series is quote-unquote supposed to be. But even beyond that, I truly do not understand why everyone still has such a bone to pick with Battlefield 2042. Maybe that's just Reddit. Don't get me wrong, there is absolutely nothing disagreeable about simply not wanting to play this game. That's how you should feel about games you don't like. But if your negativity goes deeper than that, that's where I get concerned. I know that people are very attached to the feeling of Battlefield, especially because the engine has made for a level of consistency across multiple stretches of games in a row, but it almost feels like a disallowing of change. It seems a lot of people wanted this game to be Battlefield 4 2. Oh my god, that's so clever. And when it wasn't, this game was written off as something that had gone entirely too far in its quest for individuality, or even downright derivative of the series' main rival, as per my jokes earlier in the video. People say 2042 is a bad game. It's not. Some people say it's not Battlefield because it's not like the previous games. But Battlefield 1 was not like Battlefield 4. Neither was Battlefield 5 like Battlefield 1. There's a reason people wanted something similar to BF4 or BF3, because people still play those games. It's very common to see or hear about people that never truly ventured much further beyond Battlefield 4. Despite the effusive praise for BF1, and the way people have come around to BF5, they're just a different kind of game. We don't look back on those two as failures for that. And more importantly, people still play and care about all of these. Battlefield 2042 didn't erase your favorite Battlefield game, but it sucks because you really wanted it to be a continuation of it. At the end of the day, just like history, the games are still there. I know I come from a somewhat privileged perspective, since PC servers usually stay alive for longer on all games, and servers for older hardware on older games are being shut down, in a case of genuinely taking the game away from people. I don't want you guys to misunderstand, I truly empathize with that plight, as there are online games that I can never play again, and it sucks. But that's not the fault of this game, and the game developers don't owe you anything in matters of taste. They owe you a working product, and if their choices are very distasteful, they'll suffer for that. But nobody owes you the next in the series that you want. If that were the case, BioShock 4 would have come out by now. Many people made up their own minds not to like this game, and many content creators dissuaded people further. For the longest time I had troubles finding servers for 2042 depending on the time of day, and I had no friends to play it with. That is until my buddy and fellow YouTuber Zach Nichols, very cool guy by the way, makes commentary videos, check him out, got me to re-download it, leading to the impetus of this very video getting made. And even at the end of this game's development cycle, just like how I started with Battlefield 5 all those years ago, I love Battlefield 2042. For me, it has all the most important things I want in a Battlefield. What some might call the simple stuff, a foregone conclusion, but it's the true DNA of the series. It's got conquest and big maps, the ability to go where you please and use your wits to get the upper hand, squad-based cooperation, healing and support, and the guns feel good to shoot. And by bloody god, the new stuff is great too because I love the wingsuit and I love the gun customization system. I'd like to give a hearty thank you to my long-suffering patrons who donate to me even though it takes so long for my videos to come out now. They really are appreciated, and their donations help give me peace of mind. So from the bottom of my heart, I offer my thanks to Moonvive, Jason, Lost Gerbil, Venk, Patrick Malrizi, Parker D, Locked In, Rin, Nori Crooks, Tai Long, Ninja OXZ1234, and new patrons 2000, Jackie Seifert, Bara, and Evan Phillips. And thank you, because if you've managed to watch this whole video, you're definitely one of my most valued viewers. I hope you have a great day, a great month, heck, a great 2025. Hopefully it won't be so long before I upload next time.